Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The reception room was quiet. Jiang Hao leaned lazily on the sofa, legs crossed, scrolling through his phone like he was at home. Across from him, Du Changwei sat upright, back straight, her gaze flicking toward him from time to time. Her hands were clasped together, betraying her nerves. It wasn't surprising. This wasn't a place ordinary people could step into. Everyone here was a giant among giants, the kind of people who decided the fate of nations. Even as the daughter of General Deo, commander of the Juxia City military region, she rarely had the chance to be here. And yet Jiang Hao sat there like none of it mattered. Just then, the door swung open. An old man in a dark tunic suit, hair white but eyes sharp, walked in. Flanking him were Deo, Sun Wukong, and three unfamiliar figures, two men and one woman, all in their 40s. Du Changwei shot up instantly. She recognized the old man. Elder Huang, 723, one of the highest authorities in Daxia. Jiang Hao also rose, calm but respectful. Changwei, right? The last time I saw you, you were still underage. We meet again, Huang said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Huang. Haha, don't call me Mr. Your father and I are old friends. Call me Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang, she answered softly. Huang nodded, then turned his gaze to Jiang Hao. You must be Jiang Hao. Yes. You don't mind that we've looked into your information, do you? Not at all. The courtesy made Jiang Hao's impression of him rise. At this level, no one had to bother with politeness. Good. Why don't we sit? Huang gestured. As for the request you made, we'll need to confirm your identity first. No problem. Jiang Hao nodded. Two of the middle-aged officers left the room. The rest sat down. Huang began with casual questions. Jiang Hao's age, which university he graduated from, what he'd done before, whether he had a girlfriend. Jiang Hao answered openly. He knew there was nothing he could hide from the state anyway. 10 minutes later, the two who had left returned. They leaned close to Huang and whispered 4 words. No problem. Jiang Hao's enhanced hearing caught it clearly. All right. Thank you, Huang said. They nodded and stepped back. Huang turned to Jiang Hao again, smiling. We've confirmed your identity. You're one of our own. That single phrase, our own, meant the state had accepted him. Now, about your claim of being able to predict the future. What will Earth face? What will the casualties be? I can tell you. Jiang Hao's tone was steady. If nothing changes in 2013, the coming year, the Taotai civilization will enter the solar system. They won't strike immediately. By then, our Great Xia Super Soldier Unit will already be forming. The Leong Bing Company, part of the Black Great Wall Project. That project, I assume it's already been raised. Huang nodded. Yes, just days ago. Triggered by the demon incidents in Asen. They're aliens too. Exactly. The demons won't cause mass slaughter themselves, but once angels arrive, they'll ally with Taotai against them. After the Battle of Tianhe, the Battle of Juxia will erupt. At that time, demons will use their supercomputers to completely paralyze Earth's communications. All devices will fail. In that battle, the hero company will shatter, the Titan battleship will fall, and Admiral Deo will die. The room froze. Every gaze shifted to Deo. Even Xiangwei's. She often clashed with her father, but hearing he would die, her heart clenched. Deo himself remained calm. And after that, Queen Kesha of the Angels will fall. Earth will ally temporarily with the Angel civilization. With their support, the Leong Bing Company will grow rapidly. In time, Taotai will be driven back, and the demons will retreat from Earth. Beyond that, my vision blurs. Huang's eyes narrowed. When you speak, it doesn't sound like a prediction. It sounds like experience. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. That's because my prediction is from my own perspective. Tianhe is my home. Daxia is my country. Earth is all of ours. Peace isn't negotiable. Huang leaned forward. The hero company's super genes, activating them requires immense effort. The nation has no way forward. Do you? Yes. Jiang Hao answered without hesitation. Then if we entrust Leong Bing company to you, meet your conditions, and give you command, can you guarantee Tao Tai never sets foot on Earth? Of course. Good. Huang's smile deepened. Then from today, the Black Great Wall Project will be launched under the name Hero Company. And you, Comrade Jiang Hao, are appointed leader of the Super Squad. You'll have full authority over their formation and training. General Deo will cooperate with you fully. Whatever resources you need, if he can provide them, he will. Even the Dino civilization's technology will be open to you. Jiang Hao blinked. The country trusts me this much? Aren't you afraid? I have ambitions. Who doesn't? Huang laughed. Even if you did, you're still one of us. Whatever future you build, Earth will remain our home. And I believe in my judgment of character. Jiang Hao was genuinely moved. To entrust him with the future of humanity, that was more than he had expected. Thank you. I'll do everything I should. Good. Don't pressure yourself too much, Huang said. Jiang Hao chuckled. Honestly, I don't feel pressure at all. The meeting ended quickly after the formal appointment papers were issued. Jiang Hao and Deo returned to Jusha City instantly through teleportation. Jiang Hao even dropped Deo directly at the military district before leaving to handle his own affairs. The future of Earth had already begun to change. In truth, Jiang Hao had no real private matters. He couldn't tell his parents about the Leong Bing company yet. What he really meant was informing Qilin and Su Xiaoli. The two of them would inevitably follow him into the Jusha City military district. Not as members of Leong Bing company. Jiang Hao had no intention of throwing them onto the battlefield, but as his assistants. Both carried super genes, and with that came extraordinary learning ability. Among ordinary geniuses, they would still stand out. They might not yet be capable of spearheading research, but as assistants, they were more than qualified. Qilin, despite her Kamigawa generation gene, relied too much on equipment. Without specialized weapons, she would be little more than cannon fodder. Su Xiaoli was better suited for support, but in direct combat, she was just as vulnerable. Compared to later generations of super soldiers, the first generation was far too weak. The leap from first to second generation was massive, tenfold increases in strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. Soldiers like Xian Zhao demonstrated speed bordering on the superhuman. Rui Mengming's raw power rivaled, even crushed, most first-generation warriors. Recovery alone told the story. A fatal injury for a first-generation soldier could take a full day to heal. A second generation could recover within an hour. A third generation could bounce back in minutes. And above them all was Gu Xiaoluan, the power of the galaxy. Not part of any generation, but something beyond. The galaxy power, also known as Kamigawa's power, was a creation of three civilizations: the Angels, the Super Seminary, and the Dino. Angels laid the framework, co-developed it with the Seminary, and when ideological conflicts forced Kesha to expel the Seminary, the half-finished project went with them to Dino. There it was completed. That was why Kesha valued Gu Xiaoluan so highly. In a sense, he was her child. But Qilin and Su Xiaoli? They were only first generation. On the battlefield, their contributions would be limited, unless Jiang Hao could one day upgrade their genes. Not now, but in time. Morning arrival. At 8 the next morning, Jiang Hao drove the two women toward the gates of the Jusha City military district. He had already spoken to them the night before. Su Xiaoli accepted without question. Jiang Hao was her boss, after all. Qilin agreed as well, partly because the police station no longer needed her, partly because she simply wanted to stay by Jiang Hao's side. Du Cao had already taken care of Qilin's transfer. Military and police were separate branches, but with the authority in his hands, exceptions could be made. Before Jiang Hao could reach the gates, a Hummer with military plates blocked the road. A young officer stepped out, saluted smartly, and announced, "Chief, I'm Zhou Jia. Ordered to pick you up." Jiang Hao returned the salute. He now carried real rank. One step below Deo himself. Outrageous on paper, but necessary. The state had placed its bet on him, and red tape could no longer stand in his way. Good. Lead the way. Zhou Jia slipped into his vehicle and guided them in. Jiang Hao's ordinary license plate hadn't yet been registered into the district system. Without an escort, he wouldn't even get through the gate, much less navigate the massive compound. Meeting the command. Inside, the senior leaders of the Jusha military district were already assembled. Du Cao had gathered them all for one reason: to meet Jiang Hao, the man now responsible for leading Earth's future defense. One by one, introductions were made. Most were unfamiliar faces, but two stood out to Jiang Hao. Ling Feng, blonde-haired, dressed in a white naval uniform. A senior military scientist from the Dino civilization, responsible for leading scientific research. The famed black armor technology of Leong Bing Company would come from her team. Yu Qin, blue-haired, also in a white naval uniform. A super gene warrior from Dino, capable of remote treatment and accelerating the recovery of other super soldiers. In the future, she would prove invaluable during the Battle of Tianhe. Unlike Ling Feng, who worked behind the scenes, Yu Qin was a frontline fighter. After Deo's death, Ling Feng would become chief of staff and acting commander of the Black Great Wall, pushing Earth's military industry forward at breakneck speed. For now, both stood quietly at attention, waiting to hear what Jiang Hao would say. Touring the base, Du Cao walked Jiang Hao through the compound. The Jusha military district was split in two: the standard military base and the super seminary, future home of the Leong Bing Company. The seminary looked almost like a university campus, with dormitories, lecture halls, playgrounds, and cafeterias. The difference was that it trained not students, but super soldiers. Next door stood Ling Feng's research labs. This was the heart of Earth's future technology. More than 3,000 researchers worked here, all PhDs at minimum, tackling sciences far beyond Earth's current level. Their current task: building dark metal armor for Leong Bing Company. The challenge wasn't design, it was materials. Dark elements and rare substances required for the armor didn't exist on Earth. Only expeditions into the universe could provide them. So far, only Sun Wukong had ventured out twice to gather resources. The result: enough materials for just 5 suits of armor. Still, dark metal armor was peerless. The most advanced known technology in the universe. Invisible to satellites, radar, or thermal scans. Detectable only by Kamigawa-level scout systems. Technology held by Kesha, Carl, and Liang. Not even Leong Bing possessed it. Taodai certainly didn't. Its defense was monstrous, dissipating energy into dark space, sometimes even redirecting attacks through wormholes. Short of divine weapons like the Shunwu that could tear through super genes, few things could pierce it. In the original timeline, black armor had looked unimpressive only because Taodai had Carl behind them, supplying god-level weapons. Compared to that, even Dino technology looked fragile. But in truth, dark metal armor was far from weak. After accompanying Jiang Hao to visit the entire Jusha City military region, most of the other senior officers have left. They also have their own things to be busy with and cannot stay with Jiang Hao all the time. Only Decoding, Ling Feng, and Yu Qin, plus one Zhou Jia, stayed. Afterwards, everyone headed to the cafeteria of the super seminary. Although the Leong Bing Company has not yet been formally established, the canteen here is already open for business. Leong Bing Lian, Ling Feng, and other researchers share the same canteen. After all, no matter how many people there are in the Leong Bing Company, how many people can there be? It is definitely impossible for such a big canteen to be used only by the people of Leong Bing Company. As soon as he arrived at the canteen, Jiang Hao saw Du Qiangwei in the canteen. However, Sun Wukong was not seen. Du Qiangwei walked over directly after seeing Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao, Qiangwei, also has a super gene in her body. She is a pre-selected member of the Leong Bing Company. I will leave her to you. Du Qiangwei looked at Jiang Hao. Chief, Du Qiangwei reports to you. Du Qiangwei saluted. Jiang Hao returned the salute, nodded to Du Qiangwei, and said nothing more. Let's eat first. Then a group of people went to the window to get food. The canteen here has a high degree of freedom. You can choose what you want to eat. There are many types of dishes, and they are all delicious and delicious. The only requirement is to eat as much as you want and avoid wastage. After finishing their meal, Decoding, Ling Feng, Yu Qin, and Zhou Jie sat across from Jiang Hao. Next to him were Qilin, Su Xiaoli, and Du Qiangwei. Jiang Hao, what are your next arrangements? You can tell me first, and I will help you arrange them. Decoding said while eating. Decoding has no complaints about being Jiang Hao's deputy. He still has some awareness in this regard. So while eating now, he planned to listen to Jiang Hao's arrangements first. No hurry, we have enough time. Don't worry about forming the Leong Bing company. I plan to take a look at the technology of the Dino civilization first. Jiang Hao's primary goal is to learn micro-wormhole technology and Kamigawa coding first. The Kamigawa code is something similar to the sacred code. This is the key that allows Jiang Hao to connect to the dark matter plane. Without this thing, Jiang Hao would not be able to connect to the dark matter plane, and naturally, he would not be able to study the dark matter plane. Therefore, this is what Jiang Hao wants to control first. On the contrary, the matter of recruiting a heroic company is not urgent, because with his current strength, he is fully capable of defeating the entire Taodai civilization by himself. In the Dragon Ball world, Frieza became the emperor of the universe by relying solely on his first form. His Jinnu Special Forces team only has a combat strength of hundreds of thousands and can destroy any planet they want. Jiang Hao's combat power of 540,000 is no worse than Frieza's. And in terms of skill, Jiang Hao is much higher than Frieza. Even Sun Wukong is defeated by him in terms of skills. Frieza is nothing. With the same combat power of 540,000, Frieza appeared in front of Jiang Hao, but he could only be beaten. Combat power is the digitization of the energy base represented by Qi. But which side will win? The one with stronger combat effectiveness is not 100% sure of winning. Although in most cases, the party with stronger combat effectiveness will definitely be stronger than the party with weaker combat effectiveness. There is no absolute. At least in Jiang Hao's case, the side with stronger combat effectiveness will definitely win, but it is not absolute. With such a strong fighting power, even Kaisha and Leong Bing, Jiang Hao has absolute confidence to defeat them. As for killing, he may not be able to truly kill them before he masters the true power system of the Super God universe. Temporary physical killing is still possible. It's only July of 2012, and the Battle of Tian'an City and the Battle of Jusha City both happened in 2014. This time is not urgent. Okay. When Decoding heard this, he didn't say anything and just nodded. Since Bei Zhixing chose to believe in Jiang Hao, then he also chose to believe in Jiang Hao. Whatever Jiang Hao says, that's what it is. Anyway, this is just the beginning. After the meal, Decoding left. He had other things to attend to. As for the work of taking Jiang Hao to the research institute, Ling Feng was naturally responsible. After all, she is the person in charge there. Compared to Decoding, she knows more about the situation at the institute. Qilin and Su Xiaoli did not follow. Jiang Hao asked Zhou Jie to take them to move their luggage. The luggage is actually nothing, just some changes of clothes, bedding, and furniture, etc., which were not moved. The accommodation arranged for them here will definitely have all those things, and there is no need for Jiang Hao and the others to think about it. Su Xiaoli and Qilin went to deliver their luggage to the place where they would stay next. By the way, recognize the door. Jiang Hao followed Ling Feng and Yu Qin to the research institute. There are many people in the institute. There are researchers in white coats everywhere. When they see Ling Feng, everyone will basically say hello to her and call her Director Ling Feng. Of course, many people also cast doubtful looks on Jiang Hao and Du Qiangwei, who were following her. Although Du Qiangwei is also in the military area, this is her first time here at the Super Seminary, and the same is true for the Institute. Therefore, the researchers in the Institute did not know Du Qiangwei. The entire Jusha City military district is very large. Including the troops stationed here, the number is over 200,000 because the Jusha City military district not only has an army, but also a navy. The number of soldiers alone is already hundreds of thousands. The logistics staff, as well as the people from the Super Theological Seminary, together are worth upwards of 200,000 yuan. And Jiang Hao is a pure rookie, but being able to be taken by Ling Feng, presumably he is not an ordinary person. Enter the interior of the institute. Ling Feng first called over a dozen people in charge of the research institute. There are more than 3,000 people in the institute. Although she is the main person in charge, she can't manage it by herself. So there are more than a dozen responsible people under her. When meeting these people, Jiang Hao's expression changed slightly because she recognized several of them. He'd seen them on the TV news. They are all academician-level bosses. In the past, he didn't even have the qualifications to meet them. Old Li, Old Zhou, Old Wang. Let me introduce to you. This is Chief Jiang Hao. The notice above has been issued. Next, Chief Jiang Hao will be fully responsible for the entire Juxia City Research Institute. All of us must cooperate with him unconditionally. See Jiang Hao so young. Although a group of academicians were confused, as Ling Feng said, they had received the orders issued by their superiors. Don't worry about whether Jiang Haonian is young or not. Since they were sent from above, they must have real abilities. They just need to be obedient and do things honestly. If Jiang Hao doesn't work, just follow up with the reaction later. There is no need to jump out and object now. Jiang Hao also said hello to the academicians and got to know each other. Then a group of academicians in charge left. They each have work to do, and Jiang Hao has no new work assigned to them now. Then they naturally continued the previous work. The entire institute soon learned that Jiang Hao, a young man, was the new person in charge sent by the superiors. Everyone was shocked. After all, Jiang Hao is too young. Although Ling Feng is also young, she just looks young. Many people who have come to the institute for a long time know that before they came, Ling Feng had been working in the institute for more than 10 years. Although Ling Feng looks young, his actual age is at least 40 years old. All the old people in the institute know this. As for the specific age, they don't know, and no one dares to ask. Ling Feng usually has a cold face, and it is rare to see her smile. Therefore, many people secretly call her Ling Feng and the Cold Face Goddess. I didn't dare to say more than 2 words to her, let alone ask her how old she was. Chief, I will take you to the Pangu supercomputer room of the Research Institute now. All the technologies of the Dino civilization are recorded in the Pangu supercomputer. If you want to know anything, you can check it yourself. After everyone else left, Ling Feng looked at Jiang Hao and said, Jiang Hao's military rank is higher than hers. Her current military rank is 1 level lower than Jiang Hao. In addition, Jiang Hao is now the main person in charge of the institute, and she has become a deputy who cooperates with Jiang Hao's work. Naturally, it is the head of Jiang Hao. Du Qiangwei, who followed beside her, was not too surprised. After all, she was there that night when Mr. Huang appointed Jiang Hao. Later, Jiang Hao followed Ling Feng to the supercomputer room of the institute. Jiang Hao looked calm, not too excited. After Ling Feng entered the password, he began to control the computer and check the technological records of the Dino civilization. Supergenetic engineering, application of Kamigawa code, gene analysis of a generation of super soldiers, use of stellar energy, how to learn to control micro-wormhole, transport technology, what is the dark matter plane. There's so many things recorded that even Jiang Hao was dazzled for a while. Because there are so many good things. Although many technologies cannot be used because the Earth has no materials and no specific machines. But Jiang Hao saw a lot of terribly useful technologies in it, such as supergenetic engineering, such as the application of Kamigawa code, such as how to learn to control micro-wormhole transportation technology, such as what is the dark matter plane, such as the use of stellar energy. These are all the materials Jiang Hao needs. For these things, if he does not stand on the shoulders of giants and rely on himself, even if he has a super brain, he will need to spend a lot of time to research and break through. Thousands of years and thousands of years will definitely not be used. It may not be necessary for 100 years, but decades are definitely needed. This speed is terrifying compared to other civilizations. But when there is something ready-made, why would he waste decades of time? You can stand on the shoulders of giants, but if you insist on walking by yourself, there is something wrong with your brain. It's as if you're a super rich second generation, and my father is very rich, but you just don't want my money and want to start your own business from scratch. If you want to start a business, you can ask me for some money. This will save you a lot of trouble in the early stage of starting a business. Moreover, asking for money from my own father is no big deal. Relying on Lao Tzu does not lose manpower. And now Jiang Hao's situation is the same. You can stand on the shoulders of giants. Why go step by yourself? He's not out of his mind, and there's no shame in that. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. During this week, Jiang Hao basically did nothing but read information. Decoding knew about this because he asked Ling Feng every day what Jiang Hao was doing, and Ling Feng will all report to Decoding truthfully. 7 days have passed, and Jiang Hao is still reading the information. Decoding couldn't sit still. There was no choice but to go find Jiang Hao in person. Soon, he found Jiang Hao in the Pangu computer room of the Research Institute. He was eating and looking at the information at this time. Qilin and Su Xiaoli were sitting not far away, playing with their mobile phones. There is no other way. At present, they have nothing else to do except fetch and deliver food to Jiang Hao. Because Jiang Hao didn't arrange anything else for them at all, it was too boring, so naturally they could only play with their mobile phones to pass the time. As for sleeping, Jiang Hao has not slept at all in the past 7 days. Jiang Hao's physique and spirit are far beyond ordinary people, especially his physique. Saiyan genes, Majin Buu's immortality, plus 2 super genes. The fusion of these is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. Not sleeping for 7 days and 7 nights has no effect on Jiang Hao at all. Lao Du, why are you here? As soon as Du Cao came in, Jiang Hao spotted him. Although he reads the information carefully, he can multitask, even without turning on chi sensing. He heard Decoding's footsteps coming in. Ling Feng was also following Decoding at this time, although she leads the research on black armor. But what black armor lacks is not the technology, but the materials for its production. In terms of materials, she currently has no ability to solve them. She can only rely on Sun Wukong to go to outer space to dig up as much as possible. Jiang Hao hasn't seen Sun Wukong these days because Sun Wukong went to dig miners again. So she is not busy. When Decoding came to Jiang Hao, she followed him. Qilin and Su Xiaoli immediately put away their phones when they heard the noise. Stood up. Chief. *2. The two saluted. The Research Institute is also affiliated with the Juxia City military region and is under military control. When you see the leader, you must salute. Decoding saluted the two of them and nodded. Then he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, you've been reading the information here for 7 days, and you don't have any arrangements or plans? Have you started recruiting those preparatory warriors with super genes in their bodies? Jiang Hao did not answer Decoding's question, but asked him a 400 question. I have arranged for Zhou Jia to be responsible for contacting him. Currently, several have been successfully recruited and are on their way to the military region. Jiang Hao nodded. If you asked me 7 days ago if I had any plans, my answer would be, not yet, because there are too many things to do, and I haven't decided what to do specifically yet. And now there is. Oh, what's the plan? Decoding suddenly became interested, although he has seen Jiang Hao's background information. But Du Cao is certain that Jiang Hao is more than that. This guy has a lot of secrets. The only thing that is certain is that he is at least on their side. His concern for his family members is also true. I plan to strengthen the genes of the people across the country to the level of a generation of super soldiers and create a national Superman plan. Human power is the primary productive force. Only with talents can there be civilization, and only with civilization can there be science and technology. The birth and development of civilization and science and technology from the beginning have been aimed at allowing ordinary people to live a good life. Fighting alien invasion is important, but changing the lives of ordinary people and allowing them to live a good life is equally important. If all the people in the country are a generation of super soldiers, then the future of this civilization will have infinite possibilities. A dragon risks being slaughtered, But what if everyone is like a dragon? Decoding was shocked by Jiang Hao's words. In other words, I was shocked. He really didn't expect Jiang Hao to say these words. As for whether Jiang Hao's proposal is feasible, in Decoding's view, it is completely impossible to realize, and it is too divorced from reality. Everyone is like a dragon, which is something that even the two major civilizations in the Dino galaxy have not been able to do. One is technology, and the other is resources. There is no way to solve these two problems. The universal Superman plan mentioned by Jiang Hao is completely impossible to work. The technology is very simple, although the technology of the first and second generation super warriors of the Dino civilization has matured. But genes can't be strengthened just by strengthening them or optimized by just optimizing them. Everyone's genes are different, and the diversity of genes also means that super genes are not suitable for everyone. This also creates a huge difficulty. That is, super genes cannot be popularized unless paired one-on-one. But, in doing so, the consumption of human resources is a big difficulty. Financial expenditures are necessarily difficult to predict. The second is resources. The cultivation of super genes is not something you can just cultivate. Just cultivating one person's super genes is not a small amount, let alone spreading it to everyone in the country. The population of Daxia is 1.3 billion and will soon be 1.4 billion. With such a large population, if everyone is genetically enhanced, how much resources will be consumed? Therefore, in Decoding's view, Jiang Hao's proposal is completely unfeasible and can even be said to be fanciful. It's not that I don't understand what you're talking about, but how to solve it with technology and how to solve it with resources. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Lao Du, I can solve all the problems you mentioned. You don't really think that my 7 days were a waste of time, although only 7 days. But Jiang Hao's harvest can be said to be unprecedented. The scientific research materials on genes of the Dino civilization, Jiang Hao City Economics, have been read in full. After reading the information, Jiang Hao understood why there was such a big difference between the first-generation super soldiers and the second-generation super soldiers. The book What is the Dark Matter Plane also allowed Jiang Hao to understand what the dark matter plane is in the super god world. At the beginning, Jiang Hao did not understand what the dark matter plane was. At the beginning, because of the original work, Jiang Hao understood the dark matter plane as the other side of the world and believed that the super god universe was a world that took the road of becoming a god through technology. But after reading the book What is the Dark Matter Plane, only then did Jiang Hao truly understand what the dark matter plane was. It's actually quite troublesome to explain, but if it is explained simply, Jiang Hao can explain it from the perspective of a novel. For example, the dark matter plane is the netizen in the online game novel, and linking to the dark matter plane world is equivalent to linking to a game world. Enter the game world, where you can upgrade, fight monsters, and grow. And the abilities and strength improvements you gain in the game world can be brought to reality. The 3 major projects and the super genetic warriors are actually just game accounts one by one. Some are game accounts created by themselves, such as Kesha, Leong Bing, and Carl. Some are game accounts that others help you with power training, such as Gu Shaolin, Lu Chuang, and D. Lena. When you figure out what the dark matter plane is, things actually become simpler. And Jiang Hao already understands what the dark matter plane space is. The Kamigawa code is Jiang Hao's key to log in to the game world of the dark matter plane space. It can also be said to be an activation code. With this thing, as long as he knows how to use it, he can enter the dark matter plane space. There, create a game account, then upgrade and fight monsters. The reason why there is such a big gap between the first-generation super soldiers and the second-generation super soldiers. It is a generation that is purely practical science and has not yet applied dark energy technology. The second generation has begun to connect with the dark matter plane and use dark energy technology. In Kesha's case, this technology is called supergenetic code. In Jiang Hao's view, this is more like Kesha discovering a loophole in the game world, through which she can easily create a game account with a high level, such as Leong Bing's wormhole computing power, Kesha's treasure house of sacred knowledge, and a big clock in Carl's hand. In Jiang Hao's view, these things are more like super-intelligent AI that has left the game and entered the real world. It can store, analyze, invade, and deduce. The technological power of the Earth in front of these super-intelligent AI is like computers that have just been developed. No ability to resist. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dimensionality reduction blow. Jiang Hao believes that he can solve technical problems by himself, and it won't take much time. He can solve technical problems in one day at most. As for resources, that's even simpler. The dark matter plane is a game world. Others can go in and mine and bring out good things. Why can't Jiang Hao? After all, he already has the key to the Kamigwa code. As for why Ling Feng and the others couldn't do it, naturally, it's because they don't understand enough. My brain is not powerful enough to fully understand the Kamigwa code. It's like they hold the key to the treasure house, but don't know how to use the key. And if the key is in Jiang Hao's hands, it will be of its true use. This is why Jiang Hao told Decoding that he could do it. Technology, he can solve it. And resources, he can also solve it through the dark matter plane. It can be said that the dark matter plane of the super god universe is a huge sea of gold. You know it's right in front of you, but you don't have the tools to get it. And Jiang Hao now has tools. So the huge sea of gold will also become his ocean of wealth. Looking at Jiang Hao's confident face, Decoding didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment, he spoke out. What I need to do? Sampling and counting the population. But for the National Superman plan, I plan to implement it first in the military, then in Giant City, and finally throughout the country. My plan is to complete the Superman project for all within 2 months. Jiang Hao said, 2 months, isn't it too soon? No, hurry up and do this quickly. I have other things to do. Ling Feng, next, I need you to stop your work on the black armor and go all out to produce a machine I developed. I named it the Gene Charging Device. This thing is necessary for the future National Superman project. I need you to mass produce it. My requirement is that within a month, I want to see 100,000 units. If you have any difficulties, just tell me directly. By the way, this is my plan, Lao Du. I would like you to help me forward it to Daxia X. I think they will definitely agree to my plan. Jiang Hao said confidently. The National Superman Plan can also be called the National Generation Super Soldier Plan. Once you become a generation of super soldiers, not to mention the improvement in physical fitness, because of the optimization of genes, all kinds of problems in your body will be eliminated through genetic optimization. Regardless of minor illnesses, major illnesses, or even cancer, it can be cured directly. In addition, Japanese super soldiers will have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. Jiang Hao believes that in the face of these benefits, anyone who stands in the way will be torn to pieces by those who want to survive. As for the National Superman Plan, will it lead to too many people in Daxia and uneven resource distribution? No need to worry about this at all. The Earth is uninhabitable. Just develop immigrants to other planets. There are other planets in the solar system anyway. As for how to survive on other planets, regarding the plan to transform the planet, Jiang Hao has already had a research plan in his mind. Jiang Hao is confident that in up to 3 years, he can complete the plan to improve the planet. By then, he will be able to transform other planets in the solar system into planets where humans can live. By then, the Universal Superman Plan will have been fully implemented. Strong physical fitness can definitely allow Daxia people to adapt to harsher environments. It is not impossible to transform other planets to be exactly like the Earth. But in a short period of time, even Jiang Hao can't do it. But if it's modified to approximate the Earth, that's totally fine. With strong physical fitness, as long as the planet environment is similar to the Earth, life and other things will not be a problem at all. Human beings have the strongest adaptability in the Earth's biosphere. Otherwise, it would be impossible to evolve into the terrifying upright ape. Gene charging device? What is that? Ling Feng was puzzled. That's a device I developed before that can recharge genes. It can also be used to activate the super genes in super soldiers. However, due to the energy source, it can currently only be used to activate the super genes in the body of ordinary super soldiers. but I already have an upgrade plan. I need to spend a day to transform it. Then you'll be my deputy. By the way, I also need some materials. You're responsible for mobilizing them." Jiang Hao took it from the side. "Get out a pen and paper." Then he started writing quickly. The speed was so fast that Deo and Ling Feng couldn't even see Jiang Hao's hands clearly. You can only see the text on the paper, as if it were 3D printed, and soon it will be densely packed. Ling Feng took Jiang Hao's list with a confused look. Looking at the densely packed required materials, she really wanted to ask Jiang Hao, "What are these?" Of course, Jiang Hao is the person in charge, and all she needs to do is follow Jiang Hao's orders. So after Jiang Hao gave her the list, she left. As for whether Jiang Hao's plan is feasible, this is not something she needs to consider. All she can do is believe in Daxia's choice and the country. In an internet cafe, Gu Xiaolun is playing LOL, a recently popular game, with a few friends. He was just a sophomore last year and started his junior year this year. It is only July, and there is still more than a month before the start of school. He has nothing to do, so he spends his time hanging out with his friends in internet cafes. "I just play games every day. Anyway, I am only promoted to junior year this year, and there is still a year to senior year. There's no need to rush, just get back to playing." "Shaolin, come to the bottom lane to help. The two Bs in the bottom lane are too arrogant. You are a jungler, they're all over the line if you don't come here. Do you know how to play jungler?" I'm talking about Lao Zhang. "It's my first time playing wild. Before, I was in a unit. I just started working full-time like this." "Don't worry. Here, buddy, let's fly. Look at my sword brush. It's much more than the opponent's jungler, this buddy C." "Shaolin, the opposite jungler is in the middle. You can come and do a counter squat." "Brother Wang, don't worry. I'll go down the road first and help you in the middle of the bed." Not surprisingly, this game was lost. Gu Xiaolun, who has just been a full-time jungler, has no experience in catching people at all, because he is always one step behind the opponent's jungler. Although his level is not behind the opponent's jungler, his teammates have all been caught and collapsed. There was a wave of team battles, and their side, who had a lot of money, couldn't beat them at all. In the end, he simply didn't choose to torture himself and directly surrendered. After the game ended, everyone began to review the game. "Shaolun, you jungler is so useless." "Brother Zhang, you can't blame me for this. You can also cook for yourself when you go down the road." "Don't talk about it. It's useless for our family to choose A.B. Galen on the road. If there is a fight, we will retreat to the back. A.B. front row is so afraid of death, what a fart. I hate those who play Galen the most. I'm so cowardly that I don't dare to play. If I play, I must be at the forefront." Gu Xiaolun, he used to play top lane, the hero of his life, Galen. His favorite thing is to punish people with a big sword. Several people were talking. Suddenly, they noticed that there was a team of policemen in the internet cafe. The most important thing is that this group of policemen seems to be special police. What's the situation? Why are there special police in the internet cafe? Special police officers go out on a mission, but they carry guns. Could it be that there is some major wanted criminal in the internet cafe? Don't say that people surfing the internet in internet cafes are scared. The network administrator and owner of the internet cafe were also shocked. Zhou Jie was at the forefront of this group of special police officers, and he was the leader this time. Soon, he saw Gu Xiaolun, who looked confused and curious in the crowd. "I know I found my goal this time." He pointed in the direction of Gu Xiaolun and then whispered in the ears of the two special police officers. The two nodded. Then he walked towards Gu Xiaolun and the others. "Digging, these special police officers are coming towards us." Gu Xiaolun's roommate Wang Chao said violently. "What are you afraid of? You have committed a crime. You are wanted criminals. We are college students and have not committed any crimes. You must not be looking for us, are you, Xiaolun?" Zhang Kai, another roommate, said. "Brother Zhang, are you talking nonsense? The three of us are all college students. If we have the guts to commit crimes, we definitely didn't come to see us. It's probably the people in our back row." Gu Xiaolun muttered, but the next second he was stunned, because the two special police officers stopped beside him and looked at him. Gu Xiaolun was stunned. Gu Xiaolun's two roommates, Zhang Kai and Wang Chao, were also stunned. What's the situation? Why did they just stop in their row and look at Gu Xiaolun? The two of them also looked at Gu Xiaoluan with doubts on their faces. Thinking in his heart, Gu Xiaoluan wouldn't commit some murder behind their backs, right? I can't tell. As cowardly as Gu Xiaoluan is, does he have the guts to kill someone? Gu Xiaoluan, right? One of the special policemen said. Gu Xiaoluan was stunned and nodded subconsciously. But he reacted quickly. Then what? No, the two police uncles. I am Gu Xiaoluan, but I may not be the Gu Xiaoluan you're looking for, and I have never committed any crimes. Why are you arresting me? Gu Xiaoluan became anxious immediately. He is just an ordinary college student. When has he experienced such a scene? Gu Xiaoluan's two roommates, Wang Chao and Zhang Kai, were even more frightened and dared not say anything. Both of them are also ordinary college students, and they dare to talk a few words in private on weekdays. They really don't have the guts to make fun of anything in front of the police. Okay, don't explain, just come with us. Don't worry, you didn't commit any crime. We're looking for you for other reasons. Stay calm. Then I'm relieved. Gu Xiaoluan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's not just that he would be caught if he committed a crime. He just said, how could such an honest person like him commit such a serious crime? It must be for other reasons. I heard that Gu Xiaoluan had not committed any crime. Zhang Kai and Wang Chao were relieved. The two spoke out. Two policemen. Gu Xiaoluan has been with us during this time. We can guarantee that he has definitely not committed anything. Zhang Kai. Yes, you must not frame Xiaoluan. This guy is very honest. To put it harshly, he is just a coward and doesn't dare to commit any crime. Brother Zhang, thank you. Although Zhang Kai was trying to excuse him. But why does this sound uncomfortable? What is a coward? Gu Xiaoluan is really reckless, and he is also very brave. Of course, he just complained in his heart. Secretly, Wang Chao and Zhang Kai are fairly reliable. At least he knows how to say good things to Lao Tzu, and it is not in vain to share cigarettes with them on weekdays. You know, he doesn't smoke, but because of these two guys, he occasionally buys a pack of cigarettes. Okay, don't talk nonsense. There will be nothing wrong with it. Gu Xiaoluan, get up and come with us. Okay, Uncle Policeman. Although the other party said that he did not commit a crime, Gu Xiaoluan was still very nervous. This is also the first time that I was taken away by the police since I was a child. When Gu Xiaoluan came out with the special police, many people in the internet cafe looked at him. Many people are wondering why the special police wanted to catch him. The owner of the internet cafe even once thought that Gu Xiaoluan might be some kind of wanted criminal. But Gu Xiaoluan's green appearance doesn't look like a murderous maniac. Is it because people cannot be judged by their appearance? In Gu Xiaoluan's anxious look, he was taken away. Outside, Gu Xiaoluan got into the passenger seat of a Hummer with a confused look on his face. Just now, his sharp eyes saw that this Hummer had a military license plate. After sitting in the passenger seat, he saw the special police in that car leaving. Then, he was even more stunned as to what was going on. Just when he was becoming more and more blinded, the driver's door was opened. A man wearing a black suit and sunglasses sat in the driver's seat. Please give me flowers. I just saw this man, Gu Xiaoluan, standing with the special police officers, and he seemed to be their leader. Gu Xiaoluan, right? My name is Zhou Jia. Are you free now? Let's find a place to chat. Can Gu Xiaoluan say that he is not free? Chief, the person who is really looking for me can't be you, right? Gu Xiaoluan was not very stupid, and he quickly thought of the real reason why he was sitting here. Hey, it seems that you are not stupid. Let's go. What do you want to eat? I am treating you today. I would not treat ordinary people to dinner. You are very special, Zhou Jia said with a smile. Very special? Gu Xiaoluan was surprised and didn't know what to say. When he was a child, when he was watching Journey to the West, he thought he was Sun Wukong. As he grew up, he knew that no one could be Sun Wukong because Sun Wukong was fake. Later, because he was obsessed with martial arts novels, he fantasized that he could become a great hero. One day, a powerful martial arts master appeared and said that he was a unique genius. He wanted to teach himself martial arts and become a master. But later he learned that martial arts were also fake, and there was no martial arts in this world. As he grew older, he gradually realized that he was just an ordinary person. Ordinary ones cannot be found in ordinary people. My family is average. I'm pretty tall. and I'm thin-skinned. I'm already 21 this year, and I haven't found a girlfriend yet. None of the other people in their dormitory had ever found a girlfriend. He has never looked for it. It's still a little bird. But today, someone came to the door and said that he was special. For a while, he didn't know what to say. Now, the thought in his mind is, don't buddies say ordinary people, buddies are about to rise? God finally opened his eyes? Am I the Ultraman who saves the world? Now the country has found me and wants me to save the world? Put aside the unrealistic complaints in your heart. Ji Xiaolun reported the name of a hot pot restaurant. Since Zhou Jie said he wanted to invite him to dinner, it would be for nothing. It just so happened that the hot pot restaurant tasted good, but it was a bit expensive and I didn't go there very often on weekdays. If someone treats you today, you be more polite. After those special policemen left and made sure that he had not committed a crime and was arrested, he was not as nervous as he was at the beginning. In a hot pot restaurant, the two ordered something and chatted while eating. Zhou Jie ordered a small private room. It's not huge, but it's more than enough space for two people. The main thing is that they talk inside and cannot be heard outside. Gu Xiaolun, do you know who I am? Gu Xiaolun shook his head. Chief, how can I know what you do? But you're driving a car with a military license, so you must be a soldier. Gu Xiaolun said, my name is Zhou Jie. I came out of the Juxia City Military District. I have the rank of colonel. As for what position I'm doing now, I won't tell you, because it's not important. Gu Xiaolun was shocked. Zhou Jie, who was opposite him, seemed to be in his early 30s. He became a colonel at such a young age. The colonel is a cadre at the regimental level, and if he is placed in a local area, he is also a leader at the official level. It is equivalent to a county secretary or county magistrate. That's no small official. The most important thing is that Zhou Jie is too young. This future will definitely continue to rise, and it can be said that the future is boundless. The important thing is that I'm here for you this time. Remember what I just said? I said you were special. Yeah, Chief, you just said it. Gu Xiaolun said. Then what is special about me? To be honest, I haven't found anything special about myself. Maybe it's because I have some powerful identity and background. For example, my grandfather also had a lost brother. We haven't seen him for many years, and he became a big shot or something. Gu Xiaolun said. Gu Xiaolun's words immediately silenced Zhou Jiqian. Is this kid so capable of fantasizing? That's a big shot. No, your specialness lies in yourself. Although you look like an ordinary person, you are not. You are actually a super soldier. There's a very powerful force in your body, but this force has not been activated yet, so you look like an ordinary person. But if it's activated, you're a super soldier. Super soldier. Chief, is it the same as that superhero movie from the Lighthouse Country, League of Haters? Then which superhero in it should I target? Is he the god of thunder? Zhou Jie. Wasn't this kid just submissive and scared to death before? Why is he so talkative now? But Zhou Jie still smiled and said, it's almost the same, but compared to them, you are much more powerful. You are a super soldier among super soldiers. I'm here to find you this time because the country wants to forcefully recruit you because you are a super soldier and the country needs you. So I showed up. So, are you willing to serve the country? Of course, to be honest, I actually considered joining the army before, but I thought the training would be too hard, so I didn't give up. Anyway, I'm just an ordinary person. One more person is not more than me, and one person less than me is not more. Now that the country needs me, I will definitely go. I just don't know if my parents agree. They only have me as their son. Besides, I don't have a girlfriend yet. If I die on the battlefield, our family will be wiped out. Hearing this, Zhou Jie didn't know whether to complain or not. However, as a MLM leader, he still smiled and said, don't worry about your parents. The mayor will come to the door in person. As for the girlfriend, you don't have to worry about that. Will the state distribute it? My requirements are not high. As long as you don't look too ugly, at least you have to be pretty. Your vision is quite high. Zhou Jie said, Chief, it's not that I have a high vision. It's mainly that I want to find someone who can at least see through it. I can't marry an ant and go home. Then I won't be the one who is disgusting if we sleep together in the future. If that's the case, I'd rather be single. Gu Xiaolun said. Hearing Gu Xiaolun's words, Zhou Jie immediately had a picture in his mind. There's no way. The treat that Xiaolun said was too stupid. Okay, don't think about assigning a girlfriend or something. You still need to find this by yourself. However, as a super soldier, your welfare allowance is very high. Simply put, you will be very rich in the future. If you have money, you are afraid that you won't find a good girlfriend. The allowance and benefits are very high. How high is that? Hearing this, Xiaolun suddenly became interested. It's not that he is a Philistine, but these days, he laughs at the poor, but not at the PR**ST***UDA. Those rich second generations in their school don't do very well on weekdays. Skipping classes is also common. But the girlfriends have all changed. It is because the family is rich and they drive sports cars and luxury cars. Those girls know that they have girlfriends and they have to rely on them. Every time he would spurn him behind his back, but the reality is that everyone in their dormitory is envious to death. Just didn't have that chance. As for morality, they keep saying that if they have money, they must be more moral and specific than those people. But if they really want to become them, the ghost knows if they will be less moral and less specific than they are. Zhou Jie looks young, but he is actually in his 30s this year. They were all people who had been there before, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with Xiaolun's behavior. Although no one who joins the army wants to make a fortune. If they can make a fortune, how many people can refuse? It's very high, and the state will arrange your house, car, and all aspects of life for you. In terms of money, a year's allowance is definitely worth dozens of W's. Maybe hundreds of W's are not impossible. After all, as super soldiers, your tasks must be more difficult. But I don't know how much it will be. All this has to be decided by the boss. Anyway, it won't be less. After hearing this, Xia Xiaolun actually agreed to the move. In fact, he had already considered what he would do after graduation. But it never occurred to me. He majored in civil engineering, but he really doesn't want to talk about his job after graduating from the civil engineering major. His seniors, all in their 20s, look the same as in their 30s or 40s. He really didn't want to be like them. And in terms of wages, they're slightly more than those who work in factories. Not a lot more. It is completely inferior to what Zhou Jie said just now. Moreover, he also really wants to know what kind of power he has in his body. I can't seem to activate the calendar area in my body while I'm outside. It is estimated that the country will still have to come by then. Also, he does have the idea of serving the country. He grew up under the red flag. I dare not say that I have a heart of absolute selfless dedication. But when the country needs him, he is willing to step forward. Instead of being a coward, going to the battlefield or something, even though it's scary to think about it. But he felt he could do it. How about it, considering what? I agree, but I'm afraid my parents won't agree. Don't worry. I told you that the mayor will personally come to your door. When the time comes, your parents will definitely not refuse the special offer. And benefits and other benefits will be arranged for you right away. Don't worry. Okay, let's eat. I'll take you back after dinner. I'll pick you up again in 2 days. Gu Xiaolun nodded. Nothing more was said. Start eating. Because he had a lot of thoughts in his mind, he didn't taste much of the delicious hot pot. He didn't even react when Zhou Jie sent him home. When he boarded OO, he immediately saw the information about Zhang Kai and Wang Chao. Ask him if he's okay, and send him a message if he sees it. Gu Xiaolun finally came back to his senses and then sent a message back to the two of them. He didn't say what Zhou Jie said to him. Although Zhou Jie didn't say it, Gu Xiaolun had seen many movies and knew that the information was kept confidential. Later, he talked about it with his parents. The next day, just as Zhou Jie said, the mayor came directly to recruit people. For a time, Gu Xiaolun directly became a celebrity in their neighborhood. Super Seminary Research Institute. The gene charging device has been upgraded long ago. At the same time, Jiang Hao has built an upgraded physical machine. Jiang Hao named the new gene charging device H1 type gene charging device. Compared with previous gene charging devices, the H1 type gene charging device has been greatly modified. The previous gene charging device was to convert some electrical energy into heat energy, thereby achieving the effect of charging super warrior genes. The H1 type gene charging device can directly use heat energy to charge super soldier genes. Because the new gene charging device is equipped with a controllable nuclear fusion device as an energy source. Jiang Hao has studied nuclear fusion before. Later, after learning about the use of stellar energy, Jiang Hao successfully developed a controllable nuclear fusion device. And lock it very small. Compared to the Marvel world, Tony Stark's arc reactor is much more powerful. The biggest difference is that the controllable nuclear fusion device developed by Jiang Hao can provide even greater energy. Jiang Hao calculated the energy it can provide per hour, enough to support the world's electricity consumption for 3 days. The energy is so large that it is super flat and extinguishes. This is why Jiang Hao named it H1 type gene charging device. H1 represents the nuclear energy generation. It also means that Jiang Hao will continue to upgrade it in the future. The huge energy source means that the new H1 gene charging device can be even more powerful. Not only can it be used by ordinary super soldiers, even super soldiers of Gu Xiaolun's level can use the genetic charging device to charge themselves. This also means that the comprehensive Superman plan is completely feasible. Once the National Superman Plan is implemented, in addition to activating the super gene, how to solve the food resources needed later is also a big problem. But as long as there is a gene charging device, then these are not problems. The reason why people eat is because their bodies need energy and their cells and genes need energy. The gene charging device can directly charge genes. This means that once the National Superman Plan is successfully implemented, there will be no need to worry about food issues. Because of the existence of the gene charging device, it is equivalent to the immortality pill. You can skip meals and other things. In the future, eating and other things will become to satisfy the appetite. This is why Jiang Hao is preparing to implement the National Superman Plan 2.1, but the first step is to upgrade the gene charging device. Soon, the experiment on the new gene charging device was completed. The experimenters are Ling Feng and Yu Qin, both of whom volunteered. The experiment was successful. The gene charging device not only succeeded in giving the genes in their bodies a huge amount of energy, even the gene cells have been greatly strengthened. There have been some improvements in terms of ability and physical fitness. It can be said that Jiang Hao's new gene charging device fully met his expectations. Also, because of the gene charging device, Ling Feng was completely convinced by Jiang Hao. Before, she actually had some doubts about whether Jiang Hao knew anything about scientific research. But after the gene charging device, something she had never imagined appeared in front of her. She knew what a genius Jiang Hao was. Such a genius, let alone on Earth. Even if it were placed in the Dino galaxy, no, even if it was placed in the super seminary, he would definitely be the top genius. There are super geniuses like Jiang Hao on the Earth. As long as Jiang Hao does not fall, the rise of the Earth is inevitable. After all, she knows Jiang Hao's follow-up plan best. The gene charging device is just a part of Jiang Hao's plan. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. It is still the research laboratory of the super seminary. The difference is that there are many more people in the research room today. Jiang Hao must be here. Qilin and Su Xiaoli, as his assistants, were also there. Ling Feng is not here. She has already taken the blueprint of the new H1 gene charging device given by Jiang Hao to build a machine. Very busy now. In addition, Deo and most of the senior officers of the Juxia City military region and the academicians of the research laboratory were also present. Of course, Mr. Huang, who rushed over as soon as he received the news early this morning, was also present. He came here on behalf of Daxia. Just as Jiang Hao expected, no one can refuse in the face of a 1,000-year lifespan. Anyone who opposes will be torn to pieces. Therefore, Jiang Hao's plan for Universal Superman was approved by the superiors as he initially expected, especially after the emergence of new gene charging devices. It can be said that the superiors fully support it. Now, the most critical issue is the technical issue. The experiment to be conducted today is the technical verification of a generation of super genes. Different from Qilin, it comes from the super genetic technology of the Dino galaxy. What Jiang Hao has developed is a new generation of super genetic technology. In this regard, Jiang Hao combined some of his own specific genes to develop it. That is, he possesses the immortality characteristic of Majinub. In terms of effect, it is not much different from the first-generation super gene in Qilin. The most important thing is that it can be popularized and used by everyone, and there will be no genetic mutation or collapse. Qilin's genetic technology of a generation of super soldiers cannot be used on everyone. They must match each other. Just like the monks in the novel, without spiritual roots, you just can't practice. The new generation of super warrior genetic technology developed by Jiang Hao is equivalent to opening up another way of cultivation. Even if you don't have spiritual roots, everyone can practice. Jiang Hao is completely confident in his own skills. Absolutely nothing could go wrong. However, the National Superman Plan is preparing to radiate across the country, so the necessary experiments must be carried out, and the number of times cannot be less. As for the experimenters, they are all soldiers of the military. Although Jiang Hao has promised that it will only succeed and there will be no accidents, but the experiment is still voluntary. It's up to you whether you want it or not. The first batch of volunteer soldiers were from the 3rd District. These people are basically veterans. On the one hand, they have excellent psychological quality, but on the other hand, these people have more or less hidden physical injuries or other problems that are difficult to treat, posed a threat to their military life. Even if they don't come to participate in this experiment, they will be forced to leave the army soon. And for most of them, they don't want to leave here. After learning that once this experiment is successful, they will not only become supermen with physical fitness far beyond ordinary people, but also be cured of various diseases, even late-stage cancer. They took the initiative to sign up to participate. 30 people all managed to grab this opportunity. Some people come here to achieve superhuman physical fitness because they want to become stronger. Some people have physical problems and want to rely on this experiment to heal themselves. After all, it is the military's own experiment, and with the guarantee from their superiors, they are still willing to believe it. What's more, if you participate in this experiment, you will get a bonus regardless of success or failure. In the military, if you perform meritorious service, in addition to receiving medals, you will actually receive bonuses. However, the bonuses are generally not large, and no one cares about them. And the bonus this time is quite a lot. Regardless of success or failure, you will get 10 WS, which is already a lot. Although soldiers take it as their duty to protect their homeland and country, but they also have families. Even if they can't use the money themselves, their family members can always use it. Let the experiment begin. After everyone who should come has arrived, Jiang Hao said to the medical staff responsible for injecting super genes in the research laboratory. Then 30 veterans began to be injected with super genes. The injection is quick. In a little more than a minute, everyone was injected. But just injecting it is not enough, because these super genes still need to be activated with a gene charging device. However, Jang Hao did not immediately let these veterans use the gene charging device. Because super gene fusion replaces the original genes in their bodies, it also takes time. It doesn't take long, only about 3 minutes. Everyone is waiting patiently. At the same time, we hope that this experiment will be successful. After all, if the experiment is successful, it means that the National Superman Plan will be implemented nationwide. At that time, they can all be injected with the new generation super soldier gene serum developed by Jiang Hao. Being able to cure diseases and having a strong physique is enough. It can also have a minimum lifespan of 1,000 years. Directly becoming a longevity species is related to the interests of all of them. How can they be impatient, and how can they not expect the success of this experiment? After all, no one doesn't want to live longer. 3 minutes passed quickly. 30 soldiers stepped onto the gene-charging device one after another. In a laboratory, there are a total of 4 gene-charging devices, 2 old ones and 2 new ones. There were 4 gene-charging devices, and 3,000 soldiers quickly completed the activation of the super gene. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at the 30 soldiers. If there is a problem with the gene, the collapse and mutation will be instantaneous. As long as the 30 soldiers have no problems in the next few minutes, it means that this experiment is over. In fact, compared to those watching, as the 30 soldiers participating in the experiment, they were even more excited at the moment, because they have already personally felt the physical changes. Even those who are not seriously ill, because of years of training in the army, they will more or less have a little hidden disease or something. Not serious, but sore here and there almost every day. But now, those discomforts are all gone. The whole person seems to have suddenly become more than 20 years younger, when he was 15 or 16 years old when he was young. The feeling of being full of strength without any discomfort, feeling that one's body is hard enough to withstand everything, has returned again. Of course, in addition to this, the changes in their 5 senses also made them sure that the experiment was successful. The improvement of the 5 senses has greatly improved their hearing, smell, and vision. The world seems to be more colorful in their eyes. 5 minutes later, 30 soldiers are still normal. There is no gene mutation to turn into a monster, no gene collapse to turn into a pool of rotten meat. Although the time was short, it was basically certain that this experiment was a perfect success. But it is definitely impossible to directly carry out the National Superman project. Next, the experiment will continue. There will be more experimenters next time, and the first batch of experimenters will also become the targets of investigation, monitoring their situation 24 hours a day. For at least a month, they will not even think about having a private space. Next, I announce that the first National Superman project has been successfully tested. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Du Cao said loudly. At this moment, there was a smile on his face, but also exclamation and shock, because the experimental results proved that Jiang Hao succeeded. This will definitely be recorded in the annals of history, a historic scene. And Jiang Hao, the technology provider and main person in charge, naturally became the most beautiful boy in the audience in the first place. All eyes fell on Jiang Hao. The military reporter also took a picture of Jiang Hao's smiling face for the first time. Not surprisingly, after the official launch of the National Superman project, this photo will appear in front of the people of the whole country. After a moment of silence, there was thunderous applause. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao enthusiastically. Qilin and Su Xiaoli also looked at Jiang Hao with admiration. Especially Qilin, let alone how happy and excited she is at the moment. After all, she is Jiang Hao's girlfriend. At this moment, she and Jiang Hao share weal and woe. Even more excited than Jiang Hao, the person involved. At the same time, the junction of Sangwa and Daxia. There's a battle going on. A group of demons rushed over from Asanwa. Today's 3 kingdoms is already full of demons. After Morgana sowed the devil's gene in Asangwa, the people of Great Emperor Asangwa have mutated into demons, although most of them are low-level demons. But even if it is a 247 low-level demon, it is not something that ordinary weapons can deal with. For ordinary people, low-level demons can kill them at will. Because of the rampant killing of demons, more people alienated into demons. The situation in the 3 kingdoms has become more and more serious. Several requests for help have been sent to the United Nations. Unfortunately, the current United Nations is still in session. Were you kidding? Go to the 3 kingdoms to support. What kind of support do they take? At first, countries thought that those demons came from hell. But soon they discovered that those demons were not the kind of demons they had imagined at all, but other civilizations from alien planets. They call themselves Demon Civilization, and they are loyal to a woman named Morgana. Although the Beacon Country has been saying that they have seen aliens a long time ago, they still have alien spaceships in their 13th district. But everyone didn't take it seriously. It was all nonsense. But unexpectedly, an alien civilization actually appeared on the Earth this time. Moreover, the other party's technological level is very powerful. Now everyone in the major countries of the Earth is in danger, and no one wants those demons to target their own country next. They were all thinking about how to deal with the demonic invasion. As for supporting Asen Kingdom, don't be ridiculous. They could only verbally support Asen Kingdom. As for people, they still have to rely on themselves. To deal with demons or something, you should do it yourself. Without the support of other countries, there will naturally be more and more demons in Asan. Even though Morgana wanted to keep a low profile, she never thought that the civilization on Earth would be so vulnerable. Just leave it alone. Let the devil develop on his own. After all, she doesn't like cannon fodder or anything like that. What she values more is that some powerful high-level demons can grow out of that group of low-level demons. Demon Achuo. Isn't it just the high-level demon raised by her goo? Achuo's strength is considered the most powerful among her men. He has killed many high-level angels under Kesha. He even killed one of Kesha's sacred guards. Border. A large group of demons rushed toward the territory of Daxia. The border guards on the Daxia side have already been prepared. After all, the domestic situation in Asan has long been known. Knowing the domestic situation in Asan country, it is naturally impossible for the country to have no arrangements for the border. In order to prevent the demons from Asan Kingdom from breaking into the realm of Daji, the border guards have long been prepared to face the enemy at all times. As the demon army crossed the border, the officer in charge also directly gave the order to open fire. If it was the military of the three kingdoms that came over, Daxia might even give a warning. If the other party did not heed the warning, they would take action. But now it is a group of demons rushing across the border, so no warning is needed, just open fire. Because the superiors had already given the order. If there are demons from Asan Kingdom crossing the border, they're allowed to speak directly. Boom, 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 boom. As artillery washed the ground, the demon army that crossed the border was instantly overwhelmed by artillery fire. Although low-level demons are immune to ordinary conventional weapons, but heavy weapons like artillery fire still pose a great threat to them. After all, these demons are just low-level demons, and they don't even have any protective equipment on them. In Morgana's eyes, these demons are cannon fodder, the kind that don't care how many times they die, so how can they waste resources on them? However, no matter how intensive the artillery fire is, there will still be fish that slip through the net. Soon, casualties began to appear among the border guards. At the same time, Super Seminary. In the research room, everyone is still celebrating the initial success of the National Superman Project. Dekeo's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, I'm Dekeo. What? Okay, I get it. I want to ask Jiang Hao about his wishes. Okay, I get it. Please rest assured. Hang up the phone. Dekeo looked at Jiang Hao. Everyone also looked at Dekeo. Many people heard what Dekeo said just now, and it was obvious that something happened. Although I don't know what happened, but something must have happened. Some smart people have already thought of the border adjacent to Asan Kingdom. Because of the state's control over the internet, not many people in Daxia now know about the presence of demons in Asan Kingdom. Even if there are related videos, they will be removed immediately. After all, the country does not want any panic in the country at this time to cause some chaos. But there are many people present who know a lot. After all, as long as the level is high enough, a lot of secret information is not considered secret to them. Because at their level, everyone knows what can and cannot be said to the outside world. I know it all in my heart. It seems like something happened, Jiang Hao said before Dekeo could speak. Well, something happened on the northern border. The demons from Asan Kingdom crossed the border and broke into our territory. Although the superiors have been prepared, most of those demons can fly, are very maneuverable, and have strong vitality. They're difficult to kill with ordinary conventional weapons. The soldiers suffered heavy casualties. The superiors know that you may teleport, and I want to ask if you have any way to deal with those demons. Why did those demons come to the building for no reason? Jiang Hao is a little confused. One thing is that the army of Asan Kingdom intends to drive those demons towards us. Another point is that many people in Asan Kingdom are actually dissatisfied with us as a neighbor. Because of the brainwashing of their country's top leaders, they always think that they are stronger than us. Many people have been clamoring to fight against us and take back the territory that originally belonged to them. When Dekeo said this, he was obviously speechless. Okay, I'll go over there now. The situation there is probably not good, so I'll leave now and see you later. Jiang Hao didn't talk nonsense anymore. After glancing at Qilin and Su Xiaoli, his eyes reassured them. Jiang Hao directly turned on qi sensing, began to sense the qi at the border, and then directly initiated teleportation. Jiang Hao just disappeared out of thin air in full view of everyone. Decoding knew Jiang Hao's ability, so he looked calm and not too surprised. But most people present at this moment actually don't know that Jiang Hao is not an ordinary person. I originally thought that Jiang Hao was a super talented scientific researcher, but now it seems that this is not necessarily the case. Border. Because there are too many demons. The casualties of the border guards are increasing. Boom, boom. A turtle-like demon that was 8 or 9 meters tall, with spikes on its back, knocked over a tank. Then the whole person jumped directly onto the tank. The huge body carries huge weight. It directly dented the tank a lot. This scene made the surrounding soldiers' eyes wide open. One of the soldiers carrying a rocket immediately fired a rocket at the monster. Puff! Boom! The rocket flew out with a small tail and hit the demon almost instantly. The sea of fire immediately enveloped the demon. But after a while, the flame disappeared. The demon twisted his body and jumped off the tank. A pair of fierce red eyes looked at the soldier. The soldier was stared at by the huge red eyes, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. But he didn't back down. "You damn come here. I'm afraid you raised me." Seeing that the rockets could not hurt the opponent, the soldiers immediately set up their machine guns and fired at him wildly. At this moment, he has forgotten what retreat means. At this moment, he just wanted to kill the demon in front of him and avenge his comrades. The demon smiled disdainfully, although he didn't understand what the soldier was saying. But seeing the opponent's incompetent and furious performance, he was very happy. When this demon was still a human, he was a soldier in the Asin Kingdom army. He hated the soldiers of Daxia very much, because his grandfather died in the battle that reached New Delhi on the 32nd day of the Great Xia dynasty. Therefore, he hated the soldiers of Daxia Kingdom very much. The reason why they rushed across the border between Daxia and Asin Kingdom this time. Among them, he plays a leading role. The bullets from the machine gun hit him and were blocked by his outermost scales. Makes a tinkling sound. He couldn't feel any pain at all. He raised his feet and walked slowly towards the soldier. Killing him too quickly would be too boring for him. He wants to kill the other party in his endless fear. Boom, boom, boom. The huge body made the ground tremble every time it moved. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, several more rockets flew in. But he still couldn't hurt the demon in the slightest. I saw him walking out of the sea of fire slowly, and the flames on his body were quickly extinguished. Seeing this scene, many soldiers looked ugly. This monster is too difficult to kill. Compared to other low-level demons, this monster can truly be called a demon. Of course, if it is a person who has been dead for a long time, more than one day, the new generation of Super Soldier Gene Serum will have no effect. But those soldiers basically died just now. The new generation of Super Soldier Gene Serum can be used to revive them. Incomplete body or something, it doesn't affect at all, even if the brain is gone. The new generation of Super Soldier Gene Serum can also revive them and completely repair their bodies. After all, Jiang Hao's super self-healing gene is included in the new generation of Super Soldier Gene Serum. Rebirth of limbs or something is simply trivial. However, Jiang Hao does not have the gene serum of the new generation of super soldiers, and he still needs to go back to the laboratory. But for Jiang Hao, who can teleport, this is not a problem. Just teleport back and get it. A teleport. Jiang Hao has returned to the laboratory from the border. It took about a minute from when he left to when he returned. Seeing Jiang Hao come back so soon, everyone had some accidents, and it was resolved so quickly. No way. How long has passed? Jiang Hao over there. It's all been resolved. I'm here to get some blood serum to treat the wounded. Jiang Hao explained. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, they began to make new serums. He makes serums fast. A large case of the serum was made in no time. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the serum carrying a large box disappeared again. Jupiter, the demon queen, wants to. Leong Bing is looking at the newly explored mineral distribution map of the dark plane. The plane of dark matter cannot be touched by ordinary people, but it does not mean that it does not exist and there is no physical substance. In fact, it is real and has physical substance. And if you want to mine in the dark matter plane, most people don't have that ability at all. And Leong Bing is obviously not an ordinary person. Self-mining, naturally, because there's no one who can use it now. To cultivate a high-level demon, it is not enough to touch the upper lip to the lower lip, but to touch the mouth. That requires resources. Although demons don't need to eat, they need to give them some high-energy substances every once in a while to maintain their strength. And if they want to improve their strength, they need to give them something called dark energy crystals. This thing does not exist in the real world. Even in the dark matter plane, it does not exist. Because you need to synthesize this thing yourself. The combination of dark elements, dark matter crystals, and dark matter energy will form dark energy crystals. But under normal circumstances, they will not actively combine together to form a dark energy region. This requires humans to help them. And this process is not very fast. Even if it is cold ice, it will take at least a month to synthesize a dark energy crystal. So this thing is very rare. And Leong Bing is now on the Demon Queen, mining in the dark matter plane and refining dark energy crystals. In addition, she also dug out a kind of dark titanium metal in the dark matter plane. This thing is the main material for making the killing god. It is also a good thing and a resource she needs. Queen, something happened on the earth. At this moment, a demon hurriedly ran in. Something happened to the earth? What could happen over there? Leong Bing was a little confused. In order to save trouble, her demon queen did not go to Earth. When she went to the Earth, she was directly transmitted through the wormhole technology. This is a powerful technology controlled by demons, which can teleport people to any designated coordinates they want to go at any time. And this transmission is two-way. This means that people can be transported from the Demon Queen to the Demon Queen, and people can also be picked up from the Demon Queen over long distances. This is a very advanced space technology. In this regard, Angel's technique, bad, is not as good as cool ice, because this is a technology developed by Leong Bing himself. As one of the geniuses among angels, Leong Bing's talent in space far exceeds that of her good sisters Kaisha and Hushi. Those low-species creatures you made on the Earth lost almost half of them just now. Leong Bing was surprised. The low-species creatures are those demons she made in Asen Kingdom. Because they're all low-level demons, most people have no brains when they are still humans, and even more brainless after becoming demons. Only a small number still have brains, and they belong to demons with the potential to grow. So on the Demon Queen, these demons who followed her thousands of years ago are all directly calling those demons low-species demons. In this regard, Leong Bing did not refute them, because even Leong Bing himself thinks so. What happened? Queen, you can watch it yourself. The Demon Queen has already collected the footage. The devil said, Leong Bing doesn't talk nonsense either. Directly use your own demon wings to control the Demon Queen. In the next second, a video projection appeared in front of her. At the beginning of the screen, the demons of the three kingdoms rushed into the territory of Daxia. A battle broke out with Daxia's border guards. The demons were first baptized by artillery fire from the Daxia border guards, covered by powerful artillery fire. A large number of the lowest-level ordinary demons died in one fell swoop. Of course, to the entire demon group, it is nothing. After all, the number of this group of demons is upwards of 100,000, although the artillery fire killed many low-level ordinary demons. But the number is only a few thousand, not even a tenth. Then came the fighter jets from a border guard, and then the tanks. The demons looked at a disadvantage at first, but because many of them can fly, they have air superiority, plus enough flexibility. The border guards on the Daxia side began to suffer casualties. Then the devil gradually takes over. Leong Bing's expression remained unchanged, because this is normal. In her opinion, those demons are only the lowest level demons. But in the face of a civilization like the Earth, it is normal for them to defeat the Earth's talents. It would be strange not to win. But Leong Bing frowned again, since it is the devil who has the upper hand. Why did the devil still lose so much? She continued to look down. As the battle continues. Soon, she saw the demon with spikes on its back and scales all over its body. This guy is pretty good. He has reached the level of a second-generation super soldier. It will be useful if you train him. Seeing him, Leong Bing commented on the other person. All physical attributes have reached the level of a second-generation super soldier. In her case, the level of the second-generation super warrior can be regarded as an intermediate level. But she just finished a review. In the picture, a man's figure suddenly appeared. She frowned slightly. At the same time, the screen was paused and the screen was rewinded a bit. Then the video continues. The man's figure suddenly appeared again. This guy suddenly appeared out of thin air. How could that guy Decoding bring out the super soldier so quickly? Leong Bing asked in surprise. If you want to achieve teleportation, your control over micro-wormhole space technology cannot be too low. After all, the wormhole space is changing every minute. It's okay if it's to transfer items. If you are teleporting a living person, if your computing power is not enough. Maybe a person is still alive when he goes in, but becomes a pile of meat when he comes out. Wait a minute, I didn't see any ripples in space, and I didn't detect any fluctuations in space. How did this guy appear in an instant? Before Leong Bing finished speaking in surprise, he saw Jiang Hao easily receiving the demon's huge fist on the screen. Damn, looking at such a small person, I didn't expect to be so powerful. The Earth would have super soldiers so soon. It seems that old guy Decoding still has something in his hands. Leong Bing completely regarded Jiang Hao as a real person. The super warrior created by Decoding. Because in Leong Bing's opinion, the only person on Earth who has the ability to produce super soldiers is Duca. She hasn't updated the information about Daxia for a while, so I don't know the existence of Jang Hao. Just after she finished speaking, in the picture, the demon she was optimistic about just now was punched in the head by Jiang Hao. The scene was very bloody at one point. Of course, such bloody scenes are nothing here in Leong Bing. But she was surprised by Jiang Hao's strength. I didn't expect that from a pile of cannon fodder. A few more powerful demons actually grew up, but that's all. Jiang Hao's voice sounded at this moment. This guy's words sound like he knows my existence. Leong Bing is a very smart person. Jiang Hao's words gave her a lot of information. It sounds like Jiang Hao is aware of her existence, because she could clearly hear that the devil in Jiang Hao's mouth meant something else. The language spoken by Daxia on Earth is the universal language of the universe, also called Kamigawa language. This is a text that has appeared since the Kamigawa era hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, angel civilization did not exist yet. The language of the angel civilization was also affected by it, and it used the Kamigawa language. So Leong Bing could hear another meaning in Jiang Hao's words. She was unsure at first, but the more she thought about it, the more certain she became that Jiang Hao must know her existence. Maybe he said this to her on purpose. If Jiang Hao knew what Leong Bing was thinking, he would definitely tell her. You guessed it. Because Jiang Hao had already expected that after he killed those demons, Leong Bing would check the situation there. When he said that, he actually had the idea of warning Leong Bing not to cause trouble in Daxia. But she didn't take Jiang Hao's words seriously at all. Keep watching. In the picture, Jiang Hao suddenly gathered a blue ball in his hand. When his eyes fell on Jiang Hao's ball, Leong Bing couldn't sit still. She stood up directly from her throne. His face was full of disbelief. How was it possible? Who is that guy? Damn, the energy level of a ball is higher than the energy level of Kesha's ultimate judgment. What a joke. Leong Bing burst out. She seemed to have anticipated what would happen in the next scene. Sure enough, the next second, the energy ball exploded, turned into little blue lights, flying in all directions. All the demons on the battlefield were not spared. All passed through it. Then, without exception, they all exploded, and the dead could no longer die. Even her current third-generation divine body has the possibility of being killed, not to mention those low-level demons. For them, the physical destruction of the body is real destruction. In the picture, she could no longer see any living demons. In just one breath, hundreds of thousands of demons were all dead. With this terrifying strength, Even Leong Bing felt tremendous pressure at this moment. This monster came out of nowhere, and it was an attack of the ultimate judgment energy level. After a while, Leong Bing finally recovered. What follows is a classic mouth-watering fragrance. The devil below is already used to strange things. Their queen has always had this bad temper, but they just like Leong Bing's bad temper, because this makes her look like the demon queen. Anyone who talks about civilization is an angel. Queen, what should we do next? What to do? Send some people to control the demons on Earth. Don't let them cause trouble in Daxiao on Earth. I don't want this guy to come to my door. MD, I didn't expect that such a bad place like the Earth could have such a powerful character. Tell me, can I win this guy over? If this guy joins forces with me, I can give her a good look when that be **** Kesha comes over. Forget it. Let me investigate his identity and background first. After saying that, Leong Bing stopped talking nonsense. Instead, he directly used his demon wings to maximize his computing power, and then directly invaded the Earth's information network and began to collect information about Jiang Hao. In the quantum information world, information spreads very quickly. In less than one breath, Leong Bing already knew everything recorded by Jiang Hao on Earth. She knew what relatives he had, his past, his habits and preferences, what kind of job he was doing now, and even how long Jiang Hao was there. Of course, she didn't know that Jiang Hao could travel across the world. After all, the information she knew was all recorded by Jiang Hao. If there was no record or exposure to the camera, she wouldn't know. The so-called gods in the super-god world are actually more like people who control extremely advanced technology. There's a big difference from the gods in myths and legends. Neither Leong Bing nor Kesha can know everything. The reason why she could see Jiang Hao appearing at the border, it's because the demon queen has been monitoring those demons. That's why Leong Bing can see those pictures. Otherwise, she wouldn't notice such a number one person as Jiang Hao. After all, compared to the entire human population on the planet, he is only one of tens of billions of people. Before this, he had not done anything extraordinary. There was no way Leong Bing would notice him. As for him using hacking skills to make money for himself, it's not a big deal at all. Jiang Hao, it's interesting. This guy is a family man and has a girlfriend. There's a weakness. Queen, do you want to capture that guy's relatives? Idiot, we don't have much hatred against him. Although he has killed many of my people, they're all cannon fodder. If you kill them, you will kill them. If you go and capture his relatives, you will become a complete enemy. Before I deal with that woman Kesha, I am making new enemies. Do you think I don't have enough enemies? Besides, maybe I can win that guy over to our side. Okay, you go down. You don't have to worry about this matter. Yes, Queen. When the demon heard this, he could only retreat. Jiang Hao. Interesting. Earth, after extracting the genetic serum of a new generation of super warriors and bringing them here. After the injection and activation of the seriously injured soldiers, they all came alive immediately. Who would have thought that many of them have been disemboweled, limbs cut off, or some of their heads have been lost before, and it was still a question of whether they could be rescued. But now, each of them is alive and well, and they are more healthy than ordinary people, and those who died in battle. Even the soldiers whose bodies have been broken into several pieces were all rescued by Jiang Hao. It's just that the process is a bit more troublesome. But under the circumstances of ability, Jiang Hao naturally couldn't ignore death. After all, they all died defending their home and country. They are all heroes, and they are worthy of his efforts. Zhoujin mood at this time was both shocked and happy. Shocked because of Jiang Hao's methods. People who died can still be resurrected if he hadn't received a call from his superiors, making sure that Jiang Hao was one of them, not some immortal. He almost thought that Jiang Hao was a fairy who appeared out of nowhere. Happy, naturally all the soldiers under his hands were rescued. Although they had been prepared for a long time, the strength of the demon was beyond their expectations. And there are too many demons, although their weapons can cause a devastating blow to those low-level demons. Please give me flowers. But in the face of more powerful demons, conventional weapons are not very threatening. Their regiment suffered thousands of casualties in this battle, of which more than 300 were killed, More than 500 were seriously injured, and more than 700 were slightly injured. Among them, the deaths and serious injuries were basically caused by the middle-level demons that Jiang Hao first solved. The casualties caused by the low-level demons were actually not many. If Jiang Hao hadn't arrived in time, it is not impossible for them to be destroyed by the group. Chief, thank you so much for your support this time. On behalf of the entire team, I would like to express my deep gratitude for your support and help. Zhou Jingwa stood in front of Jiang Hao and saluted solemnly. He already knew some of Jiang Hao's identity information, and he also knew what level Jiang Hao was. Addressing the chief is a no-brainer. At the same time, he was also very grateful to Jiang Hao for using a new generation of super soldier gene serum on his men. Although the National Superman project has passed the preliminary experiment, it will be officially announced to the outside world. It will take at least a month to confirm that the serum is really okay before it can be implemented nationwide. After all, everyone across the country will be injected with this serum, just like a vaccine. There is no room for any problems in this matter. If Jiang Hao does this in advance, there's a possibility of exposing information. And once something happens, Jiang Hao will be held responsible, even if Jiang Hao is the person in charge. But this incident will have no impact on Jiang Hao. First, he is saving people, not doing anything else. Second, the superiors now attach great importance to Jiang Hao. His value is far beyond what ordinary people can compare with. Even if Jiang Hao makes a mistake, they will not be punished in any way, and it is unlikely that they will even say a few words. After all, the border rescue incident also revealed that Jiang Hao is still a very powerful super soldier. Leong Bing was not the only one who was shocked by what happened to the border. When the people on the North Star side first learned about what happened at the border, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. You must know that their small group of people are the smartest, deep-thinking people, and they don't express their emotions and anger. Few things can move them, but Jiang Hao did it. They protect their homeland and the country. They're all heroes, and I should do what I do. But because I made an exception this time, they all have to go with me to Juxia City for observation for a period of time to make sure there are no physical problems. Chief, how long will it take to go? A month at most, and this observation is for the next plan. I think you already know it. Yeah. Zhou Jingwa nodded. This news cannot be leaked out yet. Remember to keep it confidential. Okay, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Someone will come to pick them up tomorrow. You can prepare for tonight. Goodbye, Chief. Hearing this, Zhou Jingwa saluted Jiang Hao. Goodbye, Chief. *XXX. Below, a group of soldiers who had just been rescued by Jiang Hao, as well as those who had seen Jiang Hao show off his power, stood up straight, saluted, and roared goodbye to Jiang Hao, as if they were about to burst their throats. Jiang Hao looked at them with a smile on his lips and saluted in return. They're all the cutest people. Then he waved again. Under everyone's gaze, he teleported away. After Jiang Hao left, Zhou Jingwa also picked up the microphone and started speaking. It's just that what happened today needs to be kept secret. No one is allowed to talk nonsense, and comrades have worked hard. Now that I have finished speaking, each battalion commander will bring it back, and we will go home. Jiang Hao is indeed very busy. The National Superman Project is his first explanation to the country. That is, believe me, it is absolutely correct. And next is the real appetizer. He wants to start analyzing the genes of special super warriors like Gu Shaolin and Lu Chuang, and then create a more powerful super warrior. In addition, he also plans to load a dark matter system for himself. Of course, he can also call it a dark matter mastermind. All second-generation super soldiers and above have this thing. Demons, angels, Tao Tai, and the super soldiers of the Hero Company all have this thing. When Yin first came to Earth, he knew a lot of information about the Earth in a flash of his eyes. In fact, she used her portable dark matter mastermind to invade and read the Earth's information data. This is also how the soldiers of the Leong Bing Company communicate with each other. The difference is that different dark matter masterminds have strong or weak computing power. If your dark matter mastermind is powerful enough and your computing power is powerful enough, you can communicate with people even across a large galaxy. In the original work, Leong Bing also relied on the blessing of the devil's wings to greatly improve the computing power of his dark matter mastermind. Then he forcibly hacked the Earth's communication system and hacked the mastermind of everyone in the Xiaobing Company team, make them unable to contact each other. It is impossible to form an effective counterattack against September 13th. Only then did the beheading of Decoding succeed. Then he invaded Lena's dark matter mastermind and controlled Lena. At the same time, he deciphered Panjun's backhand left on her. With the cooperation of Carl, he detonated the supernova and eliminated Kesha. Later, with the help of Angel Jishin, the ambition that Gu Shaolin created was actually a dark matter mastermind. Of course, it is not only a dark matter mastermind, but also a powerful void-level weapon. It can subvert the conservation of energy, as well as the conservation of dark energy, and subvert the law. But compared to Tianjia Huoya, who was upgraded by Carl and had the mastermind of the black hole engine, it was still a little worse. Then there is the famous scene. The heroic core can be closed at any time, and the sword can be broken at any time. For the super warriors in the super god world, the dark matter mastermind is still very important. Not only can it provide good combat power blessing, it can also be used as a second brain, and the efficiency of work will be greatly improved. Although most people have smart minds, their computing power is too low to do things efficiently. But if there is a second brain with powerful computing power, the dark matter master brain, then things will be done with twice the result with half the effort, and the efficiency will not be improved at all. The blessing of combat power is not small either. Before Gu Shaolin had no ambition, he was nothing but a human shield, nothing more than a human shield. But after having Xiongxin, he instantly killed the Taotai King Hao. Of course, this is also the only time that Gu Shaolin was awesome in the original work, because later on, he became the Gu Shaolin who no one could do. And Jiang Hao now also wants to create his dark matter mastermind, because he has already obtained the tools for creation. There is no order of distinction between these two things. Jiang Hao plans to do them together. That woman Leong Bing must have known about her existence. No matter how the devil will mess around on the earth next, if Leong Bing is smart in Daxia, she will not let the devil come over and mess around again. Because Leong Bing has a more powerful enemy, Holy Kesha. Before the Holy Kesha is solved, as long as you are strong enough, you will be Leong Bing's target. For Carl, cold water is very disgusting. But in order to deal with Holy Kesha, she still chose to join forces with Carl, or even seek help. And after solving Kesha, she immediately got rid of Carl. It can be seen that before Kesha's problem is solved, Leong Bing is very likely to win over him. And if Leong Bing plans to win over him, then it is inevitable to stop the devil from causing trouble in Daxia. As for Leong Bing holding her relatives hostage to threaten herself to do things for her, Jiang Hao has also considered this aspect. So during the 2 days when I went back to my hometown last time, the relatives he cares about all have the anger he left behind. With his current fighting ability, as long as a person is in the solar system, he can sense it and can teleport there at any time based on the energy. Leong Bing wanted to threaten him with his relatives, but it didn't work at all. And Jiang Hao doesn't think Leong Bing is so stupid. In the original anime, Leong Bing is not a character that Jiang Hao likes. Although she was very beautiful, the official even helped her clear her name in a later stage. But it is undeniable that she did a lot of bad things on Earth in the early days. Among them, many bad things were done in Daxia. For example, when helping the demon Achuo find a new host in Huang Village, turn a policeman into a demon. Then let the demon who turned into a policeman steal a beautiful woman. As for what we were going for, everyone knew clearly. In the Battle of Tianjia City, the Xiaobing Company won miserably. But the situation in Daxia was actually pretty good at the time. But after the Battle of Jiuxia City, Leong Bing destroyed the Earth's communication capabilities. As a result, the soldiers in the Xiaobing Company were unable to communicate with each other, unable to join forces to fight the enemy. This also gave Taotai an opportunity to take advantage of. The next 2 cities, Jiuxia City and Tianjia City, were all destroyed by Taotai. Although the situation in other cities is not shown in the anime, I think the situation will not be much better. not to mention the casualties. The Taotai civilization came to Earth to create death. Since the Leong Bing company was unable to resist them, they naturally killed in large numbers. Thinking about it, the casualties in Dachau were definitely very heavy. This situation was not changed until Gu Shaolin got the Xiong Xian out with the help of Ji Xian. So Jiang Hao actually doesn't have much favorable impression of Leong Bing. Of course, there is not much malice. At least at this time, Leong Bing has not made any big noise on the earth. As for Leong Bing's character, Jiang Hao is not fair. After all, other people decide what personality they want. He can't force Leong Bing to have the personality he likes, right? After everything has been sorted out, Jiang Hao found Qilin and Su Xiaoli. Where do you want to go tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? I will take you there. Time is not urgent for Jiang Hao. Even if he had to serve appetizers, he wouldn't have to rest for 2 days. Naturally, he himself does not need a rest. But he was going to take Qilin and the others out for some fun. Although the two didn't say anything, Jiang Hao could tell that they were bored staying in the research institute. They're all young people in their 20s. Qilin was actually fine, but Su Xiaoli almost had boredom written all over her face. Moreover, he was tired of reading information every day during this period. There are all kinds of data running through my mind. Although he wouldn't have a headache thinking about it, it was still quite annoying. It's not bad to go out for 2 days. Going out to play? Aren't you working? Su Xiaoli's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard going out to play. Although she is a homebody and likes to play games, she has no magic weapon in this place. During this period, I followed Qilin every day, either to deliver meals to Jiang Hao or to read some information. Although Jiang Hao didn't ask them for anything, she had become tired of reading the information during this period. I just want to go out for 2 days and relax. Now, when I heard Jiang Hao say that I could go out and play, I immediately became excited. Even Qilin showed some relaxed expression on her face. She didn't really want to go out and play. It wasn't long before she and Jiang Hao established their relationship. She was in the stage of passionate love. If conditions didn't allow it, she would really want to stick to Jiang Hao all the time. If she goes out to play, she can enjoy the world of 2 people with Jiang Hao. As for Su Xiaoli, the little brat only has a light bulb and doesn't need to be taken care of at all. Well, I have 2 days off. You're my assistants. My vacation means you also have a vacation. So if you want to go somewhere, just tell me, and I will take you there. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Let's go to the amusement park. I haven't been to the amusement park in Jiuxia City yet. I heard it's very big and has all kinds of amusement facilities. Su Xiaoli suggested. Where are you, Qilin? Where do you want to go? I don't have any place in particular that I want to go to. Ari wants to go to the amusement park, so let's go to the amusement park. Xinxiu said. She didn't have much requirement on where to go, as long as she was with Jiang Hao. By the way, my parents are coming back next month. I have already told them about you. Because I was transferred from my job, they called me and asked me why. I gave you I told them about it. They plan to come back next month and see you, by the way. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Qilin's parents, Jiang Hao heard Qilin tell him. I heard they're doing business in the north. The business is not particularly big, but is not small either. A small goal can still be achieved. Jiang Hao also learned from Qilin later that she was still a rich second generation. After all, there is no background introduction about Qilin's parents in the original work. Well, when they come back, just tell me. After all, they're the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Even if I am busy, I will make time to come out. Qilin heard this and nodded with a smile on her face. As for whether parents don't like Jiang Hao or something like 3.5, she wasn't worried. Jiang Hao needs to be good-looking, capable, and a key person who can speak well. She believes her parents will like Jiang Hao. Su Xiaoli on the side curled her lips, feeling like she had eaten a mouth full of dog food. But looking at Qilin's happy smile, she felt faintly envious for some reason. She remembered that in the beginning, she seemed to be the one who came first, right? The next day, Jiang Hao took Qilin and Su Xiaoli out early in the morning. Of course, Jiang Hao still told the KO before leaving the military area, which was considered a report. Otherwise, Duko will be anxious when he cannot find anyone else. There is a formula for the serum, and he has already prepared the required materials. He only needs other researchers to prepare them according to the proportions. Jiang Hao is no longer needed for this job. Ling Feng is in charge of the new H1 gene charging device, and Jiang Hao is not needed. Jiang Hao has solved the most difficult technical problem, so we can't let him do the rest. Then why does such a large research institute need other scientific researchers? Giant City Playground. It was built a year ago and is currently the largest playground in Jiuxia City. Covering an area of 650,000 square meters, it has more than 100 experience projects and receives as many as 20,000 to 30,000 tourists every day. There's so many people. It happened to be the weekend when Jiang Hao and the others came, so the playground was very crowded today. The entrance is crowded with people, most of whom come with their children on weekends. There are also couples who come here to play hand in hand. You don't need a door number to enter the amusement park, but the various amusement facilities inside cost money. When I first entered, the first thing I saw was a food court. Of course, although it is said to be a food court, it actually sells some snacks. They mainly focus on drinks, followed by some stalls such as matryoshka dolls. Jiang Hao, Qilin, and Su Xiaoli did not stay here. Instead, head straight for the roller coaster rides at the playground, because both Qilin and Su Xiaoli want to ride the roller coaster. This roller coaster is more than 1,300 meters long. The whole process takes about a minute. There's also a long slope of almost 90 degrees. The level of stimulation is enough to send a heart attack patient away directly. It is precisely for this reason that amusement parks strictly prohibit tourists with heart disease and asthma from playing such exciting projects. And in case someone conceals it and fails to report it, you have to sign a guarantee before getting on the bus. After signing the guarantee, the three of them got into the car directly. If it was before, Jang Hao would definitely not dare to sit on this thing. After all, he is afraid of heights, and if he really wants to ride a roller coaster, he feels that he can send others away directly. But now he can fly. No matter how high the altitude is, 11 hits can't make him afraid. So his expression didn't change the whole time. It was Qilin and Su Xiaoli. Although the two are super fighters, their mentality has not changed at all. Moreover, although their physical fitness is good, without the protection of black armor, it is not a joke to fall from a height of more than 100 meters. Anyway, Jiang Hao's ears were never quiet during the whole journey. I'm going to sit again, it's so exciting. After playing once, Su Xiaoli has to sit for a second time. There's still some fear, but she and Qilin put Jiang Hao in between, and with Jiang Hao beside her, she was not afraid of anything. Throughout the whole process, Jiang Hao also held her and Qilin's hands. Anyway, it's cheap. Jiang Hao has made enough. As for Qilin, she has no time to pay attention to these things at all. She is the same as Su Xiaoli. He was so frightened that he grabbed Jiang Hao's hand the whole time and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't say anything. It's just a grasping hand. Even if someone really expressed their liking for Jiang Hao, she would not be surprised. Who made Jiang Hao not only good-looking, but also so attractive? There is a difference between being good-looking and being attractive. Even a person who is not handsome can be attractive sometimes. And handsome people are not necessarily attractive. When he entered the playground before, even though Jiang Hao had two beauties beside him, there are quite a few girls who want to strike up a conversation with him and want his contact information. As for Qilin and Su Xiaoli, naturally, there are people who are eyeing them. However, after seeing Jiang Hao next to them, most of them were very self-aware and did not come over. Some people who were unaware of themselves just walked over, but Jiang Hao just took a look at them and ran away one by one. The three of them soon spent 2 hours playing in the playground. Being tired is definitely not tiring, just a little bit hungry. Although there's a gene charging device that can be charged directly. But this thing hasn't become popular yet. So Qilin and the others mainly focus on eating. Jiang Hao also mainly eats. Although the gene charging device can directly charge genes, there is no need to eat to obtain energy. But good food can satisfy the appetite. So Jiang Hao and the others usually choose to eat. When they arrive at the food court, Jiang Hao and the others quickly bought a lot of snacks. Grilled skewers, fried chicken steaks, fried chicken fillets, octopus balls, stinky tofu, grilled gluten, grilled sausages, milk tea, ice cream. That's a lot. After becoming a super soldier for so long, I found that the best thing is that I have a large appetite. Now I can eat many delicacies that I couldn't eat before, and it is digested quickly, so I don't have to worry about gaining weight. Su Xiaoli said while he stuffed the octopus balls into his mouth and said loudly. Qilin beside her was eating a piece of chicken steak. After hearing what Su Xiaoli said, he nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao, if you sell weight loss pills, you will definitely become the richest man in the world. Jiang Hao smiled. What's the point of being the world's richest man? To me, money is just a number and has no meaning. But it's true that super genes can prevent you from getting fat. Super genes still require a lot of energy. The first generation was fine, but starting from the second generation, the energy required increased exponentially. When not fighting, there is no difference in the energy needs of one generation and two generations. But if you need to fight, without enough energy, one's physical strength cannot be fully exerted. Even though the era of super soldiers has begun, energy resources are still important. This is why the Dino civilization is so developed, but it can't be superhuman for all people. This is also why when Jiang Hao said he wanted to create a Superman for all people, Decoding initially disagreed. Because if the energy problem is not solved, even if Jiang Hao really succeeds, eating will be a problem with so many mouths. After eating, Jiang Hao and the others went to play some other facilities and also went to the haunted house for a while. I found a place to sit down and planned to sit and enjoy the scenery for a while. The reason why Jusha City Amusement Park is so popular is not only because it is large and has many facilities, but also because its environment is also very good. There's a lot of vegetation, and there is a large artificial lake in the playground. There are many ornamental fish in the lake. There is a pavilion next to the lake. If you're tired from playing in the playground, you can come here to rest. There are many flowers planted next to the pavilion, and the scenery is very good. Jiang and Hao sat on the side near the lake, admiring the sea of flowers and feeling the breeze. Brother, look over there. It's still quite hot in July. As a gangster, Lu Chuang doesn't need to go to work at all on weekdays. He just hangs around with some younger brothers all day long, doing nothing. I heard from my little brother that there are many beauties in the amusement park, so they came today. After arriving at the amusement park, he did see a lot of beauties here. A real feast for the eyes. But because there were so many people around, he didn't dare to strike up a conversation. And because he is tall and thick, he doesn't look like a good person. When people around him saw him and his younger brothers, they would immediately get out of the way. I've been playing for almost 2 hours. They were also too hot and wanted to find a place to rest. I just happened to come over here. Just come here to rest in the pavilion. As soon as they came over, they saw Jiang Hao and 3 others sitting on the other side of the lake. What? Lu Chuang asked confused. Follow the younger brother's direction. He noticed Jiang Hao immediately. No, to be precise, I noticed Qilin and Su Xiaoli next to Jiang Hao. Today, both of them are dressed freshly. That is a dress. Both legs are wearing short white stockings. It makes their innocence a little more cute and playful, coupled with a very delicate and beautiful face. Those who didn't know thought they were coming out of the painting. Oh, I'll go, it's so beautiful. Brother, there are people next to those 2 women, a younger brother reminded. There are 3 people behind Lu Chuang, and these 3 are all his younger brothers. What's wrong with someone? I just went over to have a chat, so why not? Lu Chuang yelled strangely. Then he walked directly towards Jiang Hao and the others. Oh, you 2 girls, you are so beautiful. How about we get to know each other? My name is Lu Chuang. Do you have OO? Add another OO. Lu Chuang stood directly next to Jiang Hao and the others and moved his hand to the pillar next to him. He said with a smile that he thought was very handsome. When I saw Jiang Hao's handsome face, the smile on his face suddenly stopped, and he cursed the pretty boy in his heart. Then he ignored Jiang Hao and continued. What beauty! Is it hot? How about I treat you 2 to a cup of iced milk tea? Third brother, hurry up and buy 2 cups of iced milk tea for my 2 girls. Okay, brother. The person who was called Lao San responded, turned around, and ran to buy milk tea. it can be seen that Lu Chuang, the boss, is quite prestigious. If it were an ordinary girl being approached by someone like Lu Chuang, who doesn't look like a good person at first glance, she would probably be shocked. But Qilin is a criminal police officer, and although Su Xiaoli is a homegirl and doesn't have much contact with people on weekdays, this girl has been bold since she was a child because of her family background. He was not afraid of Lu Chuang at all, but looked at him with interest. It's not that they are curious about Lu Chuang, but they are curious about how Jiang Hao will deal with this little gangster. Jiang Hao is also a little surprised, not mentioning that he would meet Lu Yi here. Two beauties, why don't you say anything? Lu Chuang was also surprised. Usually, when he does this, the target is either scared to death by him, or he directly scolds him and tells him to go away. In most cases, it's the former. After all, he looks quite fierce, and those who dare to scold him are rarely encountered. And it was his first time to see people like Qilin and the others. Because they are curious about how I will deal with you and want to see my next move, Jiang Hao said with a smile. While he was speaking, others had already stood up. Jiang Hao is now 1.87 meters tall. Although Lu Chuang is almost 1.8 meters tall, he is still half a forehead shorter than Jiang Hao. And you can't see anything from where Jiang Hao is sitting. This time he stood up. The image of broad shoulders and slightly thick arms is immediately clear. Even if you can't see it, you can be sure that Jiang Hao's body is very strong under his clothes. Lu Chuang immediately realized that the Jiang Hao in front of him was different from the pretty boys he had met before. Boy, what are you talking about? Do you know who I am? Do you know where I am? Get out of here now, or don't blame me for being cruel later. After hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lu Chuang naturally felt embarrassed and said directly, not to mention that there were two younger brothers watching behind him. Qilin and Su Xiaoli were also watching. If he left like this, he would definitely be disgraced to his grandma's house. How could he mess around in the future? Jiang Hao was a little funny when he heard this. Actually, he liked Lu Chuang quite a lot when he read the original work, although he was a bad person before joining Leong Company. But his changes in Leong Company are obvious to all. Later, Leong Bing wanted to recruit him, but Lu Chuang refused to agree and kept protecting his comrades, which greatly changed many people's views on him. But what I have to say is that Lu Chuang during this time period is indeed quite an A**. No wonder Xiaoluan would start fighting with him later. Jiang Hao ignored Lu Chuang, who was pretending to be fierce in front of him. Instead, he took out his cell phone. Why, kid, I plan to call the police. Dare you, man, let's fight. Seeing Jiang Hao taking out his mobile phone, Lu Chuang thought that Jiang Hao was going to call the police. No, it's just that there are many of you. If you fight 3 against 1, I'm definitely no match. I'll ask 2 people to help me. Is that okay? Jiang Hao put the phone in front of Lu Chuang. I saw a person named Zhou Jie displayed on the phone interface. It's not just a unit of 0. I'm sure Jiang Hao didn't call the police. Lu Chuang breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said loudly, Okay, call someone. I'll take as many people as you call today. But your friend better hurry up. If I get impatient with waiting, then we'll just have to F***k you one by one. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Don't worry, he will be quick. I am Jiang Hao, where are you now? Take someone to the Jiuxia City Amusement Park. I met someone here, and I need you to take him back. Okay, hurry up. We'll be there in 20 minutes. Okay, then I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Jiang greeted by Liu Chuang. People are already here. Coming soon? Sit down for a while. Looking at Jiang Hao's calm look, Lu Chuang always felt something was strange. Brother, this guy is so calm. He must be a big shot. Come here, otherwise we'd better leave. A younger brother whispered in Lu Chuang's ear. What are you talking about? If I leave now, where will I put my face? How can I go out and hang out in the future? I don't believe it today. Even if he calls the mayor, I will probably stay there for a few days. Anyway, that place it's not like I haven't been in before. Seeing that Lu Chuang could not be persuaded, the younger brother stopped talking. Who is the eldest brother? As Lu Chuang said, the big deal is just going in and squatting for a few days. It's no big deal. Anyway, it's not once or twice. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Sit back next to Qilin and Su Xiaoli and continue to enjoy the scenery. As for Lu Chuang, he sat across from him. He seems to have forgotten what he was going to do in the first place. At this moment, women are not so important anymore. What's more important is to have a fight with Jiang Hao later. More than 10 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Hao's cell phone rang suddenly. "Why are you guys here?" "I'm here at the artificial lake. Okay, come here." Jiang Hao hung up the phone. "The people I called have arrived. Don't worry, there are only 3 of them plus the 4 of me, just like you over there." Jiang Hao looked at Lu Chuang and said. After a while, Zhou Jie came. Behind him, there were 2 people in their 20s or 80s. Judging from their upright posture, you can tell that they must also be soldiers. "Chief," Zhou Jie said loudly when he saw Jiang Hao, and prepared to salute after speaking. "This is outside. There's no need to do this." Jiang Hao smiled and waved his hand to stop him. But Lu Chuang and the others were stunned. "Chief, what do you mean Jiang Hao is still an official? Look who this guy is." Jiang Hao pointed at Lu Chuang and asked Zhou Jie with a smile. "Lu Chuang? Chief, is this the person you're talking about?" Zhou Jie naturally knew Lu Chuang, because he had read the information on Leong Bing Company's preparation of super warriors. Lu Chuang is also one of them, and he naturally knows Lu Chuang. In fact, his next target is Lu Chuang, but because this guy had a lot of misdeeds, he planned to investigate him again. "That's right, it's him." And Lu Chuang was even more stunned. "Why this guy who just came knows himself? Are you all that famous?" "It's not that big of a deal. It's just that I've been in too many situations, and that place doesn't mean anything." "No, brother, what on earth do you mean? Do you want to fight this fight?" The little brother behind has. "Brother, you obviously hit the iron plate." Of course, they would definitely not dare to speak at this time. As for escaping, I don't dare either. Everyone is here, so what's the use of running away? If you run away, the monk can't run away from the temple. If they run away now, they will be in trouble later. Anyway, they didn't do anything. The worst they could do was to cause trouble, and they would be detained for a few days and then released again soon. They're stupid to run away. A fight? Why are you fighting Lu Chuang? You don't still want to fight with this guy, do you? Who are you? How do you know my name? Lu Chuang looked at Zhou Jie and said with some dissatisfaction. Zhou Jie smiled slightly. He took out an ID and placed it in front of Lu Chuang. The cover of the document is a national emblem. "My name is Zhou Jie, and I belong to the National Security Bureau." Lu Chuang, right? "Please come with me now." National Security Bureau? Who are you bluffing? Lu Chuang was about to reach out and pat the ID card off Zhou Jie's hand. But suddenly he saw something black at the corner of his clothes held up by Zhou Jie's raised hand. "I have never eaten pork, but I have seen pigs running away." When he saw that thing, Lu Chuang immediately recognized what it was: a gun. "Hey NM, you can carry a gun with you. So it seems that the other party's identity must be true." Lu Chuang was frightened immediately. After all, he is just a little gangster and a hooligan. It's okay to act like a gangster and bully ordinary people. When I met someone with an official status like Zhou Jie, I immediately became intimidated. The hand froze halfway out. But this seems a bit awkward. After thinking for a while, Lu Chuang patted the surface of Zhou Jie's ID card. "What about that, comrade? Your ID is dirty. I'll take a photo of it for you. By the way, we didn't do anything about that." "Okay, why are you explaining so much? Come with us, and the 3 behind you should also come with us. Of course, you can also choose to escape." When Lu Chuang and the other 4 heard this, they immediately shook their heads like rattles. Escape? Escape from what? They have never committed any serious crimes, so they would be stupid if they ran away. If you go with them now, no matter how unlucky you are, it will only take a few months at most. It's not a big deal. "Chief, I will take these 4 guys away. You can play with them slowly. Well, take them back and educate them. By the way, how many people have you found?" "There are already 6. If you add this guy, it will be 7. Of course, if you add Xiang Wei, it will be 8. "Well, okay, I understand. You can go back. Remember to educate them well and let those 3 guys go." "Okay." Zhou Jie nodded. Although Jiang Hao looks young, he is really very capable. Although Zhou Jie has been busy with the super soldiers of the Omen Hero Company during this period, he is also paying attention to the affairs of the super seminary. He also lives in the military compound of the Juxia City military region. How could he not know what happened at the Super Seminary Research Institute? He himself is engaged in intelligence. Another seniority. There are many friends. He already knew everything about what Jiang Hao was doing through customer channels. Therefore, he admires Jiang Hao very much. Previously, due to Jiang Hao's age, his leader felt a little twisted when he shouted. As for now, he only has admiration for Jiang Hao in his heart. Not everyone likes genius, but everyone admires him. Let's go, you guys. You don't need me to invite you. What can Lu Chuang say? I can only follow Zhou Jie and the others to leave honestly. Jiang Hao, the one named Lu Chuang, just now also has a super gene in his body, right? Qilin said after Zhou Jie and the others left. Yeah. Jiang Hao nodded. He just communicated with Zhou Jie and exposed a lot of information. After a little analysis, he can analyze a lot of things from it. It's not surprising that Qilin would think of this. I'm quite surprised to meet that guy here. Quite an interesting guy. This super gene doesn't pick anyone. A gangster can turn into a super soldier. This time it was Su Xiaoli who complained. Super genes don't choose good guys and bad guys. Their selection comes from matching. Although the guy just now was a little gangster, he was not hopeless yet. Okay, we've almost sat here. Are there any other facilities we want to play in? If you don't want to play, let's just leave. In the remaining time, we can go shopping in other places. Jiang Hao suggested. Qilin had no objection. Although 2 days is not much time, with Jiang Hao here, it is easy for them to go anywhere in the country or even around the world because Jiang Hao can take them there with just one teleport. As for how they knew that Jiang Hao could teleport anywhere. Of course, Jiang Hao said it himself. There were not many 3 people in 2 days, but Jiang Hao and the 3 of them traveled to several provinces. I ate a lot from various places and enjoyed a lot of scenery. Then he returned to Super Seminary. Jiang Hao also began to resume work. Of course, after he resumed work, he did not enter the research institute directly, but came to the Super Seminary next to it. The first batch of team members from Super Seminary has now gathered at Super Seminary. The current number is 7. These 7 people are Xia Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, Zhao, Rui Mengmeng, Du Qiangwei, and He Weilon. Speaking of which, He Weilon has a relationship with Qilin. The two are good friends, because when they were in the police academy, they were not only classmates, but also roommates in the same dormitory. During several years of student life, the 2 girls, both of whom had a sense of justice, forged a good friendship. The relationship is very good. Unfortunately, after graduation, the 2 were assigned to different places. Qilin was assigned to Juxia, Qiannuozhou City, while He Weilon was assigned to another province. The 2 are also in contact on weekdays. However, due to their own special circumstances, they all kept it secret, so Qilin didn't know about He Weilon joining the Leong Bing company. And He Weilon also didn't know that his good sister Qilin was also in the Super Seminary now. As for why Lu Chuang was not seen, it was because that guy was currently being trained in the military camp next door. Before he joins the Leong Bing company, Lu Chuang will undergo 3 months of military training. One is to punish him for what he did before and to make him change his mind and be a good person. The second thing is to let him understand what it means to be a soldier. Of course, Lu Chuang must have no interest in being a soldier, but it is not his turn to choose now. Because his military service is compulsory, he has no right to refuse. The male and female dormitories of Leong Bing Company are not separated. They are all in the same building, even on the same floor. But there was no mixing. Du Qiangwei, Rui Mengmeng, and He Weilon currently share a dormitory. Gu Xiaoluan, Zhao Xian, Cheng Yaowen, and Zhao are 4 in one dormitory country. Among them, the latest person has been here for 3 days. Everyone is basically familiar with it. But currently, because none of them have activated the super gene in their bodies, they're all still ordinary people. Training hasn't started yet, so it can be said that I have nothing to do in the dormitory every day. Apart from chatting and bragging, I just play on my mobile phone. Men's dormitory. Xian Zhao is the most talkative among the 4. His mouth hasn't stopped since he entered this dormitory. Cheng Yaowen is a stuffy person. Although he occasionally responds to him, he basically can't respond with anything. As for Zhao, he is over 40. In Zhao Xian's opinion, he is too old and has no common language at all. And that guy seems to be some kind of ancient swordsman. Chatting with him is all about swords and has no meaning at all. So Xian Zhao likes to chat with Go Xiaolun the most. Because that guy Go Xiaolun is so stupid, he believes whatever he says, and people also support him. Moreover, both of them are young and have a common language. Go Xiaolun knows more or less what he said. Xiaolun, what kind of heroic company do you think we have? How many female members will there be? And whether our instructors are male or female? Are they the same super soldiers like us? Master Xian, if you ask me, I don't know. Go Xiaolun was lying on his bed, holding a mobile phone and watching a video. He heard Zhao Xian's words and replied. Everyone asked him by name, and it seemed bad if he didn't answer. And he likes Xian Zhao very much. He is frank and straightforward. He can say whatever he wants. He likes to deal with this kind of person. I know you don't know. I'm going to let you guess. How could I have guessed this? But according to the instructor, he should be a man. As for whether he is a super soldier, I think he should be W. After all, we are all super fighters. If the instructor is not a super fighter, how can he train us? That is, he can't convince the crowd. That's what I said, but I actually hope that our instructor is a woman, preferably a big beauty or something. What's super soldiers? After coming here, aren't we no different from ordinary people? We haven't gained any superpowers. Go Xiaolun complained speechlessly. Before you come, tell me what kind of super soldier he is. After coming here, it is no different from ordinary people. 867, they live here. There is no personal restriction. As long as you don't leave the super seminary, you can wander around the entire, huge super seminary. Outside the dormitory is the playground of super theological seminary. Go Xiaolun even ran there the day he first arrived. As a result, I was exhausted after running a lap. Almost the whole person just lay there. Also a super soldier, a fart super soldier. If it hadn't been for the country that had signaled him this time, he would have thought he had been fooled. I heard that some kind of super gene must be activated before we could become super soldiers. I remember the person who brought me here said that we all have super genes in our bodies. It's just not activated yet, so it looks like an ordinary person. When we activate it, we will no longer be ordinary people, and we will become super warriors. Then tell me when we can activate the super genes in our body. It should be soon. After all, we have been here for a few days. It's impossible for mold to grow in the dormitory every day. Xian Zhao said uncertainly. Forget it. Let's talk about something else. Xiaolun, among the 3 girls in the girls' dormitory next door, which one is the prettiest? Men's topics are always indispensable. Heard this is the topic. Cheng Yaowen, who was in the oil bottle, looked over immediately with a hint of interest on his face. Even Zhao took a look this way, although he quickly looked back. If you ask me, it's definitely the one with burgundy hair. Her name seems to be Du Qiangwei. The face and body are really top-notch. Most people can't handle leather clothes and pants, but she can. I think she is the prettiest among the 3. I think that BBCC, Rui Mengmeng, is cuter and more beautiful. Zhao Xian said. No, Master Xian, although Rui Mengmeng is not bad in appearance, she is still a little inferior compared to Du Qiangwei. Don't all men prefer the royal sister type? The cute ones are better than the sexy ones, so that's not good. And the clothes she wears are too manly, and you can't even tell what her figure is like. Go Xiaolun said. If you ask me, that he Weilon is pretty good, a dashing person, full of heroic spirit, and a great beauty. Cheng Yaowen also made a rare comment. Men's dormitory. Xian Zhao is the most talkative among the 4. His mouth hasn't stopped since he entered this dormitory. Cheng Yaowen is a stuffy person. Although he occasionally responds to him, he basically can't respond with anything. As for Zhao, he is over 40. In Zhao Xian's opinion, he is too old and has no common language at all. And that guy seems to be some kind of ancient swordsman. Chatting with him is all about swords and has no meaning at all. So Xian Zhao likes to chat with Go Xiaolun the most. Because that guy Go Xiaolun is so stupid, he believes whatever he says, and people also support him. Moreover, Both of them are young and have a common language. Gu Xiaolun knows more or less what he said. Xiaolun, what kind of heroic company do you think we have? How many female members will there be? And whether our instructors are male or female? Are they the same super soldiers like us? Master Xen, if you ask me, I don't know. Gu Xiaolun was lying on his bed, holding a mobile phone and watching a video. He heard Zhao Xian's words and replied. Everyone asked him by name. It seemed bad if he didn't answer. And he likes Xian Zhao very much. He is frank and straightforward. He can say whatever he wants. He likes to deal with this kind of person. I know you don't know. I'm going to let you guess. How could I have guessed this? But according to the instructor, he should be a man. As for whether he is a super soldier, I think he should be W. After all, we are all super fighters. If the instructor is not a super fighter, how can he train us? That is, he can't convince the crowd. That's what I said, but I actually hope that our instructor is a woman, preferably a big beauty or something. What's super soldiers? After coming here, aren't we no different from ordinary people? We haven't gained any superpowers. Gu Xiaolun complained speechlessly. Before you come, tell me what kind of super soldier he is. After coming here, it is no different from ordinary people. 867, they live here. There is no personal restriction. As long as you don't leave the super seminary, you can wander around the entire huge super seminary. Outside the dormitory is the playground of super theological seminary. Gu Xiaolun even ran there the day he first arrived. As a result, I was exhausted after running a lap. Almost the whole person just lay there. Also a super soldier, a fart super soldier. If it hadn't been for the country that had signaled him this time, he would have thought he had been fooled. I heard that some kind of super gene must be activated before we can become super soldiers. I remember the person who brought me here said that we all have super genes in our bodies. It's just not activated yet. So it looks like an ordinary person. When we activate it, we will no longer be ordinary people, and we will become super warriors. Then tell me when we can activate the super genes in our body. It should be soon. After all, we have been here for a few days. It's impossible for mold to grow in the dormitory every day. Xian Zhao said uncertainly. Forget it. Let's talk about something else. Shaolin, among the 3 girls in the girls' dormitory next door, which one is the prettiest? Men's topics are always indispensable. Heard this is the topic. Cheng Yaowen, who was in the oil bottle, looked over immediately with a hint of interest on his face. Even Zhao took a look this way, although he quickly looked back. If you ask me, it's definitely the one with burgundy hair. Her name seems to be Du Qiangwei. The face and body are really top-notch. Most people can't handle leather clothes and pants, but she can. I think she is the prettiest among the 3. I think that BBCC, Rue Mengmeng is cuter and more beautiful. Zhao Xian said. No, Master Xian, although Rue Mengmeng is not bad in appearance, she is still a little inferior compared to Du Qiangwei. Don't all men prefer the royal sister type? The cute ones are better than the sexy ones, so that's not good. And the clothes she wears are too manly, and you can't even tell what her figure is like. Gu Xiaolun said, if you ask me, that he Weilon is pretty good, a dashing person, full of heroic spirit, and a great beauty. Cheng Yaowen also made a rare comment. Both Gu Xiaolun and Zhao Xian looked at him unexpectedly. Brother Yaowen, do you like Yi Weilon? Gu Xiaolun said unexpectedly. The reason why he is called brother is naturally because Cheng Yaowen looks older than both him and Xian Zhao. Cheng Yaowen's skin is very poor because he works in the fields all year round and is exposed to wind and sun. It made him look very old. Except for Zhao. He is the oldest looking one among the 4. No, I just think she's pretty good like that. Cheng Yaowen shook his head. Xian Zhao curled his lips and complained. Yi Weilon is so masculine. Not only does he keep his hair short, but he also dresses more conservatively than Rue Mengmeng. And you can tell that is okay. Cheng Yaowen smiled and did not argue with Xian Zhao. If you ask me, those with big butts are the best. They're easier to have children and are more likely to have sons. Zhao, who had always been quiet, said suddenly. Several people were stunned at first. Soon after, the laughter of 4 people rang out in the dormitory. Because it's not far away. Gu Xiaoluan and the others laughed so loudly that even if the door of the girls' dormitory not far away was closed, they could still hear the noise coming from there. What are you laughing at in the boys' dormitory? They are so happy. Rui Mingming asked curiously when she heard the noise. Who knows? It must be another boring joke. He Weilon said. Du Qiangwei said nothing. She's not the kind of person who likes to talk. It has been 4 days since I moved into the girls' dormitory of Leong Bing Company. She also stayed in the dormitory these days. This made Qiangwei very uncomfortable. But the situation is different now. The person in charge of her was no longer her father, so even if she felt a little uncomfortable, she endured it. Sister He, what kind of person do you think our instructor will be? We are girls. Will the higher-ups arrange a female instructor for us? You have to ask Qiangwei about this. She was the first one of us to come here. She might know. He Weilong glanced at Du Qiangwei, who was silent, and then said, He Weilong is also a criminal police officer. After coming here, she carefully observed her 2 teammates and roommates. Rui Mingming is just a 19-year-old girl who doesn't understand anything. Before I got here, I was working in a restaurant to earn my own tuition. Because her parents died long ago. My grandparents are also farmers and have no money at all. In order to prevent her grandparents from borrowing money, she took advantage of her free time during the summer vacation to work part-time. The reason why she came to Xiang Binglian was because the person who found her said that Xiang Binglian's monthly salary was very high. Pure silly white sweet one. As for Du Qiangwei, she is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Although she talks little, she will speak up when you need help. The people are beautiful and knowledgeable. She has an obvious military style, and it can be basically judged that she should have been in the military before coming here. Moreover, Du Qiangwei seemed to be very familiar with this place. He is even very familiar with the Annie who cooks in the cafeteria. This made He Weilong realize that Du Qiangwei might have quite a background. This is why she asked Rui Mingming to ask Du Qiangwei, because she thought Du Qiangwei might know. I do know this. Du Qiangwei glanced at He Weilong and said, There's nothing wrong with that. Jiang Hao is the instructor of Leong Bing Company. This matter has been confirmed. It didn't matter what she said, and there were already quite a few of them, so Jiang Hao must be showing up soon. Really, Sister Qiangwei, tell me whether our instructor is a boy or a girl, and if he is a boy, is he handsome or not? Although Rui Mingming is silly and sweet, but she is also a normal woman, and she is also interested in getting to know good-looking boys. The man is very handsome, but he has a girlfriend, so you have no chance. Du Qiangwei glanced at Mingming and said, Ah, our instructor is really a man. And Du Qiangwei nodded. Our instructor is also a super soldier, and he is very powerful. Remember to be obedient during training, otherwise you will definitely be doomed. Du Qiangwei didn't see Jiang Hao often, but she could tell. Jiang Hao is the kind of person who is usually gentle and easy to talk to. But he was also a strong man. Such people are very scary once they get angry. She didn't want to see it anyway. While chatting, an alarm suddenly sounded outside the dormitory. Du Qiangwei and the others heard it, and Gu Xiaoluan and the others naturally heard it too. Sister Qiangwei, what is going on? Why did the alarm suddenly sound outside? Du Qiangwei had already gotten out of bed and was putting on her shoes. Hurry up and put on your shoes. This should be our instructor's call. This should be asking us to gather at the playground outside. Rui Mingming was surprised at first, and then immediately got off the bed and started putting on her shoes. Because He Weilong was sitting on the bed, he didn't need to wear shoes. However, she still waited for Du Qiangwei and Rui Mingming to put on their shoes before leaving the dormitory together. In the corridor outside, Gu Xiaoluan and Zhao Xian were still a loss, as if they didn't know what was going on. When they saw Du Qiangwei and the others coming out, they immediately looked over. Go to the playground. Our instructor should be here. Qiangwei doesn't like Gu Xiaoluan and the others very much, because she doesn't like boys like Gu Xiaoluan and Zhao Xian. When asked which one she likes, Jiang Hao will immediately come to mind. Handsome, smart, capable, responsible, and good-tempered. These are Jiang Hao's advantages. Such a man, even she, has a lot of good feelings. But Xiangwei is not the kind of person who shows her feelings easily. What's more, Jiang Hao has a girlfriend, so she won't be able to express her feelings. But no matter what, Gu Xiaolun and she are now members of the Leong Bing company. They are a regiment, and they will still be comrades in arms in the future. She will still speak when it is time to remind. After hearing Du Qiangwei's words, Gu Xiaolun and the others understood what was going on. Then a group of people walked out of the dormitory while arranging their clothes. As soon as everyone came outside, they saw a young man standing on the playground not far away. The opponent was wearing a decent 7-style military uniform. He was standing alone on the playground. Du Qiangwei already recognized the man as Jiang Hao. He trotted directly in the direction of Jiang Hao. When the others saw Du Qiangwei trotting, they immediately started running and followed. People have a herd mentality, and when they don't understand, it's right to learn from others. Soon, a group of people ran to Jiang Hao. When it got closer, Rui Mengmeng saw Jiang Hao's face clearly and said inwardly, "Sister Qiangwei said that the instructor is a handsome guy, but I didn't expect him to be a super handsome guy." And Gu Xiaolun seemed a little embarrassed. He was an ordinary college student before, and he was not good at socializing, let alone this situation. Xian Zhao is better. Before this kid came here, he was just doing nothing every day. Fighting with people on the street every day. Of course, his fighting style is different from Lu Chuang's. Lu Chuang is bullying, while Zhao Xian is helping those who are being bullied. He is known as a chivalrous and righteous man. Those who fight every day are not very timid, but they are not as frightened as Gu Xiaolun. Cheng Yaowen and Zhao Zhe's expressions showed no change. After all, age is there. Jiang Hao's eyes swept over everyone. A faint smile appeared on his face. "Hi, everyone. Don't be too nervous. I just came here today to see you and chat with you, so everyone can relax and don't be too nervous." Jiang Hao's smile is sunny and warm. So Gu Xiaolun, who was still a little nervous, immediately became less nervous, because he felt that the Jiang Hao in front of him must be a very easy person to get along with. "Among you, Qiangwei knows me, but the others don't know me, so let me introduce myself first. My name is Jang Hao. As for my identity, I will be the commander and instructor of your Leong Bing company. I will be responsible for your next training mission, and I will arrange it. Let's not talk about the training today, because the main purpose of coming here today is to get to know you first. As for the names and background information of some of you, I know all about it. The formal training should not start until the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will first help you awaken the super genes in your body and turn you into super fighters. After that, your formal training will begin. So, if you have any doubts now, you can ask questions. Gu Xiaolun, what are you looking at? Do you have any doubts?" Jiang Hao called Gu Xiaolun's name. Gu Xiaolun didn't seem to expect that he would be named by Jiang Hao. "What is that, Chief?" "Just call me instructor. I'm your instructor. Don't call me Chief." "Oh, good instructor. Instructor, what kind of army company are we, just these people?" "Not only that, some are still on their way, and some will not train with you for the time being due to other reasons. You are the first batch of official members of the Leong Bing company." "Oh," Gu Xiaolun nodded. "That's all I have to ask, nothing more." Xian Zhao. Seeing that no one took the initiative to ask questions, Jiang Hao called by name again. "Ah, here you go, instructor. Do you have anything to ask?" "No." "Yes, hey, what? I want to ask, are there any female members of our Leong Bing company?" As soon as these words came out, the eyes of almost everyone around him fell on him. Gu Xiaolun even gave him a look that was worthy of being Lord Xian. "That is, you are powerful. I really admire you for having the guts to ask such a question." Du Qiangwei didn't like Xian Zhao's mentality, because the reason why the Leong Bing company was formed was to deal with aliens. And Zhao Xian's behavior made her feel that the other party was more like just having fun. But even if she wasn't happy, she didn't say anything. "Yes, and there are quite a few." Jiang Hao smiled slightly. No warning either. "Okay, do you still have any doubts?" Instructor, I have it." Rui Mengmeng raised her hand and shouted. "Rui Mengmeng, tell me." "Then what?" "Instructor, when I came, the person who picked me up said that the salary of the Leong Bing company is not low. So what is the specific salary of the Leong Bing company?" Rui Mengmeng asked. As for the subsidy, it's 50,000 yuan a month, not counting other subsidies and medical subsidies. 50,000? That's a lot. Rui Mengmeng's voice was obviously excited when she heard it was 50,000. Xian Zhao and Gu Xiaoluan were also stunned. They really didn't expect their monthly allowance to be so large. 50,000 a month. In 2012, this is definitely a super high salary. And that's not counting other benefits. Although many of them come here not for money. But the monthly salary of 50,000 yuan still surprised them all. Yes, but the value of money will become less and less in the future. As for money, you may not be able to use it soon. Jiang Hao said with a smile. As long as the National Superman Plan is implemented, the value of currency will definitely depreciate greatly. Because then everyone will be a Superman. You can run by yourself when you go to work in the morning. With your super endurance and not slow speed, your journey is no slower than that of an electric car. You can run on your own for short distances. Travel resources are saved. Eating food on weekdays is replaced by a gene charging device, and eating will no longer be a rigid necessity. Just recharge it. Of course, you can also choose to continue eating, but the cost will increase significantly. As for medical care, it is a direct blow to dimensionality reduction. After all, they have become a generation of super soldiers. Basically, there will be no illness or anything like that. Hospitals will certainly not exist or will be reduced to a few in the whole country. Housing is no longer an issue. They have all become little supermen. Human resources have been greatly improved, and building a house has become a trivial matter. Who needs to buy a house to live in? As for whether the crime rate will increase as a result. Naturally, Jiang Hao also has a second player. Otherwise, the country will start in chaos. Moreover, although the plan is talking about the National Superman Project, but not everyone is eligible to inject the new generation of super soldier gene serum. Serious criminals, those who are burdened with criminal cases, fraudsters, Lao Lai, and those who are not of Daxia nationality. These are all in no hurry to inject the new generation of super soldier gene serum. As for such a big plate, will someone turn their heads and obey it? Brother, this is the super god universe. As long as Jiang Hao's dark matter mastermind is powerful enough, he can monitor everyone by himself. Whoever has a problem will be dealt with. Nothing could go wrong at all. So the value of money has dropped significantly, that's for sure. Money is the right to distribute material things. But after the material needs are no longer so great, the value of money will naturally drop greatly. For those capitalists, this is the end of the world. But for ordinary people, this is the golden age. When everyone heard Jiang Hao's words, they were in a fog for a while, and they didn't understand what he said at all. Jiang Hao didn't mean to explain either. Okay, that's all for today. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, someone will take you to activate the super genes in your body. Please give me flowers. Only by activating the super genes in your body can you be considered real super soldiers. But before disbanding, I have one more appointment. Du Qiangwei. Here, instructor. Hearing Jiang Hao calling her name, Du Qiangwei immediately responded loudly. I now appoint you as the captain of the Leong Bing company, and you will be in charge of the Leong Bing company when I am away. He Weilon. Here, instructor. I appoint you as the vice captain. When I'm not around, you will cooperate with Qiangwei to do a good job. Anyone who doesn't listen to the two of you can report to me directly, and I will have a good talk with him. Speaking of this, Jiang Hao took a special look at Gu Xiaoluan and Zhao Xian. The meaning is already very clear. Xian Zhao originally wanted to say why he didn't choose a boy as the captain, but feeling Jiang Hao's gaze, he didn't say anything. If we say that Jiang Hao's gaze just now makes people feel close, then his eyes at this moment are full of oppression. Yes. Asterisk 2. The two answered. The reason why Du Qiangwei was chosen as the captain was because she was the one with the most correct attitude towards aliens among this group of people. It is also the one who wants to defend the country the most. Because before entering here, she was a soldier, a qualified soldier. As for character flaws and immaturity or something, it's not a problem, because these can be changed and abilities can also grow. So none of that matters. The reason for appointing He Wei-lan as the deputy captain is because she knows that He Wei-lan was a criminal police officer before and has good abilities. It is very suitable for her to assist Du Qiangwei. As for Gu Xiaolun, Zhao Xian, and Cheng Yaowen, they will be their captains, will they? A college student who has not yet graduated, a street gangster, and a farmer. You need ability, but no ability. You need character, but no character. Ren Xiangwei has a good attitude and personality. Of these three, I really can't get any of them out. Choose Gu Xiaolun instead of Qiangwei? Is it because he is the main character? As for Delana, if she still comes to Earth, she can be given a team member seat. But the captain must not have her share. In Jiang Hao's view, apart from Delana's knowledge of more information about cosmic civilizations than the soldiers of the Earth's Leong Bing company, she also has a deeper grasp of dark matter technology. In terms of personality, she is not as mature as Du Qiangwei. It is definitely unnecessary to let her be the captain. Moreover, the captain's plans are only for the convenience of Jiang Hao to command them later. When he is not around, the Leong Bing company can be managed by someone. Not messing around. After all, he is not only the instructor, but also the commander of the Leong Bing company. In the future, Jiang Hao will be responsible for how to deploy the combat missions of the Leong Bing company and how to attack the enemy. At least before Du Qiangwei and He Wei-lan grow up, they can only be used as tool people. Okay, that's all I have to say. I will give you a little vacation today. I have already greeted the guard. If you want to go out, you can go out today, but only for today. As for how to get out, there are many electric cars in the parking lot behind the super seminary. If any of you want to go out, you can ride electric cars over there. Okay, I'm done talking, so I won't disturb you. He Wei-lan, come with me. After finishing speaking, Jiang Hao turned around and walked outside the super seminary without explaining. He Wei-lan froze for a moment, then trotted up to prove it. Looking at Jiang Hao's leaving figure, Du Qiangwei originally wanted to follow him, but hesitated and still didn't follow him. Hey, Xiaolun, why don't we get any of the two captains? Zhao Xian complained as soon as Jiang Hao left. Gu Xiaolun noticed Du Qiangwei looking over and quickly pulled Xian Zhao. Xian Zhao noticed Du Qiangwei's gaze and immediately changed the topic. What about that, Xiaolun? The coach just said that we can go out. Do you want to go out with me for a walk and buy something by the way? What's the point of buying something? Buy daily necessities, buy some food and stuff. Just say whether you want to go or not. Master Xian, you have said so. I will definitely go. Gu Xiaolun could only say, Brother Yaowen, Uncle Zhao, are you going? Zhao is the oldest among them, aged 46, which is older than his parents. He has no problem calling him uncle. You young people, go ahead, I won't go, Zhao said. After that, I went back to the dormitory. Cheng Yaowen did not go back with him, because he planned to go out with Gu Xiaolun and the others. It's been a while since he came to Juxia City, but he hasn't really gone out yet. After staying in the countryside for so long, he almost forgot what a big city was like. When the three of them left, Rui Mingming looked at 890 Du Qiangwei. Sister Qiangwei, they have all gone out. Should we go out too? Are you going shopping? No, I don't want to buy it, and I don't have any money, Ru Mingming said weakly. Hearing Rui Mingming's words, Du Qiangwei was a little helpless, but she also knew that Rui Mingming was telling the truth. This girl's family conditions are really poor, arguably the worst of them all, even worse than Cheng Yaowen. If you want to buy something, if you don't have money, I can buy it first. It's okay, Sister Qiangwei, I don't have anything to buy. Everything is distributed here, clothes are distributed, and there's a canteen to eat. Actually, I don't really want to buy anything, forget it. Okay, Du Qiangwei nodded, thinking that Rui Mingming doesn't even have a mobile phone. On weekdays, I just watch them playing with their mobile phones in the dormitory. After thinking about it, she decided to take Rui Mingming out. She has been appointed as the captain of the Leong Bing company by Jiang Hao, and it is what she should do to care about the lives of the team members. Thinking of this, she grabbed Rui Mingming directly. Sister Qiangwei, why did you catch me? If you don't want to buy something, I want to buy something. Come out with me, otherwise you will be bored in the dormitory alone. That's okay. Rui Mingming really couldn't give a reason to refuse. It would be really boring for her to stay alone in the dormitory. Afterwards, the two of them also left. On the other side, Huelon was called over by Jiang Hao. He was still very puzzled as to why Jiang Hao called him. "Instructor, you asked me to come here alone. What's the matter?" Huelon said directly after catching up with Jiang Hao. She knew that people like Jiang Hao were easy to talk to as long as they were not working. If you have anything to say, just ask directly. "It's nothing. Do you know Qilin?" "Qilin?" Huelon was slightly startled. "Instructor, do you also know Qilin?" Huelon immediately realized why Jiang Hao called her over. "Qilin and I were high school classmates. At the same time, she's still my girlfriend. She's also in the Juxia City Military District, but she works at the Research Institute." Huelon was stunned. She didn't expect that her instructor was actually her best friend's boyfriend. Moreover, isn't Qilin working as a detective in Juxia City? Why did she work in the Research Institute of the Super Seminary? But when she thought of Jiang Hao, she immediately understood the reason. It is probably because of Jiang Hao's efforts. As for why Qilin didn't tell her these things, it must be because of confidentiality. She's also in the mixed system, so she naturally knows this. I didn't think it was anything. What left her speechless was that Qilin didn't tell her that she was looking for a boyfriend. This doesn't mean she's a good sister, right? I didn't expect that. I didn't expect this, but instructor, how did you know about me? Although Qilin hasn't told me about you. I have read your background information and the records are very detailed. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Okay. Huelon understood the reason. Then shall we go now? Military Region Compound. Qilin lives with me in the Military Region Compound now. We have nothing to do these days. She should be watching TV at home now. After playing outside for 2 days, Qilin now has no interest in playing outside at all. Now she prefers to stay at home and watch TV. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Jiang Hao has not started work yet. Jiang Hao is about to start work. She will definitely follow, mainly to help with odd jobs and so on. Return to the military compound. Qilin and Su Xiaoli were watching TV in the living room. The houses allocated in the military compound are not small. The total area is about 140 square meters. For rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a rooftop. In the military compound, you can choose to eat in the cafeteria or cook it yourself at home. Lan Lan, why are you here? When Jiang Hao entered, Qilin glanced subconsciously, and then saw Huelon following Jiang Hao, and her face was suddenly full of surprise. She didn't know about Huelon's joining the Leong Bing company, and Huelon didn't tell her about it. I'm now a member of the Leong Bing company. Qilin was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Huelon should have joined the Leong Bing company. You also joined the Leong Bing company? Qilin was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that her best friend, Huelon, was also a super soldier with super genes. She didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the Leong Bing company. After all, because of Jiang Hao, she is not a member of the Leong Bing company now. Naturally, I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, the formation of the Leong Bing company is also confidential, and ordinary people have no way of knowing it. You guys chat. I'll go back to the room to get something. Jiang Hao made a random excuse and left the space for Qilin and Huelon. Qilin was fine with her around, but Huelon would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. Wait until Jiang Hao leaves. Huelon rushed towards Qilin directly. Pressed the ladder onto the couch. Well, Qilin, you didn't even tell me when you found a boyfriend, and he's still our instructor. Jiang Hao and I haven't been together for long, and he has a special status, so I can't say. In fact, it was Qilin who didn't say on purpose. There is no way. My boyfriend is too good, and I am afraid of being missed. Of course, her words are not entirely lies. At least it is true that Jiang Hao has a special status, and it is difficult to reveal too much information. Okay, I know you have your difficulties. Didn't I tell you when I came to Leong Bing company? Huelon didn't really blame Qilin. She's also within the system herself, and knows that some things cannot be said nonsense. But I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You're more beautiful than before. By the way, how did you end up at the Research Institute of the Super Seminary? Weren't you a criminal police officer before? Well, I'm done with it. Now I'm working as an assistant to Jiang Hao. In fact, Su Xiaoli and I also have super genes, but Jiang Hao didn't let us enter the Xiong company. Qilin spoke up. Su Xiaoli on the side blinked when Qilin mentioned her, with a cute look on her face. This is Su Xiaoli, who used to work with Jiang Hao and is now one of his assistants. Ollie, this is Iwailon, my college classmate and best friend. Qilin introduced the two of them. Soon, the three of them became familiar with each other, watching TV, chatting, and eating snacks together on the sofa. Have a little fight from time to time. Lunch was eaten at home, and Jang Hao cooked it. Usually, if he has time, Jang Hao will choose to cook by himself because he is good at cooking. And there is no shortage of food at home. Jang Hao also cooked dinner. Iwailon had no interest in going to the city. He stayed at Jang Hao's house all day and did not return to the dormitory to rest until 8 or 9 in the evening. The next day, everyone in the Xiong company got up early and washed up, because Jiang Hao said yesterday that someone would come to take them early this morning to activate the super genes in their bodies and turn them into real super soldiers. So most people didn't sleep well last night, because they're all thinking about what they will become after the super genes in their bodies are activated. Is it infinite strength, extremely fast speed, or flying or something like that? Gu Xiaoluan even dreamed of awakening the super gene in his body. After becoming a super soldier, Du Qiangwei looked at him differently. Then he successfully pursued her and embraced the goddess. When I woke up in the morning, the pillows were wet. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a group of people came to the corridor. The leader was a young girl with blue hair. It was none other than Yuqin. It was Yuqin who was responsible for taking Gu Xiaoluan and the others to activate the super gene. If Ling Feng was here, this task should be hers now. But she is currently busy building a new H1 gene charging device and has no time to worry about this. 5.1. This matter was naturally handed over to Yuqin. An ordinary gene charging device can activate a second-generation super soldier like Xian Zhao. But Lu Chuang, Gu Xiaoluan, and Du Qiangwei have relatively high genetic levels. The energy required is greater. Ordinary gene charging devices have too low power. It cannot be used to activate the super genes in their bodies, not even to charge them, because ordinary gene charging devices are used to convert electrical energy. Just activating one of Gu Xiaoluan's super genes would probably cause a power outage in the entire Juxia city for several minutes. However, the new gene charging device solves this problem. Naturally, Jiang Hao does not need to pay special attention to such things. Jiang Hao believes that Yuqin can do well, and he began to study micro-wormhole, transport technology, and Kamigawa coding. This is the key to linking to the dark matter plane. As for the dark matter mastermind, there is no rush. As long as Jiang Hao can open up a stable connection channel between reality and the dark matter plane. Dark matter mastermind, it only takes him half a day to design one. And the computing power is guaranteed to be at the level of a celestial computer. Not to mention that it is stronger than Leong Bing's dark matter mastermind and Kesha's sacred knowledge, but it is definitely not worse than those two. Qilin was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Iwailon should have joined the Xiong company. You also joined the Xiong company? Qilin was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that her best friend, Iwailon, was also a super soldier with super genes. She didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the Xiong company. After all, because of Jiang Hao, she is not a member of the Xiong company now. Naturally, I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, the formation of the Xiong company is also confidential, and ordinary people have no way of knowing it. You guys chat. I'll go back to the room to get something. Jiang Hao made a random excuse and left the space for Qilin and Iwailon. Qilin was fine with her around, but Iwailon would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. Wait until Jiang Hao leaves. Iwailon rushed towards Qilin directly. Pressed the latter onto the couch. Well, Qilin, you didn't even tell me when you found a boyfriend, and he's still our instructor. Jiang Hao and I haven't been together for long, and he has a special status, so I can't say. In fact, it was Qilin who didn't say it on purpose. There is no way. My boyfriend is too good, and I am afraid of being missed. Of course, her words are not entirely lies. At least it is true that Jiang Hao has a special status, and it is difficult to reveal too much information. Okay, I know you have your difficulties. Didn't I tell you when I came to Leong Bing company? He Weilon didn't really blame Qilin. She is also within the system herself, and knows that some things cannot be said nonsense. But I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You are more beautiful than before. By the way, how did you end up at the Research Institute of the Super Seminary? Weren't you a criminal police officer before? Well, I'm done with it. Now I'm working as an assistant to Jiang Hao. In fact, Su Xiaoli and I also have super genes, but Jiang Hao didn't let us enter the Leong Bing company. Qilin spoke up. Su Xiaoli on the side blinked when Qilin mentioned her, with a cute look on her face. This is Su Xiaoli, who used to work with Jiang Hao and is now one of his assistants. Ollie, this is Weilon, my college classmate and best friend. Qilin introduced the two of them. Soon, the three of them became familiar with each other, watching TV, chatting, and eating snacks together on the sofa. Have a little fight from time to time. Lunch was eaten at home, and Jiang Hao cooked it. Usually, if he has time, Jiang Hao will choose to cook by himself because he is good at cooking, and there is no shortage of food at home. Jiang Hao also cooked dinner. He Weilon had no interest in going to the city. He stayed at Jiang Hao's house all day and did not return to the dormitory to rest until 8 or 9 in the evening. The next day, everyone in the Leong Bing company got up early and washed up, because Jiang Hao said yesterday that someone would come to take them early this morning to activate the super genes in their bodies and turn them into real super soldiers. So most people didn't sleep well last night, because they're all thinking about what they will become after the super genes in their bodies are activated. Is it infinite strength, extremely fast speed, or flying or something like that? Gu Xiaoluan even dreamed of awakening the super gene in his body. After becoming a super soldier, Du Qiangwei looked at him differently. Then he successfully pursued her and embraced the goddess. When I woke up in the morning, the pillows were wet. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a group of people came to the corridor. The leader was a young girl with blue hair. It was none other than Yuqin. It was Yuqin who was responsible for taking Gu Xiaoluan and the others to activate the super gene. If Ling Feng was here, this task should be hers now. But she is currently busy building a new H1 gene charging device and has no time to worry about this. 5.1. This matter was naturally handed over to Yuqin. An ordinary gene charging device can activate a second-generation super soldier like Xian Zhao. But Lu Chuang, Gu Xiaoluan, and Du Qiangwei have relatively high genetic levels. The energy required is greater. Ordinary gene charging devices have too low power. It cannot be used to activate the super genes in their bodies, not even to charge them, because ordinary gene charging devices are used to convert electrical energy. Just activating one of Gu Xiaoluan's super genes would probably cause a power outage in the entire Juxia city for several minutes. However, the new gene charging device solves this problem. Naturally, Jiang Hao does not need to pay special attention to such things. Jiang Hao believes that Yuqin can do well, and he began to study micro-wormhole, transport technology, and Kamigwa coding. This is the key to linking to the dark matter plane. As for the dark matter mastermind, there is no rush. As long as Jiang Hao can open up a stable connection channel between reality and the dark matter plane. Dark matter mastermind, it only takes him half a day to design one, and the computing power is guaranteed to be at the level of a celestial computer. Not to mention that it is stronger than Leong Bing's dark matter mastermind and Kesha's sacred knowledge, but it is definitely not worse than those two. Qilin was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he Weilon should have joined the Leong Bing company. You also joined the Leong Bing company? Qilin was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that her best friend He Weilon was also a super soldier with super genes. She didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the Leong Bing company. After all, because of Jiang Hao, she is not a member of the Leong Bing company now. Naturally, I didn't pay much attention. Moreover, the formation of the Leong Bing company is also confidential, and ordinary people have no way of knowing it. You guys chat. I'll go back to the room to get something. Jiang Hao made a random excuse and left the space for Qilin and He Weilon. Qilin was fine with her around, but he Weilon would definitely feel a little uncomfortable. Wait until Jiang Hao leaves. He Weilon rushed towards Qilin directly. Pressed the latter onto the couch. Well, Qilin, you didn't even tell me when you found a boyfriend, and he's still our instructor. Jiang Hao and I haven't been together for long, and he has a special status, so I can't say. In fact, it was Qilin who didn't say it on purpose. There is no way my boyfriend is too good and I'm afraid of being missed. Of course, her words are not entirely lies. At least it is true that Jiang Hao has a special status, and it is difficult to reveal too much information. Okay, I know you have your difficulties. Didn't I tell you when I came to Leong Bing Company? He Weilon didn't really blame Qilin. She is also within the system herself, and knows that some things cannot be said nonsense. But I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You are more beautiful than before. By the way, how did you end up at the Research Institute of the Super Seminary? Weren't you a criminal police officer before? Well, I'm done with it. Now I'm working as an assistant to Jiang Hao. In fact, Su Xiaoli and I also have super genes, but Jiang Hao didn't let us enter the Leong Bing Company. Qilin spoke up. Su Xiaoli on the side blinked when Qilin mentioned her, with a cute look on her face. This is Su Xiaoli, who used to work with Jang Hao and is now one of his assistants. Ollie, this is He Weilon, my college classmate and best friend. Qilin introduced the two of them. Soon, the three of them became familiar with each other, watching TV, chatting, and eating snacks together on the sofa. Have a little fight from time to time. Lunch was eaten at home, and Jang Hao cooked it. Usually, if he has time, Jang Hao will choose to cook by himself, because he is good at cooking, and there is no shortage of food at home. Jang Hao also cooked dinner. He Weilon had no interest in going to the city. He stayed at Jang Hao's house all day and did not return to the dormitory to rest until 8 or 9 in the evening. The next day, everyone in the Leong Bing Company got up early and washed up, because Jiang Hao said yesterday that someone would come to take them early this morning to activate the super genes in their bodies and turn them into real super soldiers. So most people didn't sleep well last night, because they're all thinking about what they will become after the super genes in their bodies are activated. Is it infinite strength, extremely fast speed, or flying or something like that? Gu Xiaoluan even dreamed of awakening the super gene in his body. After becoming a super soldier, Du Qiangwei looked at him differently. Then he successfully pursued her and embraced the goddess. When I woke up in the morning, the pillows were wet. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a group of people came to the corridor. The leader was a young girl with blue hair. It was none other than Yuqin. It was Yuqin who was responsible for taking Gu Xiaoluan and the others to activate the super gene. If Ling Feng was here, this task should be hers now. But she is currently busy building a new H1 gene charging device and has no time to worry about this. 5.1. This matter was naturally handed over to Yuqin. An ordinary gene charging device can activate a second-generation super soldier like Xian Zhao. But Lu Chuang, Gu Xiaoluan, and Du Qiangwei have relatively high genetic levels. The energy required is greater. Ordinary gene charging devices have too low power. It cannot be used to activate the super genes in their bodies, not even to charge them, because ordinary gene charging devices are used to convert electrical energy. Just activating one of Gu Xiaoluan's super genes would probably cause a power outage in the entire Jiuxia city for several minutes. However, the new gene charging device solves this problem. Naturally, Jiang Hao does not need to pay special attention to such things. Jiang Hao believes that Yuqin can do well, and he began to study micro-wormhole, transport technology, and Kamigawa coding. This is the key to linking to the dark matter plane. As for the dark matter mastermind, there is no rush. As long as Jiang Hao can open up a stable connection channel between reality and the dark matter plane. Dark matter mastermind, it only takes him half a day to design one. And the computing power is guaranteed to be at the level of a celestial computer. Not to mention that it is stronger than Leong Bing's dark matter mastermind and Kesha's sacred knowledge. But it is definitely not worse than those two. Put the dark matter metal or into the space bracelet. Jiang Hao continued on his way. But the next luck was not so good. Hours passed. Jiang Hao encountered some dark matter metal mines one after another. but they are all small. The dark iron that can be extracted is only a few kilograms at most. Because his physical strength was almost exhausted, Jiang Hao's energy also weakened. Although Jiang Hao had fairy beans that could instantly restore his physical strength, it was of no use to him. Instead, he directly opened the wormhole, left the dark matter plane, and returned to the real world. Returning to the familiar color world, it is no longer the same black. Jiang Hao felt that his slightly depressed emotions were relieved. Even he felt depressed. It is conceivable that if someone else went in, he would be either stupid or crazy, or simply get lost in it. He glanced at the time. Because he couldn't feel the specific existence of time in the dark matter plane, Jiang Hao could only determine the time he entered based on his own judgment. After coming out, he glanced at the clock hanging next to him and found that he had been in for more than an hour. Sure enough, it is still a bit too reluctant to find other people's dark matter spaces directly in the dark matter plane. After all, according to the records of Kamigawa civilization, the space of the dark matter plane is no smaller than that of the real universe. The real universe is also extremely huge. At present, no civilization has fully explored how big the universe is. Known civilization does not mean all civilizations in the universe, but places that can be detected and recorded by big clocks, which are called known civilizations. And unknown civilizations are places that cannot be detected by big clocks. It's not that the universe is that big. Jiang Hao didn't plan to waste any more time looking for it. He intends to solve the problem at its root. If you want to copy Gu Xiaoluan's equipment and skills in the game world of the dark matter plane, finding his account directly in the dark matter plane is a bit fanciful. It would be easier to find him directly and find this game account through him. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao opened the door of the research room and asked Su Xiaoli, who was outside the door, to run over and ask Yuqin to bring Gu Xiaoluan and others. After a while, Yuqin came over with the people from Leong Bing Company. Everyone in the Leong Bing Company activates the super genes in their bodies, all in the research room. Su Xiaoli couldn't use it for the past 2 minutes. Instructor. Seeing Jiang Hao, everyone in the Leong Bing Company greeted Jiang Hao, because they already knew it from Yuqin's mouth. Jiang Hao is not just their instructor, he is also the head of the Institute, a super genius. The kind where thousands of people have to listen to his command. The instrument for activating super genes in their bodies was also developed by others. In addition, they also learned about the National Superman project from Yuqin. Naturally, they were in favor of this plan, because everyone in the Leong Bing Company has relatives, and no one is an orphan. And the National Superman project can radiate to everyone in the entire Great Xia. This naturally includes the relatives they care about. Therefore, they also raise their hands in favor of Jiang Hao's plan. The last thing is that they can clearly feel the powerful power in their bodies at this moment. The feeling of power filling the whole body is really fulfilling. And all of this can be said to be brought to them by Jiang Hao. Of course, none of them knew that their super genes were actually endowed by Du Cao. After all, these super genes were brought by Du Cao from the Dino Galaxy and then sprinkled on the Earth. Well, come in, Gu Xiaoluan. The others have nothing to do with you for the time being. You could do your own activities. You could take a walk around the Institute if you want. Of course, if you want to understand your own changes, you can also ask Yuqin to help you test the changes in your physical fitness. Jiang Hao looked at the crowd and said. After saying that, he glanced at Yuqin. Yuqin nodded to express her understanding. When Gu Xiaoluan saw that he was named, he was a little confused, but he still walked towards Jiang Hao. But if you're the first to be named by Jiang Hao, it must mean that you are very powerful. After all, now he can feel the huge power in his body. That kind of feeling makes him feel that his fist can blow everything up. Follow Jiang Hao into his research room. The door is closed. Gu Xiaoluan subconsciously thought that he was going to become a guinea pig and be sliced into pieces. But thinking about it, it is definitely impossible. If I really want to slice it, I have already cut it. I can wait until now. Instructor, what should I do? You don't need to do anything. Come here and lie down. I'll draw some blood from you first. Oh, Gu Xiaoluan nodded. Obediently following Jiang Hao's instructions, he lay down on a metal bed. Jiang Hao first reached out and touched the skin on Gu Xiaoluan's arm. Gu Xiaoluan was shocked. I even once doubted whether Jiang Hao was a glass. But when he found Jiang Hao, he touched it and withdrew his hand. He immediately understood that he was overthinking. Yes, your skin is very hard now and has high toughness. Let me try how hard it is. No syringe used. With the hardness of Gu Xiaoluan's skin, an ordinary syringe cannot go in. Under Jiang Hao's control, a blue sharp point appeared on the front of his finger. Then he stabbed Gu Xiaoluan's arm. It hurts a little, bear with it. Okay. Gu Xiaoluan nodded. The next second, he felt something piercing his skin. There was a huge pain in my arm. If he hadn't been prepared, the sudden severe pain would have made him jump up. He was an ordinary person before, but this was the first time for him to experience such pain. But because of Jiang Hao, he still held back and refused to move. After taking out a small tube and collecting some of Gu Xiaoluan's blood, Jiang Hao took out his hand. His hands blessed with qi are very sharp. However, when he just scratched Gu Xiaoluan's skin, he still exerted a little force. This shows that Gu Xiaoluan's skin is already very hard now. The super gene has just been awakened, and the defense power is already so exaggerated. Shouldn't it be said that it is worthy of the power of the galaxy and worthy of being invincible? What is certain is that as time goes by, Gu Xiaoluan's physical strength will continue to increase. Yes, with your current physical fitness, ordinary conventional weapons can no longer hurt you. Gu Xiaoluan was lying down when Jiang Hao suddenly said something and immediately pulled him over. Conventional weapons? Instructor, what are conventional weapons? Gu Xiaoluan obviously didn't understand this. Jiang Hao smiled and explained to him. Conventional weapons, except nuclear, chemical, biological, and other weapons of large-scale destruction, can be called conventional weapons. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, special guns. Cannon, howitzer, rocket launcher, mortar, anti-aircraft gun, tank gun, anti-tank gun, aviation gun. Why? Tanks, armored personnel carriers, amphibious armored vehicles. These are all conventional weapons. To put it simply, you are now a little Superman. Your enemy has no way of killing you without using unconventional weapons. Of course, Jiang Hao still had something to say, that even if he used unconventional weapons, he would not be able to kill Gu Xiaoluan. What makes the invincible body powerful is not its defensive power, but its terrifying resilience. Even weapons like the god-killing Wu, which can destroy super genes and are specially designed to deal with super soldiers, cannot kill Gu Xiaoluan. Because the god-killing martial arts can't destroy Gu Xiaoluan's super gene. So powerful. Gu Xiaoluan was shocked. He knows he is a super soldier. But I didn't expect that I would be so powerful. And there are too many conventional weapons, as Jiang Hao just said. What tanks, mortars, anti-aircraft guns, tank guns, aviation guns. He didn't remember much. So many weapons were useless to him. He was too powerful. He still believed Jiang Hao's words. After all, Jiang Hao is not only his instructor, but also the head of the research laboratory, a super genius. Besides, Jiang Hao had no reason to deceive him. What's the benefit of lying to him? Yeah, among the guys in the Leong Bing company, you are the most powerful one. Jiang Hao nodded. Of course, I'm talking about your future. When Gu Xiaoluan was secretly happy, Jiang Hao said again, the most powerful thing about you is not your physical fitness, but your future and your anti-voidability. It's not class time now, so I won't tell you so much. These are still a little far away from you, but I will teach you how to use your power later. Now you can go out. Oh, instructor, I'm leaving. Looking at his arm, Gu Xiaoluan found that the place where Jiang Hao had just punctured had already healed. Not even a scar was left. If there wasn't a little blood from the previous wound, he would have thought the pain just now was an illusion. Wait until Gu Xiaoluan leaves. Jiang Hao also immediately started analyzing Gu Xiaoluan's blood. A few minutes later, interesting, did the angel lock it in his genes? This thing should be a sacred code. I didn't expect there was an unexpected shipment. Use the Kamigawa code to analyze the sacred code. Maybe I can understand the sacred code. Then I will have a lot of convenience when facing the angels, good ones, in the future, and Kesha's arsenal also uses the sacred code to appetize yes. Gu Xiaoluan's super gene is locked. If you want to research, it is not that simple. But this is normal. Neither the angels nor the super seminary spared any effort in researching the power of the galaxy, because the power of the galaxy is their weapon against their ultimate fear. In the beginning, Angel studied the power of the galaxy for himself. However, because Kesha discovered that the super seminary was secretly influencing the ideas of angels, it would definitely not work if they continued to influence them. So she chose to expel the super seminary, which also led to the interruption of research on the power of the galaxy. The dispute over ideas is actually very troublesome. The reason why Kesha has been fighting Leong Bing for tens of thousands of years is because they have different ideas. But in order to prevent the power of the galaxy from being peeked at, when Kesha was building the power of the galaxy, she still left some backup options. For example, the code lock she left on a galaxy power gene. This is her backup talent. Even the super seminary cannot break the backhand she left behind. This is also the reason why the power of the galaxy has never been able to mature and be used, because it has never been perfected. Even the current Gu Xiaoluan, the power in his body is not perfect. However, Jiang Hao feels that it is not difficult for him to decipher the sacred code. At most, it just takes a little more time. Half an hour later, Jiang Hao smiled. Is this the sacred code? It's not as difficult as you think. Deciphered the code lock that Kesha left on the galaxy power gene. Jiang Hao also had a smile on his face. For ordinary super genes, Jiang Hao can also clone the genes to prove that he also has such a history. But it won't work for someone like Gu Xiaoluan, because for super soldiers like Gu Xiaoluan, the power of genes is only part of them. The reason why they are really powerful is that they are located in the dark matter space of the dark matter plane. Compare the super god universe to a game world. The dark matter space, understood by super soldiers like Gu Xiaoluan, is equivalent to the game character cards recorded on them in the game. Character cards will bring them great blessings and powerful power. This is also the reason why Gu Xiaoluan has forced so many other super soldiers in Leong Bing company. Character cards are the mainstream of the second generation of super soldiers. And now Jiang Hao also wants to create a character card for himself. But it is too time-consuming to create it step by yourself, and the character cards you create may not necessarily be good cards. But if you copy it directly, it will be faster. And Gu Xiaoluan's Galaxy Power is a powerful character card. Put in the game, it is also the top SR card. Jiang Hao had no reason not to take shortcuts and had to study them himself. After all, copying is not a kind of research. He never said he only copied one character card. From the beginning, Jiang Hao planned to copy a large number of character cards, then create his top-level SSR character card. This kind of shortcut is not taken by others who want to take it. 757, if he can take it, he will take it. Moreover, who says that taking shortcuts will prevent you from developing your own skills that are unique to your character in the future? Deciphering the code lock Kesha left on Galaxy Power also means that Jiang Hao can already copy the ability of Galaxy Power. As for the code lock left by the Super Seminary on the Galaxy Power, Jiang Hao's current understanding and application of the Kamigawa code is probably better than the Founders. The combination locks they left behind are no different from non-existent in Jiang Hao's eyes. The next step is to copy Gu Xiaoluan's Galaxy Power Super Gene and then fuse it. If it is to be fused to someone else, Jiang Hao will have to change the super gene of Galaxy Power appropriately according to the fusion person's own situation. But if Jiang Hao integrates himself, he doesn't need to worry about this. Because his body is special, he can integrate the power of any system without worrying about affecting each other. It is not difficult to clone genes. At least for Jiang Hao, it's simple. Figure out the gene sequence and then make appropriate adjustments. It didn't take half an hour. If it were anyone else, it would be quick to figure it out in 3 to 5 years. There is also a gap between geniuses. The next step is fusion activation, a super gene infused with galactic power. Later, Jiang Hao also used a gene charging device to activate the super gene representing the power of the galaxy. Instead, it directly connects to the dark matter plane space through micro-wormhole transportation technology. The next second, a wormhole opened in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao walked towards the wormhole without hesitation. Heaven and earth change again. Jiang Hao came to the dark matter plane again. But the difference is that this time he comes no longer the dark matter space where only darkness can be seen at a glance. Instead, we came to a dark matter space with light. Moreover, there was a step under his feet that he could step on. This scene is not unfamiliar to Jiang Hao, because he has seen it. In the original work, after Gu Shaolin was sent away by Lu Chuang, he used Di Lena as an energy source to activate the super gene in his body, which is where he came from. Obviously, he came to the dark matter space of galactic power. Of course, it can also be called the dark plane super gene system space, because Jiang Hao is now also a member of the galaxy force. He also came to the dark plane super gene system space of the galaxy force. Ding found the owner of the galaxy power super gene. Start registration. Ding, an error message was found and is being corrected. Ding, the correction is completed. Re-register, an error message was found, and it is being corrected. Jiang Hao. From the looks of it, it seems that the data I gave to Galaxy Power's super gene system was wrong. After all, the power of the galaxy suddenly appeared, and it was normal for the data of the super gene system to be wrong. But Jiang Hao is not Gu Shaolin. He mastered the Kamigawa code and the sacred code. So Jiang Hao directly began to modify the super gene system of Galaxy Power. This thing is actually Gu Shaolin's dark plane mastermind. But the computing power is too average and belongs to the original ancient version. Later, the Qinquan that Jixin helped Gu Shaolin create was the latest version of the dark plane mastermind, with computing power reaching the level of a celestial-level supercomputer. It is too simple for Jiang Hao to modify this ancient version of the Dark Plane Master Program. After the modification is completed, Jiang Hao became the new owner here. Of course, he did not have the authority to modify Gu Shaolin's position here. If he really does this, it will be equivalent to directly depriving Gu Shaolin of the character card at Galaxy Power. Gu Shaolin will immediately become an ordinary first-generation super soldier. Even the invincible body will disappear. He will really be useless by then. Of course, Jiang Hao has no intention of occupying this place. What he wants is his own dark plane system, not one share with others. But now, he still needs to use the dark plane system of Galaxy Power to do something. For example, activate the super genes in the body. Coming here does not mean that Jiang Hao's super gene has been activated. He also needs a source of energy. In the original work, Gu Shaolin's energy source is Emperor Lena, the light of the sun. It was Di Lena who used micro-wormhole transport technology to transfer stellar energy to Gu BBDC, Shaolin, and the other super warriors of the Earth through the dark plane, helping them activate the super genes in their bodies. Because of Jiang Hao, Gu Shaolin and the others now use the gene charging device as an energy source to activate super genes. And to activate the super gene in his body, he naturally needs an energy source. Jiang Hao can use the qi in his body as an energy source to activate the super genes in his body. But Jiang Hao's better choice is to use dark matter energy as an energy source to activate the super gene in his body, because the effect will be better this way. Although he also has the power of the Milky Way, Jiang Hao's genes are much higher than Xia Shaolin's. This also means that Jiang Hao can withstand stronger, more violent, and more advanced energy. After the strengthening is completed, Jiang Hao will be far stronger than Gu Shaolin, the power of the galaxy. In this case, Jiang Hao made a judgment and came to the conclusion that it was the best choice for him to directly use dark matter energy to activate the super gene in his body. Jiang Hao trusts his own judgment. So he came to the dark plane system space of Galaxy Power. Because this is the dark plane, outside the system space, there is countless dark matter energy. Jiang Hao has the authority here to let in the dark matter energy from the outside. However, in order to prevent too much energy, it poured in all at once and broke through the entire system space. Jiang Hao also needs to upgrade the system space. After an hour, update completed. The main material that makes up the system space is dark iron. And I just happen to have a lot of dark iron in my hands, which can be used to upgrade the system space. After strengthening the system space of Galaxy Force, Jiang Hao controls the plane space and opens a gap. As soon as the gap opened, a massive amount of dark matter energy poured in instantly, so fast that it filled the entire space almost instantly. This time, Jiang Hao is not turning on the dark energy isolator. His body was like a dry sponge. It began to absorb the dark matter energy zone like a whale swallowing the sea crazily. Jiang Hao also instantly turned into a purple person. There was so much dark matter energy that even if his body was strong enough, it would instantly enter a state of overload. However, with the crazy influx of dark matter energy, the super gene belonging to the power of the galaxy in his body was also activated. That massive amount of energy suddenly had something to share it with. Countless dark matter energy began to pour into the super gene, and the super gene is like a new sprout, rising rapidly in the wind. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, because there was no part of his body that was not in pain at this moment. That kind of pain goes deep into the bone marrow. Fortunately, his brain development is high enough. Even if it is biological instinct, he can use his brain to forcibly control it. Directly isolate the pain from the whole body. Jiang Hao's eyebrows immediately relaxed. As for whether doing this will cause the body to collapse or something. After all, the reason why the human body feels pain is to remind you that it can't hold on any longer. Jiang Hao has calculated this aspect. Nothing can go wrong. With the strength of his body, it is impossible for him to collapse. After all, he has Majin Buu's terrifying resilience. With that terrifying resilience, Jiang Hao can even be reborn from the drop of a hat. The only way to completely kill him is to use extreme power to kill him until there is no ash left. Such a powerful body cannot be destroyed by dark matter energy. Bringing pain to Jiang Hao is the greatest thing it can do. This is why Jiang Hao dared to do this. Almost 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao knew that his body was almost saturated. He immediately closed the gap in the dark plane system space that he had opened before. With the last dark matter energy in space being absorbed by Jiang Hao, his body also entered a saturated state. Name: Jiang Hao. Age: 24. Race: human/Saiyan. Talent: gift to the world, knowledge god. Effect: brain development 10,000%. Saiyan bloodline: immortal, pseudo, invincible body, anti-void. Combat strength: 2.65 million. Skills: holy Qinkuan Qigong practice, Qi bombs, Qi fingers, fast movement, high-speed flight, gravitational waves, turtle wave Qigong, excellent, Qi perception, teleportation, comprehensive boxing skills. Super regeneration, telekinesis, mind reading, creation out of thin air, micro-wormhole transportation technology. Looking at his brand new data panel, Jiang Hao knew that he had completely integrated the super gene of the power of the galaxy and obtained the power of the galaxy. Of course, compared to Gu Xiaoluan's real deity, Jiang Hao, the power of the galaxy, will only become stronger. After merging the power of the galaxy, Jiang Hao's combat power also exploded from 540,000 to 2.65 million, a full increase of more than 2 million. After returning to the Super God universe, Jiang Hao never practiced again. First, because the world is different. Even if Jiang Hao practices, the speed at which he improves his combat effectiveness is far less than what he practiced in the Dragon Ball world. Therefore, Jiang Hao basically stopped practicing after returning to the Super God universe. The second is because Jiang Hao has other things to do. Even if he wants to practice, he doesn't have time. The super holy water Jiang Hao is actually usable, but the next time you use it, you have to wait at least half a year. Otherwise, it won't have much effect. Moreover, the stimulation of the potential of super holy water is not unlimited, and the more times it is used, the effect will become worse and worse. So after more than half a month after returning to the Super God universe, his combat power has basically not improved, and it is still at 540,000. But now, after merging the super gene of the power of the galaxy, Jiang Hao's combat power has directly increased to 2.65 million, an increase of more than 2 million. Such a huge improvement shows how powerful the power of the galaxy is. Of course, The increase of more than 2 million is also related to Jiang Hao himself being very strong. In addition, he can perfectly exert his own strength, so he can have 200. The improvement of tens of thousands of strength. 1 point Jiang Hao developed a void-level weapon similar to the male core, and then developed a celestial machine supercomputer mastermind similar to Qianquan. His combat power will also increase, and this improvement will definitely not be small. As for Gu Xiaoluan, who is also the power of the galaxy, his combat power is only a few hundred at most. Of course, the several hundred combat power here is a numerical value, and it does not mean that he can display the strength of several hundred combat power. If he really wants to fight, he will be considered powerful if he can exert a fighting power of 70 or 80. But judging from Gu Xiaoluan's performance in the Tianhe City battle in the original work, Jiang Hao felt like he was praising him when he said that he could exert a combat effectiveness of 70 or 80. You want to say that he has an invincible body. But apart from making him difficult to kill, he did not exert the effect of his invincible body at all. And strength. His use of power was limited to throwing tanks. What is the difference between this and picking up manure with great strength? Only when good steel can exert its true effect on the blade. The same goes for strength. He can throw things and has the power of fart. His expressiveness is really not as good as Qian Jin Fan in the 22nd martial arts tournament in the Dragon Ball world. But Jiang Hao is different. Sure O's unruly body and Gu Xiaoluan's invincible body are combined. It is no exaggeration to say that it is difficult for anyone to kill him in the Super God universe. Even a supernova explosion may not kill Jiang Hao. First, Jiang Hao's micro-wormhole transport technology is so good that no one can limit Jiang Hao in space, not even Carl. Second, the powerful defense and recovery of the invincible body are superimposed on Majin Buu's terrifying immortal body, plus Jiang Hao's powerful qi. He is fully capable of withstanding the most terrifying energy explosion at the moment of the supernova explosion. It is not nonsense to say that no one in the Super God universe can kill him. And as time goes by, Jiang Hao will only get stronger and stronger. It can be said that after reaching 2.65 million combat power, Jiang Hao has the strength to directly crush Liang Shui and Kaisha. Of course, it is still not that simple to kill two people, unless Jiang Hao can directly destroy their dark plane space. Solve them fundamentally. Of course, just integrating the Galaxy Power Super Gene is not enough. Next, Jiang Hao plans to learn from Gu Xiaoluan in the original work. Build yourself a void-level weapon similar to Xiongxin, and at the same time, create a personal dark matter mastermind. But none of this is difficult. The difficult thing is to integrate the super gene of Galaxy Power. Now the most difficult problem Jiang Hao has solved. It becomes easy to create void-level weapons. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao designed his own exclusive void-level weapon system. Compared with Gu Xiaoluan, he named it Xiongxin. Jiang Hao named his weapon system Zhengyang. Righteousness, the righteousness of justice, the righteousness of the right path. Yang is the sun. There is nothing more powerful and pure than the power of a star like the sun. After Zhengyang was created, Jiang Hao immediately began to experiment with its effects. Return to the real world from the dark matter plane space. Jiang Hao walked to the table nearby and picked up a glass of water that Qilin had poured for him earlier. Turn the cup upside down. The water inside immediately flowed out. The power of thought was activated, and the water was fixed in the air by Jiang Hao and could not continue. Raise your hand and lightly touch the water. The water suddenly solidified quickly, as fast as the naked eye could see. In the blink of an eye, the water turned from liquid to solid ice. Jiang Hao flicked it. Boom! A soft sound. The mass of ice exploded into a pile of crushed ice. Jiang Hao lightly again. The broken ice in the air suddenly ignited. The next second, a huge flame began to burn in the air. There was a smile on Jiang Hao's face, but also emotion. No wonder Kesha is so optimistic about Gu Xiaoluan. Once Gu Xiaoluan grows up, his horror is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Don't look at the original anime. Gu Gu Xiaoluan's Xiongxin system was shut down by Hua Yi. It's useless. But that's because Gu Xiaoluan's dark matter mastermind is no match for Hua Yi. If Gu Xiaoluan's mastermind is a big clock, the big clock matches the void level weapon core. Gu Xiaoluan directly came up with a definition that Hua Yi does not exist. He can be erased directly from the rules level. This is the power of void weapons. Subvert the conservation of energy, subvert the conservation of dark energy, and subvert the law. Together, they become laws and rules. In Jiang Hao's view, void-level weapons are more like words and actions. It's just that this is easy to say and requires a powerful computing power auxiliary system as a basis. And the demand for energy is not small. Although void-level weapons can subvert the conservation of energy, but it's like a water pump. To pump out water, you have to pour some water into it first. Take your hand back. The flames that were originally burning in the air began to gather in the air and soon turned into a flaming sword. The flames went out, and a real metal sword appeared in midair. Then it floated and fell into Jiang Hao's hands. This is a stainless steel sword. For ordinary people, this is already considered a magic weapon. Because it's sharp, Jiang Hao exerted force with his hand slightly. Click, click, click. The long sword was directly crushed into a metal ball by Jiang Hao. Who dares to believe that this metal ball was actually a ball of drinkable water half a minute ago? Asking for flowers. He threw the metal ball aside. Jiang Hao's experiment ends here. Open your own properties panel. Combat strength has increased from 2.65 million to 3.42 million. It only increased by more than 700,000, which is not much. But Jiang Hao knows that this is because he has not yet designed his own dark matter master brain system as an auxiliary. Once he figured out his unique dark matter mastermind system, his combat effectiveness increased 100 times, which in Jiang Hao's opinion was considered small. As for whether it would be too exaggerated, not an exaggeration. Although Gu Xiaoluan was unable to defeat Hua Yi in the original work, even with Qinquan, a celestial-level supercomputer, as an auxiliary system. But Gu Xiaoluan is Gu Xiaoluan, and Jiang Hao is Jiang Hao. Even if Jiang Hao didn't have the super gene of galaxy power, no celestial-level computer as an auxiliary system, and no void weapons, he could still beat Hua Yi. But building a celestial-level computer cannot be completed in a short while, because Jiang Hao needs resources. Moreover, he first opened up a dark matter space for himself. Of course, he can also choose to share one with Gu Xiaoluan. But sharing a dark matter space means that Gu Xiaoluan can also use the celestial-level computer he created. Under normal circumstances, it will have no effect if two people use it at the same time. But if two people use it at the same time during a battle, it will have an impact. And Jiang Hao has no interest in sharing the same thing with others. Therefore, it is still necessary to open up your own dark matter space. Only by opening up the dark matter space can he have a place to host a celestial-level supercomputer. As for the materials needed to build a celestial-level supercomputer, Jiang Hao also needs to find it himself. Many of these things are not owned by the Earth. In the original work, Gu Xiaoluan's Qinquan celestial-level supercomputer can be said to have wiped out all of Angel's wealth. Celestial-level supercomputers are not a commodity. In the Super God universe, celestial-level supercomputers are already the highest-level supercomputers. Kesha's treasure house of sacred knowledge and the big clock in Carl's hand are both of this level. Except these two people have celestial-level supercomputers. Others are gone. Leong Bing, Lyang Civilization, Triangle Civilization, and Dino Civilization do not exist. In a later period, Gu Xiaoluan's career was also created by emptying Angel's family fortune. And this is the only 3 celestial-level supercomputers in the Super God universe. As for Gu Xiaoluan, he still can't beat Hua Yi after having Qinquan. It's not that celestial machines and supercomputers are incompetent. It's that humans are incompetent. The gun is very powerful, but if you don't know how to use it, it's no different from holding in your hand like a fire stick. Although Qinquan is burning a fire stick in Gu Xiaoluan's hand, it is out of the question. But it's almost equivalent to the stage where you can only open it. And Jiang Hao wants to build a celestial-level supercomputer. He has the technology, how to build a celestial-level supercomputer is recorded in the Super Seminary's information, but he doesn't have the resources. Even if he can make something out of nothing, create it himself, he couldn't get all the required materials in a short time. But Jiang Hao is not in a hurry because he has enough time to develop slowly. Today, the super gene that merges with the power of the galaxy has gained an invincible body and strong physical fitness. Gu Xiaolun's strength is not small, just a little worse than Lu Chuang, but not much, plus a void-level weapon. Jang Hao is already very satisfied. He called everyone in the Leong Bing company over one after another, and after taking a portion of their blood, Jiang Hao let them leave. Take their blood, study their super genes, and see if they have abilities that are useful to you. There's also the subsequent strengthening of them. In the Leong Bing company, there are currently only 2 super warriors who can truly grow into the Master God level, Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang. As for Delana, she is from the Lyang Star, not from Earth, and she is still on the Lyang Star. Come to Earth. Naturally, she is not a member of the Leong Bing company. Therefore, among the current Leong Bing company, Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang are the only ones who can grow into super warriors of the main god level. The main god level is the level where Leong Bing, Kesha, Huayi with the black hole engine installed, and Karl are. As for super warriors like Sun Wukong and Panjun, who are also very powerful in combat, he can only be regarded as a third-generation super soldier. This level is not difficult to achieve. In the original work, Gu Xiaolun and Yin went to Freljord to work with the villain. Both of them were upgraded to divine bodies. And as long as you upgrade to a first-generation divine body, it means that you are a third-generation super soldier. Reaching this level means that you can truly ignore god-killing weapons, completely different from the second-generation super soldiers. The difference in strength is huge. A super soldier of this level must have a combat strength of at least 10,000. As for whether it can exert a combat power of more than 10,000 with 260, that depends on the person. Jiang Hao collects everyone's super genes, in addition to studying their genes, to see if they have any good abilities and copy them himself. It is also to prepare them for future upgrades. Jiang Hao can't help them integrate other super genes. After all, other people in the Leong Bing company are different from him. Even if they are fused with another super gene, it is very likely to cause gene collapse. Their bodies are not like his. Their bodies can integrate other powers without limit, and there will be no problems. But Jiang Hao can upgrade them with their own genes. This is not difficult for Jiang Hao. However, they're not yet fully in control of their current strength, and the work of upgrading them continues. The next day, Gu Xiaolun and others were still dreaming about Duke Zhou. Boom! There was a sound, and the door was kicked open. A sudden loud noise woke up Gu Xiaolun and the other 4 people in the room. Who? What happened? An earthquake. The first voice belongs to Xian Zhao, and the second voice belongs to Gu Xiaolun. Jiang Hao, wearing dark alloy armor, was standing at the door of the dormitory. There's no earthquake. It's me. Get up quickly. I'll see you on the playground within a minute. After saying that, he walked towards the girls' dormitory next door. As soon as I arrived at the door was already opened. The person who opened the door was none other than Du Qiangwei. Instructor. When seeing Jiang Hao, Du Qiangwei immediately saluted. Jiang Hao kicked the door loudly just now. Du Qiangwei's dormitory was not far away, so she naturally heard the door kicking and Jiang Hao's words. Because this is not home after all, they sleep with their clothes on. They are different from Gu Xiaolun. When Jiang Hao came over, she and He Weilon had already put on their coats and shoes. At this time, He Weilon was standing behind her. Only Rui Meng was still putting on her shoes in a hurry. Among the 3, she is the only one who is an ordinary college student. He Weilon was a criminal police officer before. When she was in the police academy, she had experienced a lot of such training. Not to mention Du Qiangwei. She had been in a mixed military camp before, and she had gone through this kind of assault training countless times. Getting up is called a vigorous and resolute act. Well, everyone is up. Let's meet at the playground. Jiang Hao nodded. Du Qiangwei and He Weilon did not move for the first time. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the black armor on Jiang Hao. The dark alloy armor designed and built by Jiang Hao himself is very different from the dark alloy armor worn by Goku and others in the original work. In the original novel, the dark alloy battle armor of the Guess was not very beautiful in design, but black and dark red were quite good. But when worn on them, they look bloated and not beautiful enough. The only good-looking black armor in the original work is the black armor on Sun Wukong. There's a saying on the internet, caliber is justice, range is truth, appearance is combat power. Appearance equals combat power. This saying is very applicable to fighter jets, because the more beautiful a fighter jet is, the more powerful it is. Especially the third and fourth generation fighters, their appearance is really beautiful. Jiang Hao also felt the same way, so the black armor he designed for himself was not only more advanced, but also more beautiful and beautiful. The overall style is sci-fi, with the main color being black, supplemented by dark red, and finally light blue. There is a small controllable cold fusion reactor emitting blue light on the chest. This thing is not designed to look good, nor is it to add any weapons to the armor. This thing is actually a small gene charging device. After fully mastering the micro-wormhole transport technology, Jiang Hao understands space better. It also gave Jiang Hao the ability to shrink space. If space shrinks, can items also shrink? Using this technology, Jiang Hao successfully achieved controllable cold fusion shrinkage. Then this small genetic charging device was built. Controllable cold fusion was chosen instead of thermonuclear fusion because cold fusion is more controllable. Even if the device is damaged by someone, there will be no explosion or anything like that. More security. And such a device can be used to charge the genes of super soldiers so that your super genes are always in optimal condition. In this way, the super soldier's physical strength is always at its most abundant, directly turning into a perpetual motion machine. If you are injured, you can speed up cell recovery and take your own recovery to a higher level. The armor is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is dark iron, and the middle layer is energy-absorbing metal. This is a metal that can absorb energy, similar to Marvel's vibranium. The innermost layer is made of nanometal, which can automatically repair the outer armor after it is damaged. At the same time, it can be combined with the outer layer of dark iron according to the wearer's thoughts to transform into a variety of melee weapons. Although it has 3 layers, each layer is actually extremely thin, as if you were just wearing a piece of clothing. Coupled with the cold nuclear fusion device emitting blue light on the chest, it can be said to be very beautiful. And Jiang Hao designed full body armor. In other words, the helmet is included. Jiang Hao didn't understand why the head was clearly one of the major weaknesses. In the original work, the Leong Bing company wore black armor, but except for Qilin, no one else had a helmet. Moreover, Qilin's helmet did not completely cover Qilin's head. Of course, you can say that this is a war between super civilizations. The weapons are so advanced that wearing a helmet is useless. But you're wearing armor, but not wearing a helmet on your head. It looks weird no matter what. As for the dark alloy full-body armor designed by Jiang Hao, the head is more defensive because he added more dark iron. Today is the first day of official training. We will not do any training today, but there is actual combat, mainly to find out your specific strength and also to let you understand why you're now super soldiers. After speaking, Jiang Hao waved his hand and the space next to him suddenly became distorted. Then a 2-meter diameter wormhole appeared in the void. This is an application of micro-wormhole transport technology. After understanding the space, you can arrange it according to the rules of the space to achieve the purpose of opening a space passage. Of course, not everyone can use this trick, because the rules of space vary greatly and are complicated. Ordinary people simply cannot do this. In the original work, there's a scene where Du Qiangwei is practicing her abilities in controlling space. She used micro-wormhole technology and her own ability to more easily control space to create a wormhole that could teleport over short distances. She walked through it, nothing happened, and Gu Xiaoluan followed rashly. When he came out, the black armor on his body was gone. What Xiaolin did was actually very dangerous. Because Du Qianwei's computing power is not enough, she can let herself pass through the wormhole safely, but she cannot let others pass through the wormhole safely. That person is Gu Xiaolin. An ordinary person would probably have died in the wormhole space. Jiang Hao naturally has no worries in this regard. His computing power is sufficient, and he knows the micro-wormhole transport technology well, so there is no way he can make mistakes. But there is no problem if people teleport over long distances. Follow up. Jiang Hao didn't say anything nonsense. People walked directly into the wormhole. After Jiang Hao walked in, Gu Xiaolin and Zhao Xian were still hesitant. But Du Qianwei walked out first, followed 11, and entered the wormhole without hesitation. He Weilan and Rui Mengmeng saw Du Qianwei moving and followed closely behind. By the time Gu Xiaolin and the others reacted, Du Qianwei and the others had already disappeared. Let's go, Mr. Xian. I'm not afraid of Qianwei and the other 3 girls. So what are we, the 4 old men, afraid of? Even so, but Gu Xiaolin, whose mentality is still that of an ordinary person, is actually still very scared. Things develop too fast, and his mentality has not completely changed. In the original work, Gu Xiaolin's mentality has never been able to change. When he arrived at the super seminary, although he trained hard, his mentality never changed. During the Battle of Tiana City, he even wanted to be a deserter. In the end, it was Du Qianwei who scolded him awake. It was also after the Battle of Tiana City that Gu Xiaolin truly began to grow and transform, becoming a qualified warrior. I believe that Master is afraid. I just didn't react for a while. But with this method, our instructor must be some kind of god. It's not possible, but it's definitely a super soldier. Cheng Yaowen, who had never spoken much, suddenly said. After saying that, he walked straight into the cave without any ink marks. Zhao was still taciturn as always, and followed in without saying anything. Master Xian, they have all gone in, let's go in too. Later, the 2 of them followed. After passing through the wormhole, the imagined scene of stepping into space did not appear. After completely passing through the wormhole, Gu Xiaolin immediately found that he and others had arrived at a new world. It's golden to the eye. Of course it's not gold. Instead, his eyes were full of sand. Overhead, the sun hung high and there were no clouds in the sky. There are no green plants around. Except sand is still sand. This is the Taklamakan Desert, the largest desert in our country. Next to it is Lop Nur. This is a huge no-man's land. We're not ordinary people. Once we fight, there will be a lot of movement. There will be no one in this place for 100 or 200 miles. From now on, this will also be our main training venue. The subordinates asked about their doubts, and Jiang Hao spoke up. Neither Gu Xiaolin nor Zhao Xian knew where the Taklamakan Desert was. But when they heard about Lop Nur, they were no longer unfamiliar. After all, my country's first Mahai bomb exploded in Lop Nur. Many people may not know what the Taklamakan Desert is, but they're definitely no stranger to Lop Nur. Even a B asterisk 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 D like Zhao Xian, who has not studied since junior high school, knows where Lop Nur is. Tell instructor, are we at the border now? The person asking the question was Zhao, who never spoke much. Yeah, Jiang Hao nodded. After receiving Jiang Hao's confirmation, a group of people were dumbfounded. Juxia City, where they were just now, is at least 2,000 kilometers away from the frontier in a straight line. It takes a long time to fly, but they came over in no time. What you just did was just a simple application of micro-wormhole space technology. This is also a course you must take later. You don't think that as super soldiers, you only need to know how to fight, right? Let me tell you, there will be a lot of written exams and literature classes in the future. You have to learn and remember a lot of things. Jiang Hao reminded. Oh God, please forgive me. I still have to go to class. Xian Zhao felt like he wanted to. He was good at fighting, but in class, his eyes turned black when he saw the textbook. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out into society right after graduating from junior high school. His grades were a little bit poor, but the fundamental reason for his poor grades was that his eyes turned black when he read and his eyelids weighed thousands of pounds. That was why his grades were poor, and he left the society before even finishing junior high school. Now that he's about to go to class, for him, going to the battlefield is not as scary. And Gu Xiaolun also felt a little helpless. I thought I didn't need to go to class when I left the university early, but I didn't expect to be a super soldier when I came here, and I still have to study. No wonder it is called Super Seminary. It turns out it is really a place to study. Okay, that will happen later. Now, let's start the practical lesson. All of you, come and attack me. Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to be the same as Rose among you. In terms of strength, she is the weakest among you. Among the current members of Leong Bing Company, Gu Xiaolun is the strongest without Lu Chuan. Next is Rui Meng Meng, then He Weilon, then Zhao Xian, then Zhao and Cheng Yaowen. The weakest one is Du Qiangwei. Du Qiangwei is a space-time rose. Her talent is stronger in space, and her physical fitness can only be regarded as an ordinary second-generation super soldier. Compared with ordinary people, it must be an unattainable existence. But compared to other super fighters in Leong Bing Company, her strength is at the bottom. Bring it on. Jiang Hao's words fell to the ground, but none of the group moved, because they don't know whether to listen to Jiang Hao or not. Still, as the captain, Qiangwei Du was the first to set an example, because she knew very well how powerful Jiang Hao was, so she didn't have to worry about hurting Jiang Hao if she shot too hard. So she rushed towards Jiang Hao immediately. He Weilon's reaction was also quick, and after Du Qiangwei made a move, she followed closely behind. As super fighters, even if speed is not their specialty, neither of them is slow. Du Qiangwei has served in the army for many years. His melee fighting skills are certainly not bad. As a criminal police officer, He Weilon also needs to master close combat skills. Compared to the rest of the Leong Bing Company, the skills of the two are much stronger. Even Zhao, who knew some swordsmanship, was inferior to the two in actual combat without weapons. Jiang Hao said that he would control his strength and speed to Du Qiangwei's level. So facing Du Qiangwei and He Weilon, Jiang Hao did not hide. When speed is not an advantage, dodging is obviously a foolish behavior. And defense has never been Jiang Hao's style. He likes to attack head-on, because the distance is not far. Even though the sand is difficult to walk on, it will not have a big impact on super warriors like Du Qiangwei and the others. She arrived in front of Jiang Hao almost instantly. Knowing that she did not have the advantage in terms of strength, she chose to move her feet, because the feet can produce stronger power than the hands. The man jumped up when he was still 3 meters away from Jiang Hao. A flying kick towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's expression did not change. Before Du Qiangwei even took off, Jiang Hao had already determined what she wanted to do. So when Du Qiangwei kicked over, Jiang Hao had already predicted in advance to dodge her attack. At the same time, he swung his leg towards Du 877 Qiangwei's back. When Du Qiangwei knew Jiang Hao's intention in midair, she had nowhere to use her strength to escape. He was whipped by Jiang Hao. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The powerful force directly sent Du Qiangwei flying dozens of meters away. Jiang Hao didn't hold back at all with this kick. Because the actual combat simulation is the battle with the enemy on the battlefield, and the enemy will not show any mercy to you. Although the strength of this kick was controlled by Jiang Hao, it was at the level of Qiangwei, the weakest among the Leong Bing Company. But it definitely won't feel good. After all, Rose's power is only small compared to other super warriors in the Hero Company. In fact, Du Qiangwei's power is not small. The strength of this kick, at least above 10T. The moment Jiang Hao whipped Du Qiangwei away, He Weilon also rushed behind Jiang Hao. He punched Jiang Hao directly in the back. Although Jiang Hao doesn't have eyes on his back, but his powerful hearing already allowed him to hear the movement of feet behind him. The brain also controlled the body immediately and reacted like a fighting instinct. With just a twist of his body, he dodged He Weilon's charged punch. What? He Weilon was surprised. She didn't expect that a sneak attack on Jiang Hao with her back turned would not succeed. But because the force of the punch was too great after the punch was thrown, she wanted to withdraw her fist, but she was not so fast. Almost in an instant, Jiang Hao's hand grabbed He Weilan's hand. Because he used Du Qiangwei's power, Jiang Hao was far behind He Weilan in terms of strength. He used He Weilan's fist to rush forward and continued a generation forward, allowing her to continue running forward. At the same time, he stretched out his foot and pulled He Weilan. The latter was thrown out by the inertia of its own forward motion. The person just fell over and ate shit. A gully about 10 meters long was drawn on the ground. I also ate a lot of sand in my mouth. The fight is instantaneous. Jiang Hao easily neutralized the attacks of Du Qiangwei and He Weilan, making Gu Xiaolun look stupid. It feels like I'm watching a movie. He ignored Du Qiangwei, who was climbing up on the ground in the distance, and He Weilan, who was spitting out the sand in his mouth. Jiang Hao looked at Gu Xiaolun, Zhao Xian, and the others who were not doing anything. Why are you still standing there? You can't even fight. Or are you just going to watch your comrades crumble in my hands? Remember, Du Qiangwei and He Weilan are your teammates now, and you are a team. I'm fighting with your teammates. Are you just watching? Jiang Hao's words finally woke up the rest of the Leong Bing company. Xiaolun, Master Xian, I'll go up first. Zhao Xian bore the brunt. He is someone who often fights with people on the street. People tend to be impulsive, and Jiang Hao's words can lift his mood. His speed is the fastest among them all. It was almost there. Although Jiang Hao reacted, he failed to avoid it immediately. After all, he said that he only had Du Qiangwei's strength and speed. Although he reacted, he didn't have the speed to avoid it. Boom! Jiang Hao was directly knocked out by Xian Zhao. The latter stopped 100 meters away because the speed was too fast. I hit the instructor. Xian Zhao was very happy, although Jiang Hao was knocked away. But he predicted in advance that he would be hit. Although he could not avoid it, he used clever methods to neutralize the impact force brought by Xian Zhao. He himself was not harmed. After doing 2 backflips in midair, Jiang Hao landed smoothly on the ground. Jiang Hao just landed and stood firm. Gu Xiaolun roared and rushed towards him, yelling, obviously to cheer himself up. But by doing so, he revealed his intentions. Jiang Hao didn't hide either. Facing the big guy like Gu Xiaolun, he didn't need to worry about anything at all. The latter just rushed out. Jiang Hao arrived first and kicked him on the kneecap. This is the weakness of the human body. Even if Gu Xiaolun is invincible, he will not come. There was a crisp sound from the bones, and Gu Xiaolun knelt down instantly. Then he screamed because his bones were broken. The kind of severe pain that penetrates directly into the brain nerves is simply not something ordinary people can endure. At the same time, Jiang Hao noticed that Zhao Xian moved 100 meters away. The next second, Jiang used his good foot and kicked Gu Xiaolun away. Boom! Zhao Xian, who was just halfway through, was a little stunned when he saw Gu Xiaolun flying towards him. Wait until he reacts and wants to avoid. But he found that his speed was too fast. His fast speed also caused his momentum to be too strong and his inertia to be so great that he couldn't stop just when he wanted to. What's more, there's a big desert under their feet now. It's even harder to stop. Boom! Gu Xiaolun and Zhao Xian collided directly. Gu Xiaolun was naturally more injured, and Xian Zhao didn't feel good either. Although they are all super soldiers, their resilience is also different. After solving Gu Xiaolun and Zhao Xian, Jiang Hao began to take the initiative. However, his target was not Rui Mengming, Du Qiangwei, and the others, nor was it Zhao and He Weilan, who had already gotten up and was preparing to charge towards General Jiang Hao again. It was Cheng Yaowen who had been doing nothing. The reason why Cheng Yaowen was chosen was because Cheng Yaowen's ability, the heart of the earth, allowed Cheng Yaowen to control the earth and the quicksand under his feet. If he takes action, Jiang Hao will be very passive, so Jiang Hao chooses to deal with Cheng Yaowen first. As for whether the other party will use his abilities, Jiang Hao has no doubts about this. Different from Qiangwei's control space, it needs to be used in conjunction with micro-wormhole transportation technology. Cheng Yaowen's control of the earth can be said to be instinctive. The difference lies in how powerful his instinct can be. Seeing Jiang Hao rushing towards him, Cheng Yaowen was stunned for a moment, but he is clearly not one to sit still. Jiang Hao's merciless attack on Gu Shaoluan had already made him understand that Jiang Hao is serious. Actual combat is a real battlefield. So after seeing Jiang Hao choose himself as the target, he activated his ability immediately. The quicksand directly controlling the ground seemed to trap Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao had long expected that Cheng Yaowen would do this. Started to keep changing directions. After all, Cheng Yaowen had just awakened. Although it is instinct to control the earth, his control speed is not very fast. He often just takes control of one place, and Jiang Hao has already moved to another location. Yaowen, make me a sword. Zhao's voice sounded next to him. Zhao knew Cheng Yaowen's ability, because after awakening the super gene, they returned to the dormitory and told each other about their abilities. As for the purpose, it was naturally to compare whose abilities were better and stronger. This is how competitive men are. They want to compete in everything. Cheng Yaowen did not hesitate. Directly control the ground under your feet with your own abilities. Along with the ground squirming, a pile of black rocks poured out from the ground. Then, under his control, a black stone sword condensed and took shape. And Jiang Hao is getting closer and closer to Cheng Yaowen. Zhao immediately grasped the hilt of the stone sword. A sword was slashed in the direction of Jiang Hao. The sword energy visible to the naked eye suddenly came out of the sword and flew towards Jiang Hao. The speed was so fast that he was in front of Jiang Hao in an instant. Of course, Jiang Hao had seen Zhao's actions long ago. I also know his plan, so I evaded immediately. Of course, he dodged Zhao's attack, but it also made him fall into the yellow sand restrictions of Cheng Yaowen. Both feet were directly invaded by the yellow sand to the knees. Although it is just yellow sand, under Cheng Yaowen's control, this yellow sand is at least 10 times harder than cement. Jiang Hao couldn't move his feet for a while. He Weilon also saw this rare opportunity and rushed towards Jiang Hao again. But after what she had just experienced, this time, even if Jiang Hao still turned his back to her, she was still very careful. As for Du Qiangwei, she still hasn't been able to recover from Jiang Hao's kick. In terms of physical fitness, she could be said to be the worst among the people in the Leong Bing company. Jiang Hao's kick was equivalent to her own full blow. With that kick, she felt like several of her bones were broken. That means she is a super soldier. Otherwise, Jiang Hao's kick would have been enough to beat her to death. What's more, she experienced a second injury. The impact of flying dozens of meters and landing. The damage caused to her was also considerable, although she got up from the ground. But now my back hurts so much when I move it. That kind of pain is like stabbing your heart and lungs. It left her unable to make any big moves at all, not to mention attacking Jiang Hao. Now, she can only be an audience. As for Rui Mengming, she was still standing there at a loss as to what to do. Before coming to Leong Bing Company, she could not even afford her tuition. Because of family reasons, she has had low self-esteem since she was a child and dared not speak loudly to others. Not to mention hitting someone. Even though it has been a few days since I came to Chao Theological Seminary, some things have changed. But her inferiority complex cannot be changed instantly. Compared to Gu Shaoluan, Rui Mengming needs training more. It is simply unrealistic to expect her to help now. Seeing that Jiang Hao was restrained, Zhao did not hesitate to rush towards Jiang Hao with his stone sword. The stone sword in his hand kept swinging out while running. Sharp sword energy was also slashed out by him, but there was still no panic on Jiang Hao's face. Faced with the rushing He Weilon and Zhao, Jiang Hao's face showed a smile instead. The next second, Jiang Hao disappeared directly. Zhao and He Weilon's attacks were all in vain. What? The two were surprised. Why did Jiang Hao suddenly disappear? Cheng Yaowen was also shocked. Be careful, Yaowen behind you. Zhao suddenly shouted to Cheng Yaowen. It turned out that Jiang Hao had appeared behind Cheng Yaowen at some point. What Jiang Hao just used was teleportation. Jiang Hao said that he only needs to be at the same level as Du Qiangwei. But he didn't say that he didn't use skills. Relying purely on physical fitness, Du Qiangwei, who is currently the weakest in the Leong Bing Company, can take the lead and defeat everyone in the Leong Bing Company. so it is definitely necessary to open skills. Of course, even if he activates his skills, the power is still suppressed at the level of Du Qiangwei. In other words, the strength Jiang Hao is exerting now is the maximum strength that Du Qiangwei can exert if he knows his skills. Before Qing Yaowen could respond, Jiang Hao had already taken action. Integrated boxing is activated. Jiang Hao's hands suddenly turned into afterimages. Bang, 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 bang. Punch after punch. Qing Yaowen was immediately stunned. I have no brains to think about counterattack, resistance, or anything like that. Just like a sandbag. A moment of effort. Qing Yaowen was already covered in blood. Since this is actual combat, Jiang Hao's attack will naturally not be too light. A heroic company is being loved by someone. There are no restrictions from Qing Yaowen. Jiang Hao does not need to activate teleportation. With one quick movement, the remaining Guxiaoan and others were completely unable to resist. Jiang Hao had just disabled Guxiaoan's arm, but under the strong resilience of his invincible body, in less than half a minute, his foot had completely recovered. Abnormal 7. Power made Guxiaoan himself speechless, but there was no use in recovering from it, because the gap is too big with Jiang Hao. Almost 5 minutes later, except for Rui Mengmeng, who had been standing there stupidly, and Du Qiangwei, who was still 100 meters away and had not yet recovered, the others were either lying on their stomachs or lying on the ground. My whole body was bruised and swollen, and there was no good spot. Even He Weilon and Jiang Hao didn't take special care of Qilin because of her. His face was also bruised and swollen. Of this group of people, the most difficult one to deal with is that guy Zhao Xinxin. His speed is so fast that he can suppress Jiang Hao, who is on the same level as Du Qiangwei. Even if he turns on the fast movement skill, which increases his speed by almost 3 to 4 times, he still can't keep up with his speed. In the end, Jiang Hao relied on calculations to predict the direction he was running and was able to solve him. To be honest, this battle is not difficult for Jiang Hao, even if he suppressed his strength to the level of Du Qiangwei. Although Guxiaoan and his gang are all monsters, but their foundation is too poor, they don't know how to fight or how to control their own power. How to attack. The coordination is pretty good, but the control of power is not very good. Moreover, they lack the experience to fight him, so it was normal for them to lose. As for everyone in the Leong Bing company, they don't want to move except for the pain in their bodies. More of a frustration. After all, there were so many of them, but they couldn't defeat Jiang Hao. Using the micro-wormhole transportation technology to connect the people of the Leong Bing company, Jiang Hao transmits his own energy as an energy source to them. Everyone who was seriously injured recovered quickly, and after a while, everyone was surprised to find that their injuries had completely recovered. Jiang Hao's own energy is very huge. To him, the energy transmitted to the people in the Leong Bing company is just a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning at all. His current combat power is as high as 2.65 million. This also means that the energy in his body is very huge. After recovering from their injuries, everyone in the Leong Bing company also got up from the ground. Then one by one began to gather together and stood in front of Jiang Hao. In the first actual battle, although you lost, your performance was not bad. At least, you were not as bad as I expected. It's okay to cooperate. Overall, I'm quite satisfied. Everyone was very surprised when they heard Jiang Hao's words. Originally, they thought that Jiang Hao would say that they were poor and dissatisfied with their performance. The result is not. Is it surprising why my evaluation of you is quite satisfactory, not a reprimand? It's very simple, because most of you were just ordinary people before coming here. Except for Qiangwei and He Weilon. One is a soldier and the other is a policeman. The rest of you are ordinary people. You guys like this, what can I ask of you? Although Rui Mengmeng didn't do anything the whole time, I don't blame her. Hearing Jiang Hao's roll call, Rui Mengmeng, who was originally depressed and regretful, raised his head. Because in the battle just now, she was the only one who didn't take a shot at Jiang Hao. Because she dare not. Because before she came here, she was just an ordinary girl. She even had some low self-esteem, was not confident, and was timid. What can I ask of such a girl? But you have to remember that since you are here, You have to remember that you are not here to travel, and you're not here to play. You are here to make yourselves stronger. You're not only super soldiers, but also soldiers. The future of this country will be protected by you. For the first time, I can treat you as ordinary people. But next time, I hope you can perform better so that I can be satisfied even if your requirements are not low. Next, let's go back to the super seminary. Before the class officially starts, I will give you some lessons to let you understand why you're super warriors. Understand your own strengths. Jiang Hao said before that there will be no training class today. The first is the training ground for the Leong Bing company, which Jiang Hao has not yet had time to bridge. As for how to train, using a gravity chamber to train is undoubtedly the best. The gravity chamber can speed up their control of their own powers. However, he did not bring the gravity chamber Dragon Ball world, but left it to Sun Wukong and the others. So he needed to rebuild the gravity chamber. And this gravity chamber cannot be too small. Too small and not enough. In the Dragon Ball world, the only ones who can use the gravity chamber are Jiang Hao and Sun Wukong. As for the Super God world, those who can use the gravity chamber are the entire Leong Bing company. With more people, the gravity chamber will naturally be larger. And although there are only 7 people in the Leong Bing company now, there will be more people joining in the future. That guy Lu Chuang, Jiang Hao plans to transfer him from the army for half a month at most. Otherwise, the progress will be slowed down by Gu Xiaoluan and the others. In addition, there are more than a dozen fighters with super genes recorded in the files. At present, Zhou Jie is still visiting the door one by one. Go back to the super seminary through the wormhole. Jiang Hao took everyone from the Leong Bing company to the classroom of the super seminary. Beth, start giving them lessons. First of all, it is natural to tell them history. For example, why do they become super soldiers? We have super genes in their bodies, and where do those super genes come from? As well as how to use and develop the different abilities of their respective super genes in order to exert their true power. Jiang Hao gave a specific route. Let everyone in Leong Bing company gain a lot. Xi and Zhao would have thought that Jiang Hao's classes were the same as the teachers in the school. It turned out to be completely different. At least when listening to Jiang Hao, he doesn't feel sleepy at all, and occasionally ask a question or something. Looks like a good student. The next day, it was still the Tucker Desert. But it was only a day later, and when they came here again, everyone found that the place had changed drastically. Because on the desert, a huge platform has been built. On the platform is a huge sci-fi style building. The total length is no less than a kilometer. It is also hundreds of meters wide, covering an area of at least 4 to 5 million square meters. This building is exactly the super large gravity chamber built overnight by Jiang Hao. It can accommodate 100,000 people practicing at the same time. Before there were no void-level weapons, it was impossible for Jiang Hao to build such a super large gravity training room in one night. But after having void-level weapons, Jiang Hao can directly change the form of matter. It can also be created out of nothing. To Jiang Hao, building such a super large gravity training room is nothing at all. It was said that it was overnight, but in fact it took Jiang Hao less than 10 minutes to build this place. Among them, the first 2 minutes are to build the external structure. The last 8 minutes are spent detailing what's inside the gravity chamber. For example, exercise equipment, machines for testing strength and speed, some auxiliary props and tools, etc. These are relatively time-consuming. This is where you will mainly train in the future, the gravity training room. Instructor, all of them are so big, Gu Xiaoluan said in shock. Everyone else also had expressions of disbelief. They just came to this place yesterday, and there was nothing here at that time except for the yellow sand on the ground, which was still yellow sand. In one night, such a huge monster appeared. It's normal for them to be shocked. Well, both. Jiang Hao nodded, answering the doubts of Gu Xiaoluan and others. Come on, let's go in. Jiang Hao walked towards the gravity room with his head in his head, and everyone in the Leong Bing company immediately followed. The light in the gravity training room is very bright. I originally thought there would be some light inside, but after entering, I feel that the light inside is no different from the outside because the light is bright but not dazzling. It doesn't make people uncomfortable, but gives people a soft feeling. The space inside is also very huge. These are almost 30 or 40 meters high from the ground. It is equivalent to the height of a 10-story building. So even though there are a lot of training equipment in the training room, it still looks very empty. It doesn't feel crowded. Let's take you to familiarize yourself with the equipment here, and then test your current physical condition for each of you. Jiang Hao first took the people of the Leong Bing company to test their physical data, mainly based on strength and speed. As for the others, there's not much testing. And after the test, the training begins, directly open with double gravity. A group of unprepared people were directly crushed to the ground. It is not to say that the better the physical fitness, the greater the resistance to force. On the contrary, people with greater strength actually feel stronger gravity than those with less strength. But there are also benefits to physical fitness. That means you can bear it. If it is an ordinary person, let alone resist twice the gravity. Staying in a place with twice the gravity for a long time will be life-threatening. Gravity puts more pressure on them, which irritates their internal organs. If the organs can't bear it, won't people have problems? Everyone in the Leong Bing company had good physical fitness. Although they were unprepared at the beginning, they were directly crushed. But each body quickly and slowly adapted and began to get up from the ground. The person who climbed up the fastest was naturally Gu Xiaoluan. In the absence of Lu Chuang, his physical fitness is well-deserved number one here. Naturally, he was also the first to adapt to double gravity and get up from the ground. Afterwards, the others slowly adapted to the double gravity and got up from the ground. After almost 2 hours, everyone is almost completely adapted to the double gravity. At least things like walking and moving have been configured normally. Then the real training begins. As for what the training is, naturally, it's actual combat. It is still Jiang Hao as their opponent. But this time, Jiang Hao didn't deliberately suppress his strength. Of course, he didn't show his full strength. Instead, the strength is based on the individual, suppressing it to the point where it is just enough to crush them. It gives people a feeling that Jiang Hao is stronger than them, but not much stronger than them. Melee combat is something that cannot be taught verbally. Actual combat is the best teacher. Because only when you get beaten a lot in actual combat will you form muscle memory and an instinctive reaction to your muscles. In the Dragon Ball world, Monkey King improved so fast, but he was often beaten by Jiang Hao. Gu Xiaoluan and the others are naturally no exception. Even for the 3 girls he wail on, Du Qiangwei and Rui Meng Meng, Jiang Hao is merciless. One by one, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. As a girl, Du Qiangwei and the others are all in such a miserable situation. Not to mention Gu Xiaoluan and the other 4 men. I was beaten by Jiang Hao every day and cried for my father and mother. Even an honest person like Cheng Yaowen and a person like Zhao, who doesn't like to talk, were beaten by Jiang Hao, crying father and mother, screaming again and again. There is no way. Jiang Hao's attack was too ruthless, and he didn't hold back at all. If they didn't know that they had no enmity with Jiang Hao, they would have nothing to offend him. They all suspect that Jiang Hao is using training as an excuse to retaliate against them. At the same time, Ho Shenhe, Tiandao star system. In this galaxy, there is a special planet, which is only half. It stands to reason that such a planet should not exist. But it is special, because it is a solar star. The sun god of the Tiandao star system lives in Lyang Star. The sun god can redefine and regulate the sun, which can determine the temperature and energy of a place. It is also relying on the sun god, so even if there is only half of the planet left, the residents on Lyang can still live comfortably. Old Yinshao City. This is the largest city in Lyang Star. Because the gods of the Lyang Star, the sun god, also lives here. In a palace, Delana, dressed in a yellow robe, was lying on a chair boredly. A pair of snow-white slender thighs stretched out from the bifurcation of the yellow robe, which was extremely eye-catching. It's a pity that there is no one else here, and we can't see this wonderful scenery. It's so boring. I'm really tired of seeing this constant pattern. It's so annoying, Delana complained. While speaking, he reached out and took a green fruit from the table beside him, then stuffed it into his mouth. Click, click, click. The voice of King Guozi sounded. It's crisp and sweet, which is pretty good. Why? Our goddess is in a bad mood again. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Delana. The voice is crisp and gentle, full of royal flavor. And this voice did come from the mouth of a mature lady. The other party was wearing a mostly red skirt and armor. The armor was light and beautiful, which made her already beautiful figure even more perfect. She has black ink hair, wears glasses, and has a little baby fat, but it does not make her look fat but just right. While her face is beautiful, it also has its own distinctive features, making it even more impressive. Especially those light blue eyes, very beautiful, like a pair of beautiful sapphires. Hearing the sound, Delana immediately stood up from her chair. However, she wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, which made Wu Zhao's mouth shine slightly. Please, you are the goddess of the sun and the main god of the sun star. Can you look a little like the main god? Of course, Wu Zhao was just complaining in her heart. Having grown up with Delana, she knew Delana's character very well. Wu Zhao, why are you here? You don't have to patrol today. Delana was very happy to see Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao, Panjin's apprentice, is also a good sister and best friend who grew up with her. Of course, the Red Phoenix Heavenly Guard, who is also one of the 4 great heavenly guards of Lyang, is responsible for Delana's safety, although Delana, the sun goddess, is actually the most powerful one. But she is the queen of Lyang Star. Under normal circumstances, she is not allowed to take action. Moreover, she is too young. Although she is the sun goddess and possesses the sun's light god-making project, she is unable to exert its full power. Today is the day of handover. From now on, that guy Xuandi Yanji will be responsible for the safety of Yinshao City. I have nothing to do, so come see you. Great. I'm almost bored to death and don't know what to do. It's great to have you here to accompany me. Dina was very happy. You don't have to do anything comfortably every day, but you still feel bored. Wu Zhao complained. The scenery here looks like this, and there are no entertainment programs to entertain you. Do you think it's boring? How about I switch with you? Delana asked. Wu Zhao rolled his eyes at Delana. If you are bored, I heard that there's a place called Chiwu Star System over there in the Milky Way. There's a planet called Earth there, and the technology is very advanced. Real or false? How do you know? Of course I saw it. Leong Star has been monitoring over there. Lyang knows everything about what's going on there. As Panjin's disciple, Wu Zhao is the daughter of Panjin's best friend who died in the battle. He knows a lot of secret information. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have said these words. But she knew that Delana was in prison here, and she was really annoyed. Taking her to understand things on the other side of the Earth can also help relieve her worries. As for going to the Earth, don't be kidding, Delana is the main god of the Lyang. Even if she wanted to, Panjin would never agree to her going to Earth. Let's go and take a look. I heard from that old guy Panjin before that there is a human civilization called Earth in the Chiwu Star System. I heard it's not bad, but I don't know what is over there. Come on, hurry up, let's go there now. She was already accustomed to Delana's impatience. He took her directly to the scientific research department of Yinshao City. This place is generally not open to the public. Even if Delana is the sun goddess, she cannot enter. It's not that the people below are going to rebel, but Panjin, the regent, did not allow her to enter. As for why, it was naturally because she was worried that some bad things would teach Delana bad things. Panjin is De Hongquan, Grandpa Delana's right-hand man. Having won the trust of the other party, Panjin was also very loyal to De Hongquan. So after De Hongquan died, he always wanted to teach Delana to be a qualified king, so that he would be worthy of De Hongquan's trust and trust. But Delana is really not an easy person to teach. Her character is too out of touch and naive. The naive Delana, to be honest, is not a qualified monarch or minister. But she is the sun goddess, the main god of the Lyang civilization. She is not a qualified monarch, but her identity has been determined from the beginning. The monarch of the Lyang civilization can only be her. So what Panjin can do is to correct Delana's character. But as the regent, He had too many things to deal with, and many times he couldn't be by Delena's side. In order to prevent him from being exposed to some bad information, he strictly prohibited Delena from entering places where she could access information from other civilizations. The Yunshao City Scientific Research Department is just such a place, because this place has been secretly monitoring the Earth. The Earth is also the issue that Panjun least wants Delena to come into contact with. Sun Goddess, Lord Chifeng, this is the Scientific Research Department. You are not allowed to enter indiscriminately. When the two of them arrived at the Scientific Research Department, they were stopped by soldiers at the door. Why, as the goddess of the sun and the main god of the Lyang Star, do I still need your consent wherever I go? Upon hearing that she was not allowed to enter, Delena was immediately dissatisfied and put on the airs of being the main god of the Lyang Star. The two soldiers looked embarrassed. Goddess of the sun, this is an order from Lord Regent Panjun. Please don't embarrass us. When Delena heard this, she could only look at Wu Zhao on the side. Panjun gave the order to die, so she naturally couldn't force her way in. Otherwise, when Panjun came back, she would definitely not be as good as her. Panjun is the regent, although he has no right to pull Delena from the position of Lyang Star King. But he can teach her a lesson. Regent, this was given to him personally by her grandfather, the previous generation of Emperor Hongquan, the burning sun star hand god. When Panjun wanted to teach her a lesson, all the ministers of Lyang civilization dared not stop her. We are here this time with the order of the regent. The regent is my master. You should know this. Don't worry, if my master really wants to blame me, I will take care of these things. Wu Zhao also speak directly. She knew it was not good to do this, but she knew that if she didn't say this, Delena might just barge in, and her master would definitely get angry. Both of them must be unlucky. As for regretting bringing Delena to this place, she didn't regret it. After all, she and Delena are good sisters, and she, like Delena, is trapped in the Lyang Star. This okay. Feeling the dissatisfaction in Delena's eyes, the guarding soldier could only relax, asking for flowers. After all, the dance photos say so. If they don't know what to do, their sun goddess will definitely go crazy. When both sides are offended, it will be miserable. As for now, at least they have Wu Zhao to take the blame. They still believed in Wu Zhao. After all, this heavenly protector was different from the other three heavenly protectors. It's okay, Wu Zhao, let's go in. Wu Zhao nodded. The two entered the Scientific Research Department. No one outside dared to stop Delena and Wu Zhao, let alone the people inside. As for Delena, she stayed in the Scientific Research Department for half a month. It wasn't until Panjun received the news and returned to Yunshao City angrily that Lei Na and Wu Zhao came out of the Scientific Research Department. Apps. At this moment, there was only one person in the entire hall. Wu Zhao, Delena, and a middle-aged man covered in silver armor. The man was none other than the Regent Panjun, the current #1 combat force of Lyang Star. At this moment, he looked at Delena with a calm face. Although Delena was a little scared, she did not admit her mistake at all. As for the dance photos, she looked calm. But she was not afraid. She knew that her master was very angry now, and it was inevitable that she would be punished. It is precisely because she knows that punishment is inevitable that she is not afraid anymore. Dance photo. Master, tell me why you are making such nonsense. I'm not messing around, Emperor. The sun goddess also needs freedom. Wu Zhao said. You think too much of her. You should know what kind of character our goddess is. If you keep her locked up like this, sooner or later she will have problems. Wu Zhao's voice was very calm, and there seemed to be no emotional fluctuations. But what she said was sonorous and powerful. Definitely. Obviously, she didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. Looking at the dancing photos with a calm face, but stubborn eyes, Panjun couldn't say the words of reproach he originally intended to say. Wu Yang's father was not only his best brother and comrade in arms, but he also died for him. So he always felt that he owed Wu Yang a lot. Wu Yang said she was his disciple, but in fact, he treated her as his daughter. With Wu Zhao's strength, she is actually not qualified to become one of Delena's 4 bodyguards. But Pan Zheng still arranged it this way, because he did this to protect Wu Zhao. Even the people of Lyang civilization are not of the same mind. In Lyang civilization, there are not many people who disobey the rule of Lyang Lord God. But those guys didn't rebel openly. They only dared to rebel in secret. Because their strength is not weak. Even Pan Zheng cannot take them down by force. Otherwise, the already collapsed Lyang civilization will be dragged into the abyss of civil war, and that may lead to the destruction of the Lyang civilization. After all, the Lyang civilization is more powerful than the civilization on Earth. Their technological strength is very powerful, so powerful that it can easily destroy small galaxies. Once a war breaks out, it is impossible for Lyang Star to protect itself wisely. It's not like there aren't those who secretly want to do evil to the people around him. This is why he placed the dance photo next to Delena. No matter how crazy those people are, at least they don't dare to reach out to Delena, because they are afraid. What they are afraid of is naturally Delena, who is the light of the sun. Delena couldn't exert her full power because she couldn't control that power yet. But if you add Pan Zheng, it will be different. What's more, Pan Zheng's own strength is not bad. Do I not want to give her freedom? That's because... Forget it, I don't want to argue with you, but you are not allowed to go to the scientific research department anymore. I want to go to Earth. Just as Pan Zheng finished speaking, Delena suddenly spoke. What? Pan Zheng looked at Delena. She didn't expect Delena to speak at this time. Delena would always be very honest when she made mistakes on weekdays, as if she would admit her mistakes obediently. I said I want to go to the Earth in the Chiwu star system. Delena said again, You're going to Earth? Do you know what kind of place it is? Pan Zheng laughed angrily at Delena's words. The civilization there is low level, and the civilization lacks basic morality. But I think it's very good there, and the clothes there are very beautiful. It's not like our place, which is old and outdated, without any innovation or vitality. Pretty? The women there don't wear clothes when they go out, and they're exposed. Forget it, I won't tell you this. Anyway, I won't agree with you to go to Earth. Could it be that such a big palace can't keep you? What do you know, it's called fashion, and I've been tired of staying in this palace for a long time. What's the use of it? It still looks the same. Anyway, I don't care about 990, I'm going to Earth this time. And I didn't go to Earth just to have fun. I got information that there was a super warrior team on the other side of the Earth called the Leong Bing Company, and the people in it were all super warriors. It's the super genetic warrior left by the Dino civilization. Pan Zheng directly interrupted Delena. Delena was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Pan Zheng to know this. How could Pan Zheng not know? After all, he had been to that place on Earth thousands of years ago, where he beat a monkey to death, which severely injured their vitality. At that time, he also saw Kao, that guy on Earth. Only half of Lai Yang Xingchong is left, and KO must occupy at least half of the reason. He is no stranger to that guy, but that guy seems to have changed his name to Dude Sao now. Sound more like an Earthling. A former war lunatic has now become a pacifist who talks about peace. It sounds ironic. After all, that guy's hands were covered in blood. The destruction of the Dino civilization and the people who died on Lyang Star. Although the guy Ka can't be entirely blamed, he definitely plays a big factor in it. That guy is on Earth, and to him, it's not surprising that the super genes of the Dino civilization appear on Earth. It would be strange if the former Marshal Nuashing didn't have the super soldier gene of Dino civilization in his hands. Thinking of this, he thought of the other 2 god-making projects that were as famous as the Sun's Light god-making project. The power of Kamigawa, the god of war of Noxing. That is a huge god-making project between 2 big mouths. Give them some time to grow, and they will definitely become the superpowers of the universe at the level of the Lord God in the future. Although he is also powerful, he can only be regarded as the top among the 3 generations of super soldiers. There is still a big gap between him and the Lord God. That's right, I didn't do it all for fun in the past. If I could win over the super soldiers of the Earth to my side, then it wouldn't be considered fun. Pan Zheng frowned when he heard Delena's words. He felt that Delena's words were too rational. Would the people on Earth really let the people from the Leong Bing company come into contact with Darina? After the contact, why would the other party be pulled over by Darina? Just because she is the main god of the Lyang Star. The Lyang civilization is indeed a not weak civilization. But compared to the super warriors who are also part of the 3 major god-making projects, it is not necessary to choose them. Do you think you can succeed? Of course, I am the light of the sun goddess. Okay, please stop talking. Panjun felt dizzy when he heard Delena's words. With Delena like this, it would be strange for him to feel relieved to let her go to Earth. He looked at the dancing photo. Sincerity is the #1 skill. Although the sun goddess is immature in mind, her personality makes it easy to get along with others. Wu Zhao said directly when she saw her master. Sincerity is the #1 skill? Looking at Delena, Zhen didn't speak for a while. As for Delena, she was looking at Wu Zhao and asking her what it meant that she was mentally immature. But such a personality can easily be exploited by others. Panjun said, "So this time I go to Earth. I will accompany her." Panjun, although he suspected that Wu Zhao was looking for an excuse to leave Lyang Star, he could not say anything to refute, because compared to Delena, Wu Zhao's calm personality reassured him. As for what happened this time, it can only be said that she and Delena feel really good. And this is what he wants to see. After all, he treats Wu Zhao as his daughter. Sunlight, the main god of Lyang Star, has a good relationship with her, which means that even if something happens to him in the future, Wu Zhao will have someone to protect her. I'm originally one of the guards of the sun goddess, so it is normal for me to follow her and protect her. And except for me, no one else in the sun goddess's guard is suitable to go to Earth. When Panjun heard this, he looked at Delena, who also looked over with a stubborn look. Panjun was helpless. Although he is the regent, he has no intention of pulling Delena down from the throne. Even if he really wants to do so, other officials of Lyang Star will not allow it. When it comes to dealing with Delena, there are some things that even he can't force. Forget it. Since she is going to Earth, let her go to Earth. Just in time, he received news that Carl from the Styx Galaxy was eyeing the Earth. He has sent one of his civilizations, called the Taotai civilization, to invade the Earth. It should still be on the way now. Delena used to be able to use it as an excuse to help. People who want to come to Earth will not stop her. By the way, Delena was also given some experience. Anyway, Wu Zhao is here, so nothing will happen. With the strength of Delena and Wu Zhao, as long as they're not powerful at the level of the main god, they are not in danger. Moreover, he has been monitoring the situation on the Earth. If something really happened on the Earth, he would be able to help immediately. As for the problem of demons, he also considered it. Demons only fight angels. After going to Earth, Delena should not join the dispute between demons and angels. It is impossible for both forces to deliberately seek trouble for the Emperor's arm. After all, their Lyang civilization is not that easy to bully. Forget it, Carl. That guy is a lunatic and there is nothing to talk about with him. But Morgana and Kesha are both rational, and neither party definitely wants their enemy to have a sun civilization. Although the angel civilization is currently the most powerful civilization in the known universe. But when the Lyang civilization really faced off against the angel civilization, he had not experienced a single battle. What's more, once the Lyang civilization confronts the angel civilization, Morgana of the demonic civilization will never let go of this golden opportunity. And if the Lyang civilization and the angel civilization were on the same side, then the situation would be even simpler. Well, since you insist on going, I'll let you go this time. Yeah, great, you can go to the Earth, haha. After hearing this, you can go to the Earth. Delena immediately ran all over the palace with joy, without any image of the sun goddess. Panjun opened his mouth to say something. But looking at Delena's happy expression, when the words came to her lips, she still couldn't say them out. He sighed slightly. Maybe he had indeed locked up Delena for too long. Panjun looked at Wu Zhao. After arriving on Earth, take good care of Delena. Although she is the light of the sun, her mind is too childish and easily harmed. Yeah. Wu Zhao nodded. It is my responsibility. You, too. Remember to protect yourself. I can't take care of you all the time when you're out, but if anything happens, tell me as soon as possible. Wu Zhao froze for a moment. Today, Panjin talks a lot more than before. Looking at his master, Wu Zhao was stunned for a moment before nodding. Oh, I see. This was the first time she saw Panjin talk so much. But he could feel the concern in Panjin's words. Panjin said he was her master, but she grew up with Panjin since she was a child and has been growing up with him. They are said to be master and apprentice, but in fact they're more like father and daughter. Okay, you stay here with Delana. I'll contact the Earth side. It won't work if you just go there without notifying me. Panjin said. After saying that, he left directly. Earth. After Jiang Hao planned the training of the Leong Bing company, he let them practice on their own. His main work now is back to research. But this time, he is studying one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. The 4 fundamental forces are gravity, electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force. The strongest among them is the strong force. The nuclear fusion 1.6 reaction in the star, which produces light and heat, is the specific manifestation of a strong force. Controlling the strong force is equivalent to turning you into a walking superstar. Although the light of the sun is called the light of the sun, it is not the energy itself, nor does it have the ability to control power. She can continuously drive the flare activity of the star, accelerate the death of the star, and finally evolve into a supernova explosion. It can also locate stars across galaxies, mobilize the energy of dozens of stars at once, and then transfer the nuclear energy provided by the stars to her own body or other people's bodies through micro-wormhole transport technology. Once the energy is in her hands, it will allow her to achieve the nuclear fusion effect and become a humanoid bomber. But she itself does not have the ability to produce nuclear fusion, nor can it become a new sun. But this is normal. The energy produced by nuclear fusion is too terrifying. It is so terrifying that even if it is a divine body, it may not be able to work. As for the specific manifestations of weak force and electromagnetic force, the weak force is to make the universe divide, and there is repulsion between each other so that everyone will not be fused together. The electromagnetic force, the supporting force, pulling force, pushing force, elastic force, and friction force in our life are all the concrete manifestations of electromagnetic force. These forces would not exist if there were no electromagnetic force. As for gravity, its concrete manifestation is to determine the formation and movement of many celestial bodies in the universe. As for why gravity is said to be the weakest, for example, suppose you place an iron paper clip on the surface of the Earth, then use a magnet to keep approaching the paper clip from above. If nothing else happens, when the distance reaches a certain level, the paper clip will be attracted away from the ground by the magnet. This means that the gravitational force exerted by the entire Earth on the paperclip is no greater than the electromagnetic force exerted by the small magnet in your hand. Therefore, gravity is the weakest of the 4 fundamental forces. However, although gravity is the weakest among the 4 forces, it has one characteristic. That is, it is a long-range force, and it has only attractive force and no repulsive force. And this allows gravity to be superimposed infinitely and become very huge. Therefore, on the macroscopic scale of the universe, gravity is the dominant basic force, which determines the formation and operation of many celestial bodies in the universe. Infinite superposition means that its upper limit is higher. As long as Jiang Hao can accelerate the superposition of gravity, he can artificially create a powerful calendar. Imagine a gravitational pull that can pull planets or even stars. What a terrifying force it must be. If he cooperates with the space, Jiang Hao can even rub a black hole with his hands. How powerful is that? So gravity is weak, but not weak either. This is why Jiang Hao wants to study gravity. But if you want to control gravity artificially, it is neither easy nor difficult. Understand the conditions for the formation of gravity, the rules of its operation, and how to accelerate it. Then, Jiang Hao can do it and control gravity. What humans are best add is using the tools around them. As long as you master the characteristics of the tools, it will be easy to use them. What's more, Jiang Hao also has Xingyang, a void level 11 weapon that can be used for coordination. After half a month, Jiang Hao has completed 90% of his progress and is not far from success. At this moment, he received a call from Decoding. Lao Du, what's the matter? Jiang Hao knew that Du Cao usually wouldn't call Jiang Hao. Unless something happened, he would never call Jiang Hao specifically. And anything that makes him make phone calls is no small matter. There is something for you to decide. We have just received a communication from the Lyang civilization. Their Lord God of the Lyang, the light of the sun, requested to come to our Earth. Then what's your decision? We haven't decided yet. We plan to ask your opinion first. Decoding said, Is that so? I don't refuse the light of the sun to come to the Earth. Even if the Lyang civilization has any ideas about the Earth, it cannot be done by the light of the sun. Jiang Hao gave his own answer. Okay, we know. Then you can continue your work. After saying that, Decoding hung up the phone. Just as Jiang Hao knows that he is busy, Decoding also knows that Jiang Hao is busy. Is Lena coming to Earth? No, it should be called D-Lena. Jiang Hao smiled. It doesn't matter if you come. I'll just get her sunlight gene. The ability to zone the energy of stars is pretty good, and it will help me with my future research on strong force. Jiang Hao murmured. Then he went back to work. His research on gravity was already very advanced. Success is just around the corner, so Jiang Hao naturally wants to speed up his progress. In front of him, there are countless kinds of data. When ordinary people look at it, their brains will immediately become confused. There is no way, there is too much data, and it will give people a headache. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Successful. Even Jiang Hao, who had always kept his emotions to himself, now had a happy smile on his face. Because this success represents a major breakthrough for him. The dark matter plane of the super god universe is special. Dark matter planes may not exist in other worlds. In other words, when Jiang Hao goes to other worlds, although his combat power will not be greatly reduced, his combat power will definitely be reduced. Because there is no dark plane to continuously provide energy. Some of the methods of the super god universe may not be able to be used. But gravity is different. This exists in every world. Moreover, the rules of gravity in the super god universe should be the same as those in other worlds. In other words, if Jiang Hao controls gravity, he can continue to control it in other worlds and will not be affected by the different worlds. What's more, calendar is still a very powerful calendar area. Putting away the documents, Jiang Hao looked at an office chair with wheels not far away. Jiang Hao was not seen doing anything. A strange wave centered on him, acting on the office chair. The next second, the office chair suddenly moved and rushed towards Jiang Hao. The speed was slow at first, but as Jiang Hao added more gravity, it became more massive. The speed of the chair instantly increased several times. Just when the office chair was about to hit Jiang Hao, it suddenly stopped again, then started to go backwards. After a while, it returned to its previous position. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao was very satisfied. This is his simple use of gravity, but it also means that he can now use gravity for his own purposes. Although Jiang Hao has the superpower of telekinesis, but his telekinesis is fine for cleaning up the trash, but against a truly strong person, his telekinesis is of no use at all. After all, his telekinesis is not very powerful, unless he can improve his telekinesis to a stronger level. But Jiang Hao obviously didn't have that idea. His current mental power is actually not weak, and it is enough to facilitate his life. As for fighting, he has many trump cards and does not need another telekinesis. At the same time, over there in the military area, a miniature wormhole suddenly appeared out of thin air. And not far from the wormhole stood the top military officers of Juxia City headed by Du Cao. Not only Huang Lao is there, even Monkey King is rarely there. As for why he appears here, naturally, it was because this visitor was a bit special to Monkey King. Inside the wormhole, a foot wearing a metal boot stepped out first. Then comes the whole person. The first one to come out was naturally D-Lena. At this moment, she is wearing a golden armor. A head of long black hair hangs behind his head. His face is delicate, and his skin is as white as cream. Beautiful and moving. But Decoding and the others didn't change their expressions. Brother Monkey was a little surprised. This little baby is the main god of Liang. Well, although young, it's not simple. Dude Cao commented, the light of the sun is one of the 3 major god-making projects. It can drive the star's flare activity, accelerate the death of the star, and eventually evolve into a supernova explosion. The Dino civilization was destroyed by the flare activity of D Hongquan's driving star, and finally by a supernova explosion. As for why D Hongquan did this, it was also because D Hongquan's son, D Lena's father, accidentally died in the conflict war of the Dino civilization. This also caused D Hongquan to be carried away by anger, and finally did something to blow up the entire Dino galaxy. After doing this, D Hongquan also regretted it. Because of self-blame, he chose to commit suicide after entrusting D Lena to Panjun. It also puts an end to what happened 10,000 years ago. After all, the Dino civilization is gone, so what's the point of pursuing it any further? And what D Hongquan can do, D Lena, as the new generation of sunlight, can also do it. So Dude Cao said D Lena was not simple. As for D Lena's character, to be honest, he didn't know. Naturally, the person coming this time cannot be just Reina. After D Lena came out, in the wormhole, Wu Zhao's figure also walked out. She was still dressed the same way she was on the Lyang Star, wearing mainly red armor. Is this the Earth? It looks much more beautiful than the Sun Star, and the Sun is younger and more beautiful. It's really a good thing. BB, you could just call me Lena. This is not Liangsing. There are no outsiders here. You and I are good sisters. Did you hear me, Wu Zhao? Lena directly interrupted Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao did not refute. Let's go there first. They take the initiative to greet us, so we can't be disrespectful. Wu Zhao does not underestimate the Earth. Although the power of civilization on the Earth is not as good as that of the Liang civilization. But there are many super warriors on Earth, and many of them are powerful super warriors. Wu Zhao's eyes swept 450 among Decoding and his group, and finally stopped on Sun Wukong. Obviously, she has recognized Monkey King's identity, and Sun Wukong didn't care about Wu taking care of her. The 2 stepped forward. I am D Lena, the main god of the Sun Star, the light of the sun. You must be Decoding. From now on Earth, please take care of me. I am Wu Zhao, the guard of the sun goddess. Wu Zhao also introduced himself. I am Decoding. Welcome you two to the Earth. Decoding also introduced himself, although he knew that Reina and the others must know him. But it is basic etiquette to treat guests and introduce yourself. When the 2 parties met for the first time, they each introduced their identities and chatted some more. Reina couldn't wait to say, "What? Decoding, can you please arrange for someone to take us around? Can you give us some money from the Earth? We can exchange it with you for gold. I remember that gold is considered a precious metal on your Earth, so it can be used as money, right?" Reina obviously doesn't have the time to talk nonsense with Decoding and the others here. She wants to go out for a walk now, go shopping, buy clothes, eat delicacies from the Earth, and experience life on the Earth. Dan Zhao on the side said nothing, because she had expected this scene to happen. Yes. Du Cao nodded. I picked up the phone and turned to Zhou Jie, but in the end I didn't click on it. Instead, I flipped through it again and found Jiang Hao. Reina's identity is unusual. It will be inappropriate for someone to take her out. An ordinary person is not suitable. It is best to be a powerful super soldier. Although Sun Wukong is powerful, he is not suitable because he does not have a good impression of the people of Lyang Star. It can even be said to be vengeful. So Sun Wukong definitely can't. Then the only one who met the requirements was Jiang Jie. Jiang Hao not only has a good personality, but also never makes a mistake in handling things. The most important thing is that guy's strength is not inferior to Sun Wukong. This matter made Jiang Hao come, and Du Cao was most at ease. I just don't know if he has the time. When Jiang Hao received the call, he was thinking about how to develop some uses of gravity. Now that he has controlled gravity, he will definitely develop the use of gravity next. The first thing Jiang Hao thought of was to directly rub the black hole by combining space. Jiang Hao now has the ability to do this. After all, he also knows the rules of space very well. It is not difficult to rub a black hole with your hands. But the black hole game is a move that does not distinguish between friend and foe. If he controls the weak force, he is not afraid of the black hole, a move that does not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. After all, weak force is force separation, which may not seem powerful. It can forcefully separate everything. What does separation mean? Any organic matter is composed of a combination of things, including humans. What would happen if I separated you by force? I separated a planet by force, what would happen? Although weak force is called weak force, it is not weak at all, but a sharp magic weapon that can cut through anything. If Jiang Hao controls the weak force, he can use it to make gravity ineffective against him. But it's a pity that he hasn't mastered the weak power yet. Therefore, it is not appropriate to use a move like Black Hole that does not distinguish between friend and foe. But Jiang Hao quickly thought of a weapon, a space-based weapon. What are space-based weapons? It is to launch a very hard iron rod from an orbit outside the Earth and let the iron rod fall towards the ground. Under the influence of gravity, the iron rod will continue to accelerate. When it falls to the ground, it will cause an extremely terrifying impact. It is also called a space-based weapon. Although gravity is not gravity, the relationship between gravity and gravity can be expressed by a set of formulas. Gravity plus centripetal force equals gravity, vector. In other words, Jiang Hao, who controls gravity, can also create gravity. Then space-based weapons are naturally established. After all, he does not need a long distance and can directly superimpose the number of gravitational forces to achieve the purpose of giving objects speed. Moreover, in a certain sense, Jiang Hao can add this acceleration infinitely because gravity can be superimposed without an upper limit. But in doing so, there's also a problem to be solved. That's the weapon material used to accelerate. It must be hard enough. It cannot be that gravity is still accelerating, and as a result, the things being accelerated are directly destroyed by friction. That's still ridiculous. The first thing Jiang Hao thought of was the rarest and hardest material in the Super God universe, dark iron. But not before Jiang Hao used dark iron to create what he needed. Deo's phone call came. The reason for looking for him is to let him act as the Earth's tour guide for Reina, a newcomer from the Sun Star who has just arrived on Earth. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and nodded directly, because he happens to have nothing to do now. As for making weapons or something, there is no rush. With the materials at hand, he can build them at any time. Don't rush. He has arranged for you where you want to go and what you need. You can talk to him directly. Putting down the phone, Deo said to Lena and Wu Yang. Then what? I still have something to do, so I'll go first. You two wait here for a while. I think she will be here soon. Afterwards, Duca took him away, leaving Lena and Wu Zhao waiting for Jiang Hao there. Why are you running so fast? You haven't even asked who he arranged for us. If nothing else happens, the person who came should be the instructor of the Leong Bing company, that man named Jiang Hao. Wu Zhao's voice sounded. Before coming to Earth, they must have done their homework. Otherwise, Pan Zhen wouldn't trust them to come. Before they came to Earth, Pan Zhen told them to be careful with two people. One is Sun Wukong, and the other is Jiang Hao. Pan Zhen was also very surprised about Jiang Hao. He hadn't checked the situation of the Earth for a while, and suddenly such a person appeared on the Earth. He also watched Jiang Hao's video of eradicating those low-level demons at the border. Although only a group of low-level demons were wiped out, this group is not a small number, but almost 100,000 demons. Among them are some middle-level demons with a little strength that can still be seen. If he is the one who makes the shot, he can also wipe out those demons. They are all low-level demons, after all. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a trash fish. It belongs to the kind of existence that can be easily eliminated by moving hands. Too many are of no use. But Jiang Hao wiped out those 100,000 demons almost instantly. It is not easy to accidentally injure ordinary people on the field. And the gene charging device created by Jiang Hao, Panjin just wanted to say, genius-like invention. This technology made him tempted. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao has designed very strict passwords for these technologies. The password designed by Jiang Hao, let alone Panjin, even Keisha couldn't break it. He wouldn't have the chance to steal it. It is precisely because of this that Enid deepened Pan Feng's vigilance against Jiang Hao. Of course, if possible, he would prefer Lena to conquer Jiang Hao with her own charm. But it's a bit difficult. Oh, that's the guy Panjin asked to pay attention to. He seems to be a handsome guy. Listening to Panjin, it's best to win him over Wu Zhao. How about you use a beauty trap on him? Reina lightly bumped Wu Zhao's shoulder and said, maybe we can win him over. Why don't you do it yourself? Why? You're not confident in your appearance. Wu Zhao asked directly. After coming to Earth, her personality has changed a little compared to before. After all, this is the Earth, and she doesn't need to care too much about Reina's identity. Getting along can also be more casual. How can I not have confidence in myself? I am the main god of the Lyang Star, the light of your sun, the sun goddess. I am such a beautiful woman. If a man sees me, he will lose his temper. I'm giving you a chance, do you understand? Reina said in a tone of hatred. Forget it, you'd better keep the opportunity for yourself. While the two were talking, a car suddenly drove towards them, and it stopped in front of them. Come on up. The person sitting in the driver's seat was not Jiang Hao. Reina and Wu Zhao were stunned for a moment, then opened the car door and sat in. Is this Earth's car? It's pretty good. Although your Earth civilization level is not very good, many things are still good. Reina said as soon as she got in the car. Wu Zhao was very helpless. Why did Reina say this so directly? This is very offensive. But Reina had already said her words, and it was obviously impossible for her to take them back. What? That's what she said. Don't pay too much attention to it. Jiang Hao is not an ordinary person. Wu Zhao didn't want to secretly offend Jiang Hao when he first came to Earth, and hadn't even had much contact with the people in the Leong Bing company. It's okay. I don't care, because the civilization of the Earth is indeed much worse than your civilization. We need to face up to our shortcomings. If we don't face up to them, there's no point in transcending. Jiang Hao glanced at the two people through the rearview mirror and smiled. Wu Zhao was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Jiang Hao to say that. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Hao. I am currently an instructor of the Leong Bing company and the chief researcher of the Super Seminary. Dance photo. Lena, the main god of the fierce sun star, the light of the sun. Wu Zhao and Reina also introduced themselves, although they already knew Jiang Hao's information. Where do you want to go next? We want to eat some of your Earth's delicacies first, and then buy clothes, shoes, bags, and other things. Just look at the arrangements. Jiang Hao nodded. If you want to eat, I know a place that tastes very good, and you should like it. Jiang Hao first took Wu Zhao and Lei Na to find a hot pot restaurant for dinner. That guy's hot pot restaurant is the best hot pot restaurant in Jiuxia City. There are many kinds of ingredients, and they are fresh. The soup base and ingredients are also very good. It is the best hot pot Jiang Hao has ever eaten in Jiuxia City. On the Lyang Star, due to the development of science and technology, except for the ordinary people on the Lyang Star, super gene owners like Reina, Wu Zhao, and the others rarely eat in Pingtian. Because the body has enough energy, there is no need to eat to replenish its own energy. Without demand, the development of food would naturally be inferior to that of the Earth. So after taking the first bite of hot pot, both Wu Zhao and Reina's eyes lit up, and then they couldn't stop. Because the food is so delicious. And because they're super soldiers, they have a big appetite. When they stopped, they found that they had eaten a lot. Even though Reina was quite thick-skinned, she still felt very embarrassed. As for the dance photos, she was too embarrassed to say anything. If you look carefully, you can see that her fair face is a little red. I don't know if I feel hot pot is spicy or I'm embarrassed. After eating, Jiang Hao took the two of them to the busiest pedestrian street nearby to buy things. Looking at the two people shopping here and there in the clothing store, Jiang Hao did not follow them. Instead, he stood outside and waited for them. In the original book, with money, when Reina came to Earth, she didn't have anyone to dance with. Dancing photos only appeared in the plot of Liang Tiandao later, And at that time, 3 or 4 years had passed since the Battle of Giant City. My appearance has changed a lot. Just as he was thinking about it, Jiang Hao suddenly smelled a special fragrance on the tip of his nose. At the same time, he heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground, getting closer and closer to him. Turning his head slightly, Jiang Hao saw a very beautiful woman walking towards him a few meters away. The other party was wearing a black hollow Chong Sam, accompanied by an earthy brown one-piece coat. The lower body is wearing black stockings with a black body and red low stiletto heels. The legs are slender, and even the curvature of the feet is perfect. She has a very delicate face. If Qilin is the representative of youth, then the woman in front of her is the representative of maturity and charm. Her eyes seem to be electric, very beautiful. His figure can also be said to be the best among the people Jiang Hao has ever seen. Du Qiangwei and Qilin also have good figures. But compared with the woman in front of me, it's still a little bit worse, because the woman in front of me has a perfect figure. It seemed that he noticed Jiang Hao's gaze. After the two people's eyes collided in midair, the latter's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that made the man want to commit a crime. At this moment, a word suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's mind, goblin. Jiang Hao naturally recognized the woman's identity. He didn't think he could just meet such a beautiful woman on the street. Jiang Hao originally thought it would take some time for her to appear in front of him, but he didn't expect her to appear so soon. It seems that they found out that Reina, Wu Zhao, and the others came to Earth and couldn't sit still. That beautiful woman who looked like a fairy was none other than the demon queen, Leong Bing. As for why Jiang Hao expected Leong Bing to come to him. As far as Leong Bing is concerned, as long as she shows good strength, she will definitely come to him. What's more, is he showing impressive strength. Leong Bing's situation is not good. Kesha has been chasing her, and it won't be long before Kesha finds out what happened to her on Earth. It is inevitable for Kesha to find the Earth. In fact, Leong Bing came to Earth this time not by chance, but on purpose. As for why she came to a place like Earth specifically, it was because she listened to Carl's advice. Although Leong Bing doesn't like Carl. But that doesn't mean she doesn't believe in Carl. After all, Carl is her licking dog. Besides, Leong Bing is not a vase, and she doesn't completely believe what Carl says, and she will have her own considerations. She came to Earth after following Carl's suggestion and thinking about it. Therefore, Jiang Hao was not surprised that Leong Bing would appear in front of him. It was just a matter of time. However, it is quite surprising that she would choose to appear during this time period. When his eyes collided with Jiang Hao's, Leong Bing immediately saw that the man in front of her was different from the men she had seen before. No, it's not that they are completely different. At least there is someone who has some similarities to Jiang Hao. That person was none other than Carl. As for the similarities between Jiang Hao and Carl, those 113 are these two people, both of whom are the kind of people that she can't see through. Although he looked down upon Carl's licking dog and disliked him. But one thing Leong Bing had to admit was that Carl was really not easy to mess with. Moreover, he is an old een. If you're not careful, you are very likely to be een by that guy. Of course, there's another thing that makes Jiang Hao different from other men, and that is the dull look in his eyes. Leong Bing is very confident about her appearance. There has never been a man whose emotions didn't change when he saw her for the first time. But Jiang Hao just did it. This man is very special. This was Jiang Hao's first impression on Leong Bing. But she didn't care that Jiang Hao's mood had not changed. Instead, he continued to walk and walk to Jiang Hao. She stopped when she was less than half a meter away from Jiang Hao. Then he leaned forward slightly and leaned his head over. Jiang Hao is about 1.87 meters tall. Although Leong Bing is not short, she is only about 1.75 meters tall. Wearing high heels, she's almost as tall as Jiang Hao. But after she leaned forward, she was much shorter than Jiang Hao. From Jiang Hao's perspective, he only had to lower his head slightly to see an astonishing flash of white. The jumping little rabbit is very energetic and cute. Makes you want to touch the cute little bunny's head. Jiang Hao's powerful brain allows him to maintain absolute calm and also allows him to control his movements. But most men, sometimes, some things don't need to be controlled. Therefore, Jiang Hao lowered his head and glanced slightly. How to say? Very white. Does it look good? Leong Bing's voice sounded. Once Leong Bing explodes, the sound is really explosive, but if she clamps it down a little and makes the sound gentler, it still sounds nice. It sounds very feminine. Good looking. He looked at Leong Bing, who raised his head and smiled at himself. Jiang Hao responded generously, without any embarrassment at all. He is a normal male, although his brain allows him to control his emotions and physiology. But as a human being, Jiang Hao sometimes does not fully control some of his physiology. Otherwise, what's the point of his being alive? People are alive and have pursuits. If you don't even pursue it, what's the difference between it and The Walking Dead? It seems that you know me. Leong Bing looked into Jiang Hao's eyes, because she had already seen some information from Jiang Hao's eyes. Jiang Hao is not surprised or confused at all. When this happens, there is only one possibility. This guy in front of him knew her. Let me guess your name. Is it Leong Bing? Hearing this, Leong Bing rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao, which was very charming. I'm still guessing. You know it if you know it. So, you also know the purpose of my coming to you? There is some speculation, but not sure. Can we talk? Yes, but not now. Want to accompany those two little brats inside? Leong Bing glanced at Reina and Wu Zhao, who were still choosing clothes in the clothing store. The two of them were still wearing their same set of armor. On the way here, it attracted the attention of a large number of passers-by, more than once. But most people just think they are cosplaying. As for Leong Bing, he said that the two of them were little kids. Compared with her age, Fuho Wu Zhao is not really a kid, because Leong Bing's real age is estimated to be older than Lena's grandfather, Di Hongquan. Well, there is a beginning and an end to everything. After all, I promised. If there is anything you want to talk about, I can go to your place later. Speaking of which, I am also very interested in your demon queen. Leong Bing was stunned for a moment when he heard this. She didn't expect Jiang Hao to go on board her devil queen. This guy is really brave. After all, Demon Queen Chang is her territory. Going there, if she wants to deal with Jiang Hao, there are more means. This guy actually proposed to go to her Demon Queen directly. Is it ignorance and boldness? Or is it really emboldened? But her intuition told her that the man in front of her should be the latter. Jiang Hao doesn't like Leong Bing very much, but in terms of appearance, Leong Bing is indeed a very rare super beauty, especially her figure. Because in the setting of the original book, Leong Bing is among the many female characters with the best figure, not one of them. Because this is what the original director himself said. He said that his favorite is the role of Leong Bing. So the treatment is naturally good. It's just that Leong Bing likes to draw a devil with heavy makeup. To be honest, it's not ugly, but Jiang Hao really can't appreciate it. And her explosive outlet, although it is true temperament, it always gives people the feeling that this ***ch is a tiger. Although what Leong Bing did in Huang Tsun in the original book made Jiang Hao very upset. However, this incident has not happened yet, so it is impossible for Jiang Hao to be unhappy with the current coldness because of what may happen in the future. Jiang Hao actually liked what she was doing in Asangua. After all, he didn't like the third brother very much. As for the border guards who died because of demons, those were all rescued by Jiang Hao with the new super soldier gene serum. So there is no enmity between him and Leong Bing. Naturally, there is no malice towards Leong Bing. Okay, since you said so, then it's okay if I stay with you. Jiang Hao looked down again. Then he said, you can follow me, but don't take advantage of Lena and the others, or I will get angry. Get angry. Leong Bing stood up straight and let out bursts of laughter. When she smiled, the little white rabbit immediately jumped even more happily. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of many passers-by. After all, such a beautiful woman is enough to attract a lot of attention, even if she does nothing. How do you want to get angry? Why don't you try it on the bed, and let me see how big your anger is. Leong Bing stepped forward, almost touching Jiang Hao's body, and then whispered in Jiang Hao's ear. Jiang Hao's ears could clearly feel the wind blowing from her mouth. At the same time, he also felt a squeeze. The tip of the nose is also full of a strange fragrance. At this moment, any man would probably be in control. But Jiang Hao held back. It's not that he isn't a man, but his powerful brain allows him to easily suppress his own physiological reactions. It's not like doing the embarrassing thing of setting up a tent on the street. After all, his little brother is tall and strong. On this point, Qilin is very qualified to speak. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it, Jiang Hao said directly. Then I'm really interested in trying it. Leong Bing is not an ordinary girl. She looks frivolous on the surface, but in fact she is a particularly difficult woman. If she were any random woman, Carl wouldn't be her be ***ch. After all, Carl is also a super strong person at the level of the super god of the universe. In terms of strength, it is no worse than Kesha. The two of them should be equal in strength. Such a top strong man would be obsessed with Leong Bing. How could Leong Bing be a casual woman? The devils under her control are casual, but that doesn't mean that she, the queen, is also casual. As for why I say this, naturally, he wanted to overwhelm Jiang Hao in terms of momentum. As for Jiang Hao really going to her bed or something, if Jiang Hao had the ability to climb into her bed, she would admit it. Jiang Hao chuckled lightly and said nothing. Since Leong Bing wants to follow, then just follow. Not long after, Lei Na and Wu Zhao had already bought clothes and came out. The two of them were carrying large and small bags in their hands. I bought quite a lot. Of course, they can actually use micro-wormhole transportation technology to send things away directly. But Jiang Hao told them before coming out, do not use micro-wormhole transport technology in front of ordinary people on Earth. Because before the National Superman Plan has officially begun to be implemented, the current daxia is not suitable for making any big movements. I bought it because it looked good, but we just went in. Why are there so many people around you? Who is this beauty? Why don't you introduce her? Reina obviously doesn't know Leong Bing. As for Wu Zhao, her eyes were small, and she looked at Leong Bing carefully. Her intuition told her that the woman in front of her was no ordinary person. Of course, she could also directly use her brain to check Liang Shui's information using the Dark Plane system. But this is too rude. Leong Bing is standing next to Jiang Hao. Maybe they are friends. It's not good for her to do that. So she just looked at Leong Bing and then looked away. This is not Lyang Star. She can't come. No need for introduction. My name is Leong Bing. I am Jiang Hao's friend. Let's get to know each other. Jiang Hao didn't wait for him to speak. Leong Bing smiled and said directly, my name is Lena, and the one next to me is Wu Zhao. She is my good sister. Reina also reported her name, very simply Dash. Jiang Hao, we have bought clothes, shoes, and so on. Could you please send us back? Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask where we will stay next. A place to live has been arranged for you. It's right next door to where I live. Since you have bought it, I will send you back first. Jiang Hao nodded. Nothing more was said. He came here this time just to accompany them to buy things. It would be best if there were no accidents during the whole process. As for saying that he would do this by himself and lose his share, he didn't think so, because Jiang Hao never felt that he was superior to others. In his view, there could be gaps in people's status, but there should not be gaps in status. Moreover, there is no one else more suitable than him for this matter. After all, currently on Earth, the only super warriors that are capable are him and Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong is definitely not suitable to receive Reina and Wu Zhao, because Sun Wukong has a grudge against Lyang Star. Let Sun Wukong come to receive Reina, and a fight will probably start immediately. When they came to the parking place, Leong Bing naturally followed him. When Reina and Mai Zhao put things in the trunk, Leong Bingren was already sitting in the passenger seat. When Jiang Hao got in the car, he just glanced at her and said nothing. If you want to follow, just follow. As for whether Qilin would be jealous after seeing it. Haha, she has been avoiding Jiang Hao for a while. Before, Jiang Hao had not integrated the Galaxy Power Super Gene. Although her physical fitness is also strong, it is only a few times stronger than hers at most, and it is not particularly exaggerated. After integrating the super gene of Galaxy Power, Jiang Hao's physique has been greatly improved. Now, she is at least 30 times more powerful than Qilin. Even if she is a super soldier, she can't stand up to Jiang Hao, a bull demon. No, I haven't dared to go home for the past 2 days. He took Su Xiaoli and ran to meet her parents. As for work, they're just doing odd jobs around Jiang Hao, and there's no difference whether they're present or not. Before, Qilin might have thought about occupying Jiang Hao alone, but now, she herself wants to find someone to help her bear the firepower. She had considered Su Xiaoli, but Su Xiaoli's physical fitness was not as good as hers. It's definitely not possible to let her do it, because both of them together are free. So Qilin is not at home now. Reina and Wu Zhao are not from the Leong Company, so it is definitely impossible to arrange for them to live in the Leong Company's dormitory, unless they also joined the Leong Company later. So Decoding directly arranged for them to live in the military compound, and it was right next door to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao first showed the two of them the room they lived in later, and then told them that he was next door to them. He ignored Reina and the others. Instead, he was walking towards his home, and Leong Bing glanced at the direction of Lei Na and Wu Zhao with a smile, and then followed Jiang Hao. When I got home, Leong Bing immediately started trying on clothes. She and Wu Zhao bought a lot of clothes. Each of them bought 4 or 5 sets. Dance photos were of little interest at first, but Lei Na wanted to help her buy it, and after seeing that the clothes were really good, she didn't refuse anymore. Reina quickly changed into an earth suit with a white shirt on her upper body and denim shorts on her lower body. Pair with a pair of white sneakers. Make her look young, beautiful, and girly. Reina was very satisfied with this. But this is also normal. After all, Lena is already very beautiful, plus she has a good figure. To put it bluntly, even if she wears a beggar's outfit, she still looks good. In the end, Wu Zhao was naturally dragged by Reina to change into a set of short-sleeved short jeans like hers. The snow-white slender thighs were completely exposed. Looking at himself in the mirror as if he had changed into a different person, Wu Zhao was also taken aback. By the way, the guy next to Jang Hao is called Leong Bing, so he shouldn't be an ordinary person, Lena said suddenly. Wu Zhao froze for a moment, not knowing what to say for a while. She actually wanted to ask Reina, is your nerve reaction arc a little too long? The name Leong Bing, I heard the master mention it, but I don't know if this cold ice is the same as the one he mentioned. The other side, after following Jiang Hao into the house, Leong Bing sat on the sofa at Jiang Hao's house directly and generously. Then he leaned his back, Erlang raised his legs and sat like a big guy. It's like this is her home, and Jiang Hao stood opposite her. When she just crossed her legs, Jiang Hao happened to see something. Did you see it? Leong Bing suddenly said. And Jiang Hao was not surprised at all, because this is Leong Bing. Compared to just asking her on the street if she looks good, after arriving at her home, she seemed to be bolder and more unscrupulous. No, how about you let me see it again? Jiang Hao said. How could he not see it? With his strength, he can clearly see how many legs an ant has from 1,000 meters away. Not to mention the situation just now. Yes, but you have to agree to one condition, Leong Bing said with a smile. What conditions? Jiang Hao asked. If Leong Bing appeared here, Jiang Hao would not believe it if he had nothing to show for it. Although he is handsome, he is also very charming. But it doesn't stop at attracting Leong Bing. At the level of Leong Bing, she wants a handsome guy. What kind of guy is she? It's not difficult to find a man as handsome as Jiang Hao. As long as the base is large enough, you can find anyone you want. How about the good technology of your gene charging device? Leong Bing obviously came prepared. As for the gene charging device developed by Jiang Hao, Leong Bing obviously also took a fancy to it. Leong Bing himself is a very smart genius. It's also not bad in scientific research. But people have a focus, and her focus is obviously not in this aspect. Some things, it doesn't mean that if you are smart, you will be able to research them. Tony in the Marvel world is very good at researching energy, machinery, and artificial intelligence AI, but if you ask him to research super serums or something, he is not very good at it. Not everyone is as versatile as Jiang Hao. Gene charging devices may not seem like much, but just because it can charge super fighters, Leong Bing can't ignore it. In ancient times, food and grass were indispensable for marching and fighting. The same is true for Leong Bing's demon army. Although they don't eat food and grass, they also need some special high-energy items to supplement their energy. It's not that they can absorb as long as it's energy. The gene charging device developed by Jiang Hao can directly charge genes, which is equivalent to others still relying on farming for a living. Jiang Hao has begun to use technology to synthesize food, and the food is healthy and filling. This is why both Panjin and Leong Bing have ideas about Jiang Hao's gene charging device. You want the technology for the genetic charging device. Jiang Hao was a little surprised when he heard what Leong Bing said, because he didn't expect Leong Bing to want this thing at first. Asking for flowers. He is smart, but that doesn't mean he can be a prophet. Moreover, he didn't bother to guess what Leong Bing's specific purpose was for coming to see him. Sometimes if you know too clearly, you will lose some fun. Not bad. Leong Bing nodded. I'm quite interested in your technology. How about, if you give me this technique, I will lift my legs to give you a clearer view. Leong Bing said in a coaxing tone. Jiang Hao walked directly to Leong Bing and looked at him condescendingly. Leong Bing also looked up at Jiang Hao. The scenery under the chin is very beautiful. Just taking a look, I'm afraid it won't work. Then what do you want? Why? Do you really want to touch your sister? Wouldn't your girlfriend mind? I remember that you seem to be engaged in monogamy. If she knew that you had thoughts about other women, wouldn't she say anything? Leong Bing asked with a smile, not angry. She wouldn't be so angry. Tell me, Qilin, if she knew about this, it would probably be too late for her to be happy. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Qilin, who dragged Su Xiaoli to find her parents because she couldn't bear it. To be honest, once Qilin left, there was no one who could help her physically. He has good physical fitness, and his needs in that area are beyond ordinary people. Although I haven't been feeling uncomfortable for the past 2 days, I always feel a little uncomfortable. Hear Jiang Hao's words. Leong Bing put away the smile on his face. The person suddenly sat up straight, and the whole person immediately lost the frivolity and casualness just now. Tell me, what conditions do you want before you are willing to give me the technology of that gene charging device? Leong Bing originally planned to have S*X for free, but Jiang Hao has locked up his technology, and even she can't break the lock Jiang Hao has set. At that time, she even cursed a lot because of this. It was precisely because of Jiang Hao's skills and the strength he had shown at the border that Leong Bing did not mess around even though he wanted the gene charging device. And Leong Bing knows that in Daxia, besides Jiang Hao, a powerful super warrior, there's also a Sun Wukong. That Sun Wukong is also not easy to mess with. This also gave up the purpose of direct robbery. There is absolutely no need to make enemies with Jiang Hao and others for a gene charging device. Maybe she can win over Jiang Hao and the others later and ask them to help deal with Kesha or something. If those super soldiers in the Leong Bing company grow up, they will also have good combat effectiveness. Of course, she mainly considered Jiang Hao the top combat power. That's why I didn't force it. Otherwise, according to Leong Bing's character, if he likes the gene charging device, he will definitely grab it directly. Because Leong Bing is not a good person. She is the demon queen. The devils are the same as the ancestors. Just do whatever you want, without etiquette, morality, or conscience of good and evil. In Leong Bing's place, the law of the jungle is the philosophy she agrees with. I want to check out your demon queen first. Since you're interested in my things, you want to trade with me. If you don't take out some of your things, how can we trade? Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Leong Bing nodded. Okay, since you are not afraid, then I will take you to my demon queen. Moro, take me and the guy in front of me back to the demon queen. As soon as Leong Bing finished speaking, Jiang Hao felt the space in front of him become distorted, and the next second, a suction force came from him. Jiang Hao can naturally resist, but he didn't resist. He moved along with the suction. Then he and Leong Bing disappeared into the room, through a dark space. The next second, Jiang Hao appeared in a hall full of technology. There are many demons in the eyes. These demons come in all shapes and sizes. Some demons are more than 4 meters tall, with huge bodies, strong muscles, and ferocious faces. Judging from the external image alone, it is still very scary. But most of the demons are about 2 meters long, and each of them is wearing armor with a sense of technology. Compared with the demons he killed before, the demons here are obviously much stronger. And these demons looked at Jiang Hao with very evil eyes. Even if Jiang Hao is standing next to their queen Leong Bing, they still looked at Jiang Hao with very unkind eyes, as if they were going to rush up and tear Jiang Hao to pieces in the next second. Jiang Hao didn't care. Instead, he turned his head slightly and looked at Leong Bing. "These are all your little brothers?" "Yeah, they're pretty good. The way they looked at me made me a little unhappy. Would you mind if I did something?" Jiang Hao did not respond to Leong Bing's question. Leong Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, she looked at the demons around her. "I've got nothing to do, right? Hurry up and get out of here. Don't look at this guy with your fierce eyes. It's useless. He's fiercer than you. Get out of here, everyone." When Leong Bing got angry, a group of ferocious demons immediately trembled, and they didn't dare to say a harsh word. As the demon queen, Rio has absolute authority over the demons under her control. The demonic civilization has had many conquerors, but none of them could conquer them. Leong Bing was the first to conquer them, so Leong Bing became the demon queen. The demons who survived the last war were either lucky or had some strength. At this moment, the demons on the demon queen basically account for both of these factors. And they're the only strength Leong Bing has left at the moment. She didn't want to give this little power to Jiang Hao and Hua Hua. So it is undoubtedly best to let them go. It seems you care about your subordinates. I'm not stupid if they are stupid, but this is the demon queen and it's my territory. If you really make me mad, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave after you come? If you're not afraid that I will dismantle your demon queen, you can try it. Okay. Jiang Hao's confidence and tone made her unsure whether the man in front of her was just showing off or if he was really confident. But she thinks the latter is more likely. If you want gene charging device technology, you can, but you have to exchange technology for it. Let's make a list first, and let me see what technologies I'm interested in. The topic just now. Instead, he directly stated the purpose of this time. Leong Bing seems to be a very casual woman, but in fact she is not. Wanting to touch her is not that simple. Jiang Hao never thought that he could conquer the demon queen casually and make her devoted to him. That's simply impossible, unless he uses his strength to forcibly conquer Leong Bing. But considering Leong Bing's character, this is unlikely. The most likely possibility is that he used his strength to suppress Leong Bing, and then the latter committed suicide directly. This is definitely something done by Leong Bing. So this time, Jiang Hao's main purpose was to cool down the skills in his hands. There are many technologies that Jiang Hao can develop himself just by thinking about them. For example, the technology used by the Demon Queen to directly pick them up from the earth just now. It is not difficult for him to develop it. It is nothing more than a practical application of micro-wormhole technology. But development takes time. And if there is ready-made technology, then Jiang Hao can save a lot of time. The inheritance of the Dino civilization and the Kamigawa civilization obtained from Du Cao can be said to have saved Jiang Hao at least several years of time. In the Super God universe, for super fighters, a few years is nothing at all. Those powerful civilizations, which development time did not start 10,000 years ago. But for Jiang Hao, a few years is already a long time. During this time, if he uses it to study some technologies that no one has ever been involved in, it is enough for him to study thousands or even tens of thousands of technologies. How about the technology we came over just now? Are you interested? Leong Bing didn't act immediately. Instead, he asked aloud. The place where the Demon Queen is located is Jupiter in the solar system. It's not that close to Earth. As a result, the Demon Queen can take them directly from the Earth. I think Jiang Hao would be interested in this kind of technology. If possible, she intends to use this technology to exchange the gene charging device technology in Jiang Hao's hands. Of course, she knew that Jiang Hao must have more than one good thing in his possession. She was going to see if she could get something else, or some verbal terms from Jiang Hao. For example, after Keisha comes, stand by her side, help out, and so on. It's just an application of micro-wormhole technology. I'm not interested. Okay? Her big, beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Hao. It seems to be doubting whether what he just said is true or false. I can't see Leong Bing. As soon as Jiang Hao stretched out his hand, a wormhole space appeared next to him. The next second, one of his demon men came out from inside. Then he froze. Obviously didn't understand what was going on. Leong Bing, on the other hand, looked shocked. What a joke. Jiang Hao opened a wormhole space casually, and it was a very stable wormhole space. You know, even she needs the powerful computing power of the Demon Queen to ensure the stability of the open wormhole space. Although her own micro-wormhole technology is not bad, but it hasn't reached the point where Jiang Hao can just open one and be so stable. How could there be a monster like Jiang Hao on Earth? She believed Jiang Hao's words, because although Jiang Hao's performance is different, the technical principles he displays are the same. Don't wait for the devil to react. Jiang Hao waved his hand. The wormhole swallowed up the demon and sent it back wherever it came from. How about my wormhole transport technology? What else could Leong Bing say? I can only honestly take out my technical reserve list. And Jiang Hao also started to look at it. Soon, he saw a lot of technologies that interested him. Gene code, reincarnation technology, space folding technology, biological muscle strengthening technology, biological engine loading technology, energy drive technology. The genetic code, reincarnation technology, should be the technology used by Leong Bing to resurrect demons. With a genetic code, a dead demon can be resurrected. In this way, the demons under her are equivalent to never dying. For example, the demon Atuo in the original work was resurrected in this way. Space folding technology is a kind of space technology. It can be used to upgrade his universal capsule technology, which is very practical. Biological muscle strengthening technology is a technology that strengthens muscles and enhances strength. It is also a relatively practical technology. Bioengine loading technology. This thing probably has something to do with Carl, because he likes to engage in engine technology. Jiang Hao doesn't know exactly what it is like. After all, he has never been exposed to engine technology. But in the original work, engine technology allows the owner to obtain various abilities. To put it simply, it is to enable people to gain abilities. Energy such as fire breathing, flight, strength, and speed can all be obtained by relying on engine technology. But the strength is limited. However, the prospects are promising. If he keeps researching, Jiang Hao feels that relying on this biological engine technology, he might be able to reverse Carl's void engine technology. Just because others can't do it, doesn't mean he can't do it. There's also energy-driven technology. This is a technology that uses energy. If it is used to make energy weapons, this is definitely indispensable. If Jiang Hao wants to develop laser weapons, this energy-driven technology can play a big role. Of course, in addition to these technologies, there are many other good technologies in Leong Bing's hands. However, Jiang Hao did not see the technology related to the third-generation super combat drone. There is also the Divine Body upgrade technology. Leong Bing should still be the third-generation Divine Body. Moreover, she should have mastered the technology to upgrade the fourth-generation Divine Body, but she did not upgrade herself because the resources in her hands were still insufficient. In the original book, not long after she killed Kesha, she upgraded herself to the fourth-generation Divine Body. It is the fourth-generation Divine Body that is the same as Kesha's Divine Body. It is already difficult to actually kill on a physical level. God-killing weapons and flame-level weapons simply can't even break defenses. This technology is definitely the most advanced technology in the current universe. But this woman didn't take it out and put on a list. But Jiang Hao didn't care either. Jiang Hao has long mastered the technology of the third-generation super soldier, including the promotion technology of the first-generation Divine Body and the second-generation Divine Body. He has both. However, he has disappeared since the third generation and needs to be studied by himself. Therefore, he didn't care if Leong Bing didn't come up with the fourth-generation Divine Body technology. These 3 skills of yours are pretty good. Give them to me, and I'll give you the skills of the gene charging device. Jiang Hao pointed out genetic code, reincarnation technology, space folding technology, and biological muscle strengthening technology. Jiang Hao originally planned to pick up the remaining 2 skills he was interested in, but he was worried that Leong Bing would not dry up. No, you can exchange 1 skill for 3, and I won't lose. Except for 3.7, you agree to 2 conditions. Liang Shui refused directly. Jiang Hao smiled. Turn around, and a wormhole opens. One foot stepped in. What are you doing? Leong Bing quickly grabbed Jiang Hao. Go back, since you don't want to exchange technology with me. I don't think there is any need to waste time here. Leong Bing was so angry when he heard this. This guy Jiang Hao actually doesn't follow the normal routine at all. Logically speaking, shouldn't the 2 of them bargain first? In the end, Jiang Hao couldn't bargain, so he just left. But for her, the gene charging device technology is what she needs right now. So how could she let Jiang Hao go? Because the gene charging device can not only be used to charge the demons under your hands, but also be used to strengthen them. Because the gene charging device can directly drive energy into their bodies. As for energy, it doesn't mean you can absorb it if you want. Simply put, the gene charging device is equivalent to a nutrient syringe. It can directly inject the nutrients your body needs into your body. It is large in quantity and not only satiating, but also safe. There's no need to slowly absorb it yourself. Not only is it inefficient, but it is also a waste of resources. This is why Pan Jin and Leong Bing both want Jiang Hao's gene charging device technology. When did I say that I don't want to exchange technology with you? I exchanged the technology you want for 3 technologies you don't care about. You've already made so much money, and you still ask me for other things. Are you not willing to exchange? Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Leong Bing really wanted to scold Jiang Hao for being shameless. You have made so much money no matter what. She won't be able to tell whether it's 1 big or 3 big. What other technology you don't care about? What do you mean by technology that she doesn't care about? Does Jiang Hao care about the technology of the gene charging device? In the final analysis, gene charging technology is still a necessity for her, but her 3 technologies are not a necessity for Jiang Hao. Okay, I won't make any demands anymore. I'll give you the 3 skills you want. Okay, no, you just made me unhappy. Now I'm going to raise the price and ask for 5 skills. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Leong Bing is not a good-tempered person. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, his temper immediately rose. You're just raising the price. Are you afraid that I will let you come and leave? Believe it or not, I will lock you in the Demon Queen and make you unable to leave for the rest of your life. Leong Bing laughed angrily at Jiang Hao's words. How about we go outside and have a fight? If we start a fight here, I'm afraid I'll dismantle your Demon Queen. Just fight. I will let you know what the Demon Queen is today. While talking, Liang Shui directly used micro-wormhole technology to send her and Jiang Hao out of the Demon Queen's realm, came to the outer vacuum of the universe. Jiang Hao, didn't you just say you would get angry? Now show me how angry you are. Leong Bing was really angry with Jiang Hao. After all, she was not a good-tempered woman to begin with. She was the kind of person who would explode at the slightest bit. She was like this in the original work as well. Before she fell in love with Du Qiangwei, she basically didn't care about anyone else and could do whatever she wanted. It's actually quite rare for her to endure Jiang Hao for so long. Okay, then you could be careful. Don't give me panda eyes later. Leong Bing scanned the earth when she first arrived, and she knew the meaning of many words on the earth very well. Of course, she also knew what panda eyes meant. So she was already thinking that no matter what, she would definitely turn Jiang Hao into panda eyes later. It sounds like a very childish behavior, but it is indeed the result of cold ice drying. Childish or not, evil or not, she never cared. As long as she wants to do it, she doesn't care what others think. And Jiang Hao also became slightly serious. I had dealt with some demonic trash before, but that was not considered a civilian at all. Facing Leong Bing this time is just a test of what level of combat power the Lord God of the Super God universe has. It looked different from what he had guessed before. Be careful, I'm coming. Jiang Hao specially reminded Leong Bing before taking action. UF ******** G, come here. But obviously, Liang Shui didn't appreciate it. Jiang Hao stopped talking nonsense. No wormhole technology is used either. Instead, teleport directly. Appeared in front of Leong Bing in an instant. What? Ding detected. Jiang Hao's speed was so fast that even Leong Bing's mastermind couldn't react immediately. When she reacted, Jiang Hao had appeared in front of her instantly. Just now, they were at least 500 or 600 meters apart. In Leong Bing's opinion, no matter how fast Jiang Hao is, she can still hit him on his way over. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao appeared in front of him in an instant. With one hand facing Leong Bing, his anger exploded in an instant. First a small line, but the next second, the line exploded and turned into a 2-meter-wide energy cannon. Leong Bing's whole body was wrapped in it. The terrifying energy cannon swallowed up Leong Bing in an instant. Leong Bing didn't even have time to dodge. He was directly blown away. Queen, Demon Queen. A group of demons were shocked when they saw Leong Bing being attacked. Then a demon directly controlled the Demon Queen and aimed at Jiang Hao. A moment later, a blue starlight pillar rushed out, targeting Jang Hao, who had his back turned to them. Naturally, they would not watch if their queen was beaten, and Leong Bing didn't tell them not to take action. So they attacked Jiang Hao directly. Without turning around, Jiang Hao knew there was an attack coming from behind, because his chi sense could clearly detect a huge amount of energy flying towards him from behind. The speed was so fast that it arrived almost instantly. Energy weapons are laser weapons. The speed is comparable to the speed of light. For ordinary people, the moment you see it, you have actually been hit, because it's so fast that you don't even have time to react. And Jiang Hao actually knew the situation before the Demon Queen's laser weapon was fired. Therefore, he responded early. He didn't dodge, but turned sideways. It's like your feet predict in advance which angle the laser will come from. The kick hit the incoming laser. Of course, it's definitely not possible to just kick your foot up like this. Jiang Hao's feet are naturally filled with huge chi. The chi formed a small shield on the front of his feet, protecting his feet within it. As for the defensive power of the shield, this depends on the strength of Jiang's chi. The greater his chi, the stronger the shield's defense will naturally be. So when kicked out, the laser not only did not hurt Jiang Hao, but was kicked back by Jiang Hao. This scene not only stunned the demons on the Demon Queen. At the same time, Leong Bing, who had just stabilized his figure, was dumbfounded. Leong Bing has not yet upgraded to the 4th generation divine body. It is still the 3rd generation of divine bodies. But even so, the 3rd generation divine body is still very powerful. Compared with Gu Xiaoluan's invincible body, it is much stronger. After Gu Xiaoluan's current invincible body is upgraded, it will only have the strength of the 2nd generation divine body at most, and it will not reach the level of the 3rd generation divine body. Jiang Hao's blow just now seemed extremely powerful. But actually Jiang Hao wasn't serious at all. Not even 1/10 of his strength was revealed, because he was worried that he would give the cold ice directly. Jiang Hao had no intention of killing Leong Bing, so naturally, he couldn't use his full strength. In addition, Leong Bing is a 3rd generation divine body, and its defensive capabilities are not bad. So Jiang Hao actually didn't cause any harm to Leong Bing. But it still hurts. Being hit by an energy cannon feels like a slap all over the body. It still hurts a little bit, but it's totally acceptable. It also gave Leong Bing a preliminary understanding of Jiang Hao's power. Then, just as she stabilized her body, she saw Jiang Hao kick back the laser fire by the Demon Queen. Needless to say, the speed of the laser. Even if there is no sneak attack, even she cannot avoid the laser weapon attack, because the speed of the laser is too fast. No matter how fast your speed is, can it be faster than the speed of light? Although Jiang Hao did not dodge the laser, he did something even more outrageous than dodging it. That was kicking the laser back. This is just like an ordinary person kicking back the heavy sniper bullet fired by the enemy. This is a very outrageous thing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Leong Bing would never believe that such a thing would happen. Even for a civilized god like her, such a thing is a bit too outrageous. After the laser was kicked back, it did not hit the Demon Queen. In other words, it did not directly hit the Demon Queen, but was blocked by a layer of blue light curtain outside the Demon Queen before it hit the target. No waves turned up at all. The blue light curtain is one of the defense systems of the Demon Queen. Stellar Energy Shield. This is a technology that uses the micro-wormhole plan to transport stellar energy and provide itself with a protective shield. As long as the star does not burn out, this protective shield will always exist and will be difficult to break through. The Taodai battleship in the original book also has this technology. The people most afraid of this kind of protective shield are super soldiers who are very skilled in micro-wormhole space technology, such as Jiang Hao, because he can directly enter the protective shield through the wormhole and attack and destroy it from the inside. Or simply open a wormhole, drive the attack into the wormhole, and directly destroy the battleship from the inside. For those low-level civilizations, if there are no super warriors who are good at space, just a stellar energy shield can make them despair. Jiang Hao was not surprised that the Demon Queen had a stellar energy shield. After all, there are warships of the gluttonous civilization. Demon Queen number 467 is not without it. Moreover, he did not intend to destroy the Demon Queen. The attack just now was a warning to the demons on the Demon Queen. Leong Bing also obviously understood what Jiang Hao meant and directly used the Dark Plane system to give orders to the subordinates of the Demon Queen. Don't take action. I will deal with this guy myself. Yes, Queen. Leong Bing has absolute authority among the demons. Whatever she says, the villains will definitely obey. Leong Bing has realized that Jiang Hao is more powerful than she expected. Therefore, she no longer hesitated, directly summoning the Devil's Claw in her arsenal. The Devil's Claw is the most powerful weapon currently in Leong Bing's hand. It is extremely destructive and is a god-killing weapon. It can easily tear apart the defenses of the third-generation super warriors. The most important thing is that this thing is very fast and hard to guard against. Coupled with her control over space, she can be said to be mysterious and invisible. If you're not careful and are touched by this thing, you'll either die or be injured. Those with a weak defense will immediately suffer for burps, because a large amount of anti-dark matter is added to it. Anti-dark matter is a necessary material for making god-killing weapons. It can produce a huge anti-dark singularity effect at the level of anti-dark matter. Its power is not only in destruction, but also in the infinite devouring of energy. When the dark energy in your body is swallowed up, then your super gene cells will lack energy supply. Without energy attacks, you will be no different from ordinary people. In this case, the super soldier will become very fragile and easily killed. This is why weapons that incorporate anti-dark matter are called god-killing weapons. And Leong Bing's Devil's Claw not only has anti-dark matter, but also has dark iron components. At the same time, a lot of dark titanium elements have been added. This is also a very scarce material in the Super God universe, and it also only exists on the dark side. At the same time, dark titanium element is also the main component of dark silver, which is characterized by hardness and sharpness. It is these materials that make the Devil's Claw so powerful. When Leong Bing takes out the Devil's Claw, it means Leong Bing is getting serious. See Leong Bing summoning the Devil's Claw. Jiang Hao's expression did not change at all. So what if the Devil's Claws are sharp? Can they touch me? Fast. Faster than him? As for using wormholes to sneak attack Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao's control of micro-wormhole technology is no worse than Liang's. Leong Bing obviously had no intention of saying hello to Jiang Hao. After telling the demons on the Demon Queen not to take action, Leong Bing also took action directly. Under the control of Leong Bing's thoughts, the Devil's Claw flew directly towards Jiang Hao. It's obviously not small in size, but its speed is extremely fast. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was covered almost instantly. Facing the attacking claws of the devil, Jiang Hao did not hide. He didn't use his energy either. Instead, he waved his hand towards the void in front of him. The next second, an extremely strong and thick metal wall grew into the wind. In an instant, a giant metal wall was formed, protecting Jiang Hao behind. The sharp front claws of the Devil's Claw collided directly with the metal wall. The terrifying impact caused the entire metal wall to shake violently, but also stopped the momentum of the Devil's Claws. Although the sharp front claws of the Devil's Claw pierced the metal wall, they were forced to stop. The next second, the metal wall dissolved directly into a ball of metal solution. Then he quickly wrapped the sharp front claws of the devil's claw. He had just recovered from the surprise of why a metal wall suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Hao to block his devil's claws. Leong Bing immediately realized what Jiang Hao was going to do. He immediately controlled the devil's claws and began to retreat. But what Leong Bing doesn't know is that distance has no effect on Jiang Hao. At least this small distance does not affect the work of Jiang Hao's void-level weapon, Jiang. The molten metal quickly wrapped the sharp claws of the two demon claws. Hitting the sharp front claws, it turned directly into two metal fists. Seeing this scene, Leong Bing was surprised at how Jiang Hao did it. He also controlled the collision of two devil's claws, trying to knock off the metal layer wrapped outside. But doing so is of no use at all. The outer metal layer still tightly wraps the devil's claws. And Jiang Hao obviously didn't intend to give Leong Bing a chance to free the devil's claw. He teleported again and appeared next to Leong Bing. Perhaps he had the experience of being blown away by Jiang Hao just now. Leong Bing was prepared this time. Jiang Hao just showed up. A wormhole appeared in front of the two people, trying to suck Jiang Hao in. But the next second, the wormhole suddenly disappeared. As far as micro-wormhole technology is concerned, Jiang Hao's control is much better than Leong Bing's. And without the blessing of the devil's wings, Leong Bing's computing power is completely incomparable to Jiang Hao. Therefore, playing with micro-wormhole technology in front of Jiang Hao is tantamount to playing with a big knife in front of Guangong. But Leong Bing is obviously not someone who just gives up. When Jiang Hao suddenly appeared in front of her, she had already made several preparations. That wormhole was just her feint, and her real killing move was the two demonic claws that Jiang Hao turned into fists. Although Jiang Hao wrapped the devil's claws in metal, the sharp front claws of the devil's claw are immediately useless. But the devil's claw itself is not small in size, and its density is also not small, so its quality is extremely high. The heavier the object, the more terrifying the impact it will bring with a blessing of speed. The moment Jiang Hao appeared in front of her, the two demon claws were already accelerating. So the moment Jiang Hao broke the wormhole, she also chose to retreat and distance herself from Jiang Hao. And the moment she pulled away, the two demon claws also rushed to both sides of Jiang Hao from two directions in a pincer attack. The speed was so fast that he rushed to both sides of Jiang Hao almost instantly. At the same time, Jiang Hao felt that the space around him seemed to be locked. Obviously, this is also done by Leong Bing. As for what the purpose is, naturally, it is to restrict Jiang Hao from using wormholes to avoid attacks. But she still didn't understand that Jiang Hao's teleportation had nothing to do with space. Locking space is useless to Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao had no intention of hiding. The qi in the body exploded completely. The combat power of 2.65 million was fully released without reservation. The terrifying impact began to spread, centered on Jiang Hao. Leong Bing, who had just stood firm in the vacuum, was directly thrown away by the impact. Jiang Hao's whole body is also covered with golden aura visible to the naked eye. This is the substantive manifestation of qi that is strong enough to a certain extent. Boom! Then, under the gaze of Leong Bing, who was flying upside down, Jiang Hao used both hands. He easily caught the two attacking demon claws. The terrifying impact did not even shake Jiang Hao's hand. Leong Bing could clearly see that Jiang Hao's arm did not vibrate, even once from beginning to end. What kind of monster is this guy? Leong Bing's eyes widened. This time, she finally understood what kind of monster Jiang Hao was. Yes, even in Leong Bing's opinion, Jiang Hao is at the monster level. She knew the mass of the devil's claw. The size of the devil's claw is not small, and its total weight is no less than 1,000 tons. With the blessing of such a huge weight object, the impact force is immeasurable. But Jiang Hao took it easily. This shows how exaggerated this guy's physical strength is. The key is that he is not only strong, but also able to teleport. In terms of micro-wormhole transportation technology, he is no worse than her. She was sure that if Jiang Hao wanted to hide just now, he could have done so. Of course, she can also find an excuse for herself. For example, the current Devil's Claw is not a complete Devil's Claw. Because of the last war between angels and demons, the driving engine on her Demon Claw was destroyed by Kesha. Make the Devil's Claw unable to charge up and activate the Devil's Grip. If Devil's Claw can also activate Devil's Grip, the metal attached to Jiang Hao's Devil's Claw can be cleaned off. But as far as the current situation is concerned, it is no longer important whether it can be cleaned up. Because even if it can be cleaned up, can she catch Jiang Hao with the Devil's Claws again? That guy Jiang Hao was slipperier than a loach, so there was no way she could catch Jiang Hao. Moreover, with the power Jiang Hao showed, she really doubted whether the Devil's Grip could hurt Jiang Hao even if she caught Jiang Hao. Grab 2 Demon Claws with your backhand. Jiang Hao put his hands together in the middle and struck. The metal wrapped around the 2 Demon Claws was shattered. Jiang Hao grabbed 2 Demon Claws and teleported to Leong Bing. Are you coming again? Jiang Hao looked at Leong Bing. It's enough to show your strength and make Leong Bing fear you. Jiang Hao had no intention of doing anything to Leong Bing. If you don't come, give me the Devil's Claws back. Leong Bing snorted. She is not stupid. If she continues, she will definitely not be Jiang Hao's opponent. If he upgrades to the 4th generation Divine Body, he might be able to have a chance with Jiang Hao. Because after upgrading to the 4th generation Divine Body, it is almost difficult to kill her with physical attacks. At that time, she was not afraid of confronting Jiang Hao even if he was powerful. It's a pity that she is still the 3rd generation Divine Body. Regardless of strength, body hardness, or recovery speed, it is far inferior to the 4th generation body. He simply does not have the strength to confront Jiang Hao head-on. But Jiang Hao's strength is really terrifying. Even if she is really the 4th generation Divine Body, she will never face off against Jiang Hao easily. This guy's power is so great that she just tried to take back the Devil's Claws, but she couldn't. This is pure physical power. This is the first time she has seen such power for a person who is tens of thousands of years old. This is why she thinks Jiang Hao is a monster. How did you just conjure that metal wall out of thin air? Another point is, how did Jiang Hao conjure a metal wall out of thin air? She still hasn't figured this out yet, although there are some guesses in my mind. But she didn't think it was possible, because she knows who the galactic power of the Earth is. It's not the Jiang Hao in front of me. Leong Bing also knows what kind of abilities the galaxy power has. After all, she and Kesha fell out after they expelled the super seminary and left the angel civilization. She was also involved in the early research on galaxy power. Void weapons. How is that possible? How can you have a void weapon? Liang Shui was stunned. If there is anything more powerful than a god-killing weapon, then it is not a void-level weapon. This is a more advanced weapon than the god-killing weapon. Of course, theoretically it is stronger than a god-killing weapon, but no one knows whether it is really stronger than a god-killing weapon. Because so far, the only one with void-level weapons is Carl. It's not that she has never studied void weapons, but her progress is currently very slow. Kesha, on the other hand, directly denied the existence of the void and did not study that aspect at all. As a result, she now saw a void-level weapon on Jiang Hao. As for whether Jiang Hao lied to her, she didn't doubt it at all, because Jiang Hao had no need to lie to her. If he didn't intend to tell her the truth, he could choose not to answer her. Since he answered her, then the matter is probably true. Have you forgotten? There is a galactic force on Earth. Have you deciphered the power of the galaxy? At this time, Liang, really Zhao, Bing was even more shocked. Want to decipher the power of the galaxy. It's not something simple, because both the angels and the super seminary had a lock on the super gene of galaxy power. If one of the two parties is missing, the other party will be unable to decipher the power of the galaxy. But Jiang Hao did it. If this guy Jiang Hao really deciphered the power of the galaxy, then it would be normal if he mastered void-level weapons. It's nothing special. Now I just want to know if you were convinced. I accept it. Looking at Jiang Hao, Leong Bing could only say, after knowing that Jiang Hao had void-level weapons, she was already sure that she was no match for Jiang Hao. Although void-level weapons are only theoretically stronger than god-killing level weapons, But she was certain that Jiang Hao had not fully exerted the power of the void-level weapon just now. This one stayed. Otherwise, void weapons can redefine the rules just by virtue of their ability. Jiang Hao can completely destroy her demonic claws directly and violently. She can be sure that Jiang Hao definitely has this ability as long as he wants to. As for being convinced, of course she only accepted it verbally. She is not stupid. Now she is stronger than others, so it doesn't matter if she is convinced verbally. Anyway, she won't suffer any loss. After responding to Jiang Hao, she was already thinking about how to get Jiang Hao onto her warship. This guy is definitely a more terrifying monster than Carl. If Jiang Hao helps, even if Kasanabichi comes to Earth, she will not be afraid of her at all. How to win Jiang Hao over to her side is a big problem. As for Jiang Hao's technology, in this situation, naturally, whatever Jiang Hao wants, she will give him. Returning to the Demon Queen again, she directly handed over the technology Jiang Hao asked for. Jiang Hao also gave Leong Bing the gene charging device technology. It really doesn't matter whether this technology is cool or not. Now that there's a person like him in the super god world, and what happened today, even if Leong Bing causes trouble on Earth, he will not go to Daxia to cause trouble. Moreover, the gene charging device is more of support. At the same time, the overall strength of the lower layer will be slightly improved. It is of no use at all in improving top combat power. It doesn't matter even if I give my technology to Leong Bing. And Jang Hao's gains from this trip are not small. Everything is secondary to getting the skills. The most important thing is that he successfully beat Leong Bing. With this beating, Jang Hao believes that even if Leong Bing causes trouble on Earth, he will never go to Daxia to cause trouble. After obtaining this technology, Jiang Hao returned to Earth. A night of silence. Early the next morning, as soon as Jiang Hao got up, he found a person standing by the window of his room. Who else could it be if it wasn't Leong Bing? At this moment, she was back to the way she was when Jiang Hao first saw her yesterday. Black hollow Chong Sam with beige coat. On her feet are sexy black stockings and high heels. At this moment, her back was facing Jiang Hao. The perfect figure can be said to be perfectly displayed in front of Jiang Hao. Why are you here? Jiang Hao said. He doesn't use chi sensing when he sleeps, so he won't know who comes to him secretly. As for being assassinated, with his current strength, is it really possible to assassinate him? It's not that Jiang Hao is arrogant. With his current strength, in the current super god universe, no one in 857 has the ability to kill him. Leong Bing can't do it. Pan Zenlina can't do it, Kesha can't do it, and Carl can't do it either. It's not that they can't kill Jiang Hao outright, but they couldn't kill Jiang Hao directly. In Jiang Hao's current situation is that as long as he doesn't die instantly, no one can really kill him. Void-level weapons are very powerful, and the power he displayed in the hands of Jiang Hao and in the hands of Xiaoluan were completely different concepts. Leong Bing's Devil's Claw is a god-killing level weapon, and Kesha's Holy Wings are also god-killing level weapons, and they're both the top-notch god-killing level weapons. Like other weapons that are also god-killing level weapons, they almost belong to two levels of weapons. But even so, Jiang Hao can now rely on the void-level weapon, Zhenyang. With just one thought, their weapons were dismantled. Redefine the structure of matter and redefine the rules. This is the most terrifying thing about void-level weapons. Even if it is dark iron, void-level weapons can forcibly change its material structure and fundamentally change it. Dark iron conjures ordinary metal. Then Kesha and Leong Bing's god-killing weapons will be directly abolished. Defining the rules is even simpler. Jiang Hao directly defined that these two weapons do not exist in reality. Then he can directly make the two god-killing weapons disappear. This is the terror of void-level weapons. The energy of void-level weapons is not subjective energy, but thoughts. That is, the operator's thoughts. It's a bit like a green light ring. The stronger the intention, the stronger the strength. And Jiang Hao's thoughts are not ordinary Changtian, because the brain's development rate reaches 10,000%. This also gives Jiang Hao extremely terrifying thoughts. And the energy of void-level weapons happens to be thoughts. The stronger your mind is, the stronger the BBSG void-level weapon will be in your hands. Even if your thoughts are powerful to a certain extent, it is not impossible to destroy the universe with one thought and create the universe with one thought. Therefore, void-level weapons can be said to be very suitable for Jiang Hao. In the original book, after Ge Xiaolun had the powerful void-level weapon Xiongxin, he instantly killed Hao. Logically speaking, as a mechanical life form, the essence of Jia Hao's life is a code. What Ge Xiaolun chopped off with the Judgment Sword was his mechanical head. A life like his will not die even if his body is destroyed. Data enters a new mechanical body, and he can come back to life immediately. But Ge Xiaolun directly defined the death of Hao from the physical level of reality and denied his existence. Therefore, what Ge Xiaolun used to kill Hao in an instant was not the sword that fell from the sky and cut off Hao in one fell swoop, but his void-level weapon, Xiongxin, which denied the existence of Hao. It was Xiong who instantly killed Hao. After Ge Xiaolun's early growth, his willpower, thought, has been greatly improved. This also gives him the ability to kill Howler in an instant with his heroic core. But when he met Huayi, Ge Xiaolun's thoughts were obviously not enough. So there's a scene where the hero's core can be closed at a moment's notice, and the sword can be broken at a moment's notice. If Ge Xiaolun at that time was replaced by Jiang Hao, it would be impossible for Huayi to disable Jiang Hao's void-level weapon. As for why Huayi could shut down Ge Xiaolun's ambition. Naturally, because he is also a void-level weapon. Although the black hole engine carries the word black hole, it is actually a void-level weapon. The difference is that the effects are different. Huayi's black hole engine can only allow him to create black holes. And what is a black hole? A black hole is a terrifying celestial body capable of swallowing up the entire universe. Its gravity is extremely strong, so strong that the escape velocity within the event horizon is much greater than the speed of light. The meaning of escape velocity can be understood as the maximum speed required for a human spacecraft to leave the Earth and escape the gravity of the Earth. The force of a black hole is so large that even the speed of light cannot reach the escape speed requirement, which shows how terrifying its suction force is. In addition to its terrifying suction, when matter falls under the strong gravitational pull of a black hole, it will also form an accretion disk spiraling down around the black hole. During this process, potential energy is rapidly released, heating the accreted material to extremely high temperatures, which are high enough to exceed the temperature inside the sun. This is why black holes are called the most terrifying celestial objects. The terrifying high temperature can destroy almost all matter. In the original work, He Shi and Leong Bing both died under the black hole created by Huayi. At that time, He Shi and Leong Bing were already fourth-generation gods. Even so, the two people still died in the black hole, which shows the horror of the black hole. And the black hole engine that can create black holes is naturally extremely powerful. Ge Xiaolun's ambition is not bad, and the upper limit of his growth is extremely high, but he needs time to grow. Compared with the black hole engine that has reached its peak, is still far behind. If Jang Hao faces Huayi created the black hole. Jang Hao could directly use Zheng Yang to forcibly dismantle the black hole. Even if this thing is a terrifying celestial body like a black hole, this is where the power of the galaxy is truly powerful. This is also the reason why Kesha thinks so highly of Ge Xiaolun and even agrees that Ge Xiaolun will become the male angel king. Why? You're not welcome. Leong Bing turned slightly sideways and asked with a beautiful side face. No, I'm just curious. It's okay if you don't say anything. Jiang Hao looked indifferent. While talking, Jiang Hao got up and put on his clothes. After putting on his clothes, Jiang Hao walked to the bathroom to wash up. In fact, Jiang Hao doesn't need to wash up at all, because as a super genetic warrior, the body's cells have a higher demand for energy, which results in a better digestive system. Basically, everything eaten can be digested completely, and there's basically no need to defecate or urinate. In addition, because there are no toxins in the body and you don't sweat much, you won't get dirty or smelly if you don't take a shower for a long time. There is no bad breath when I wake up in the morning. Not to mention oily skin, it won't happen at all. It doesn't matter if Jiang Hao doesn't wash up, but Jiang Hao has long developed the habit of washing. When you wake up in the morning, brushing your teeth is basically unnecessary. But there is definitely something to wash your hair and face, because after washing his face and hair, he will feel much better psychologically. When Jiang Hao came out after washing up, Leong Bing was already waiting for him on the sofa in the living room. Does your Leong Bing company accept aliens? Seeing Jiang Hao come out, Liang Shui went straight to the point. What? You still want to join the Leong Bing company? Let's go in and have some fun. Besides, I really want you to train me and make me stronger, especially your ability to appear in another place instantly. That's not the use of micro-wormhole technology. Jang Hao nodded. Jang Hao is not surprised that Leong Bing can see this. After all, Leong Bing's research on micro-wormhole technology is not bad. You came to me not just for this reason. If there are any other reasons, let's tell them together. Void-level weapon. Leong Bing was also very straightforward. He answered directly whatever Jiang Hao asked, because it would be foolish to hide one's true thoughts from Jiang Hao. I have been researching void-level weapons, but the progress is mediocre. The biological engine loading technology you saw on the Demon Queen before was the result of my research on void weapons. But for now, it only stays there. Then why don't you go find Carl? As far as I know, Carl's void technology is very mature. I heard Jiang Hao say the word Carl. Leong Bing was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao also knew about Carl, and by his words, he obviously knew that there was some relationship between Carl and her. She frowned slightly. Don't mention that guy in front of me. But when you mention him, I think of something. I don't know if you know that. Leong Bing obviously didn't want to continue Carl's topic, but changed the topic. What? Jiang Hao asked directly. The ultimate fear. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. The ultimate fear is what Carl has been talking about in the setting of the Super Seminary. But what the ultimate fear is never clearly stated in the original work. Now that he has truly come to the real world of super gods, Jiang Hao knows that he cannot escape this topic. Moreover, he is also quite curious about what the ultimate fear is. Hearing what Leong Bing said, he seemed to know something. What is the ultimate horror? You should have been to the dark matter plane. Jiang Hao nodded. How many times have you been there? Just a few times. Jiang Hao answered truthfully. There is nothing bad to tell Leong Bing about this. I haven't been there much. It seems like you've never encountered that kind of thing. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. Leong Bing's words have already given a lot of information. I haven't been there much, and I've never encountered anything used for planting. Listen to this meaning. The dark matter plane space should be more than just dark matter energy and materials related to dark matter. Thing generally describes items or unknown creatures. Jiang Hao immediately thought of a thing called void creature in the story background of a certain game. After all, when Chaos Hen made it at the beginning, it was the background of the game that was applied. Later, due to copyright issues, the setting was changed, but it did not completely break away from the background setting of that game, and it was still related to some extent. The setting of ultimate fear is a bit like the void invasion in the background of that game. Could it be that there are things similar to the void creatures in that game in the dark matter plane? Jiang Hao thought secretly in his heart. His eyes then fell on Leong Bing. Feeling Jiang Hao's gaze, Leong Bing naturally knew what Jiang Hao meant. In the dark plane, there is a strange creature. This kind of creature will devour everything it touches. Of course, I don't know if it is called a creature. Is it appropriate? Leong Bing said. Have you encountered it? Leong Bing shook his head. No. If I had encountered him, how could I still be standing here? It's just that someone encountered it. Who? Jiang Hao asked. This information was not explained in the original work, so Jiang Hao felt that he needed to know it. Killin, I think you should be familiar with this person. Liang Shui said. Although he had expelled Super Seminary, Leong Bing still respected Kirin. This is a very outstanding scholar. Principal Kirin was a very powerful god, but he died in the dark plane in the end, and he died in the hands of those things. How do you know this? Jiang Hao continued to ask. Did you see it with your own eyes? No, these are all things Carl told me. You believe him? Although I don't like that guy Carl, he won't lie to me. Leong Bing affirmed. Jiang Hao did not speak immediately, but after pondering for a moment, he spoke. Are you worried that those monsters will eventually escape from the dark plane? Leong Bing nodded. Since you have been to that place, you shouldn't ask such a question. Jiang Hao knows what Leong Bing means. Although the dark plane is another world, it actually overlaps with the real world. They're like two pieces of paper overlapping each other. There is me and you and me. Since the ink on the top paper can penetrate into the paper below, why can't the ink on the bottom paper penetrate into the paper above? And this is just a metaphor. Consider the actual situation. Who can be sure which one is the paper above, the dark plane, or the real world? Shook his head. Jiang Hao really didn't know anything about the creatures Leong Bing talked about. After all, they weren't mentioned explicitly in the original work. Naturally, he also lost his foresight. As for fear, that's not all. At least one thing he was sure of. That is, before 2019, he does not need to think about this. Because even in the original work, the so-called ultimate fear never appeared in the Thunderous timeline. The timeline of Thunderous Thunder is probably in 2019. Before this, he didn't need to think about this issue. As for whether this variable of my own will cause the situation to change, Jiang Hao thinks it's unlikely. No matter how great his influence is, at most he can only influence human affairs in the real world. You shouldn't have any influence on matters in the dark plane. At worst, try not to go to the dark plane in the future. In this way, his anomaly will not be able to affect the dark plane. It is now August 2012, and there are at least more than 6 years left before 2019. Such a long time is enough for Jiang Hao to grow. After all, he can still go to other worlds. His development is not limited to a super god universe. The current Jiang Hao has a normal combat power of 2.65 million without using void-level weapons, but under abnormal conditions, with void-level weapons and Jingyang, his combat power has exceeded 100 million. Here refers to combat power. Not to say that the combat power of Qi has exceeded 100 million. It is similar to the combat power of ordinary people one. After holding a gun, the combat power reaches 5 or 6 points, but their own Qi and physical fitness have not improved. P.S. After loading the void-level weapon, the protagonist's combat power has been improved, but because it is not the increase in physical strength, Qi has not increased, so the total combat power of the protagonist under normal circumstances is still 2.65 million. Jiang Hao doesn't know how many void-level weapons he has left after going to the Dragon Ball world. But one thing is guaranteed. Even now, although he is not absolutely sure to deal with the ultimate fear in Leong Bing's mouth. After all, he doesn't understand ultimate fear, but it is still possible to be more than 80% sure. After all, the power of the galaxy was used to deal with the void in the original background setting. And if you give him some more time, he will only grow more terrifying. And the ultimate fear may be the so-called void. Now, he can perfectly display the power of void-level weapons. If he is really matched up, he is still very sure. Jiang Hao has almost studied Gu Xiaoluan's galaxy power super gene. Next, Jiang Hao has started preparing to fuse Lu Chuang's Nuoxing God of War super gene. After all, it is one of the 3 major god-making projects as famous as Gu Xiaoluan's galaxy power. So, it is definitely not bad. Lu Chuang's half-month military life has ended. Jiang Hao had already summoned the Leong Company a few days ago. Now he is also a member of the Leong Company, and like Gu Xiaoluan and others, he trains in the strength training room of Taklamakan every day. Jiang Hao has obtained his super gene. It's just that I haven't started parsing, copying, and merging yet. When he fuses Lu Chuang's Nuoxing God of War super gene, his combat power will inevitably skyrocket again. Moreover, in 2 months, he will almost be able to drink super holy water again. At that time, there will inevitably be another explosion in combat effectiveness. The ultimate fear, Jiang Hao really has nothing to worry about. Is this why you want to join the Leong Company? Leong Bing nodded. I joined that Leong Company, so I'm counted as one of your own. At that time, if you have something good, do you have to mention me? Such as that void-level weapon. Leong Bing directly tried to figure it out. Void-level weapon? Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment. You really think that's Huxia cabbage? However, it's not impossible to get you 10 void-level weapons. But what benefit do I get? Hearing that Jiang Hao did not refuse, Leong Bing was overjoyed. Although Carl also has the technology of void weapons in his hands. But it was obviously impossible for her to ask Carl. And compared to Carl's void weapon technology, Jiang Hao's is obviously more mature. That guy deciphered the power of the galaxy. And the void weapon of the power of the galaxy itself is used to fight against the void. The power is not comparable to ordinary void-level weapons. It seems that it is also a god-killing weapon. Can ordinary god-killing weapons compare with their devil's claws and Kaisha's be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* ordinary void-level weapon, its power is still very powerful. But since it is going to be done, it must be the best one. What benefits do you want? Leong Bing stood up suddenly and walked towards Jiang Hao. How are you? Jiang Hao asked directly. What benefits can compare to the cold ice itself, if the cold water follows him? Aren't all the Leong Bing things his? This is how you get both people and money. You are quite direct, but it is impossible. I'm not in a hurry. You can think about it slowly. Seeing Leong Bing's refusal, Jiang Hao was not surprised. Many women look nobler than anyone else, but secretly they are no cleaner than a toilet. And some women seem to be experienced and very big-headed. In fact, it's all pretending. I have no experience in that area, and I am very clean and self-possessed. It's very manly to want to win over this kind of woman. And Leong Bing obviously belongs to the latter. After speaking, Jang Hao opened the door and walked outside. Leong Bing naturally followed. Although she rejected Jiang Hao's request, she had no intention of leaving. Moreover, didn't Jiang Hao chase her away? In Leong Bing's opinion, Jiang Hao is a very interesting man. He's interested in her, that's for sure, but he's not impatient, and he doesn't seem to have that much desire for her. Zero. But she was certain that it was not that Jiang Hao had no desire for her, but that this guy could suppress his desires. To be honest, such people are really scary. Sometimes she doesn't understand why a monster like Jiang Hao appears on a planet with such an underdeveloped civilization. Yes, in Leong Bing's opinion, Jiang Hao is a monster. The charisma is not low either. Leong Bing actually doesn't like men. This is related to her experience during Hua Ye's reign in Tiangong. She doesn't like Carl, and she also has this relationship, although it is not the main relationship. Especially in recent years, because of Kesha's pursuit, her temper has become more and more violent, and she dislikes men even more. But Jiang Hao didn't let her ask for it. In other words, Jiang Hao is the only man she can't hate at the moment. Leong Bing followed behind, but Jiang Hao didn't pay attention. After leaving the room, he came next door, knocked on the door. The room was quickly opened. The person who opened the door was Reina, who had changed into a modern and cool outfit. Jiang Hao. Hey, Leong Bing, you're here too. Reina looked very enthusiastic. She has a lively personality and is the type of girl who talks a lot. I'm going to go to the Xiong company. Do you want to come with me? Jiang Hao said directly. Jiang Hao divides his daily work into two. In the morning, I gave lessons to everyone in the Xiong company here at the Super Seminary, mainly teaching them micro-wormhole transport technology and, at the same time, giving guidance and correction on how to develop their own calendar abilities. In the afternoon, the men of the Xiong company were sent to the gravity training room in the Teclamgan Desert for training. During this time, Jang Hao has canceled their practical classes. It's not that the people from Xiong company can't bear it anymore. It's just that he doesn't have that much time to engage in actual combat with them every day. He also has his own period to deal with. If he was given actual combat to the men of Xiong company every day, it would be impossible for him to completely master gravity in half a month. The Hero Company? It's that super soldier team from your Earth, right? I'm interested. I'm too interested. Then what? Your heroic company. Is it recruiting aliens? Jiang Hao turned his head slightly and glanced at Leong Bing next to him. Then spit out one word, collect the mountain. When Jiang Hao came to the classroom of Super Seminary. In the classroom, Du Qiangwei, Ge Xiaoluan, and others were already sitting in the classroom waiting for Jiang Hao. Even if Mr. Jiang is not here, everyone in the classroom is also very quiet. Everyone is looking down at various materials and studying seriously. In more than half a month, it can be said that everyone has achieved considerable growth. At least compared to more than half a month ago, their personalities have matured a lot. Of course, Xiaolun would occasionally look up in Du Qiangwei's direction and then look away again. Even Lu Chuang, who had just joined the Leong Bing company a few days ago, was still reading honestly. As for why he is so honest, when he first came here, he was actually a little out of touch. Half a month of military life changed him a lot. But in terms of personality, there hasn't been much change. The character of the street guy hasn't completely changed yet. However, it only took Jiang Hao 2 days to get rid of those bad habits. The method is very simple. Conquer. Compared with Xiaolun, Lu Chuang is almost as thick-skinned and thick-skinned. So Jiang Hao also beat him directly to death. Lu Chuang was immediately and completely convinced. And this guy is not bad in nature. After being beaten by Jiang Hao, he immediately started to learn well. 210. On weekdays, people who came before Xiaolun were more serious about reading. As soon as Jiang Hao and the others walked to the door, everyone in the Leong Bing company in the classroom raised their heads and looked over. Because Jiang Hao and the others did not slow down. Ordinary people can hear their footsteps from a distance, let alone a group of super warriors with superior physical fitness. The instructor is here. Hey, the instructor has brought new people here. Is it possible that the Leong Bing company will have new people again? There's still 3 beauties. Leong Bing, Delena, and Wu Zhao were seen behind Jiang Hao. Several men in the Leong Bing company, Xiaolun and Zhao Xian, were a little excited. When Jiang Hao said before that a new person was coming, they thought it was some beautiful new person joining. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Chuang, a big man. Unexpectedly, within a few days, Jiang Hao had caused trouble again. This time it was better. 3 people came at once, and all 3 of them were top beauties. Although the future probably has nothing to do with them. But with a beautiful woman by my side, it's so pleasing to the eye. Jiang Hao led 3 people into the classroom. When the people in the Leong Bing company were looking at Liang Bing, Reina, and Wu Zhao, the 3 of them were also looking at the people in the Leong Bing company below. Liang Bing looked at it for a while, and then looked away. If she didn't know Jiang Hao Qian, she would probably be very interested in the people in the Leong Bing company in front of her. Especially Xiaolun, the power of the galaxy, and Lu Chuang, the god of war. Both of these are one of the 3 major god-making projects. As long as he doesn't die young, he will definitely be a ruler of the country at the level of the Lord God in the future. But after meeting Jiang Hao, neither of them could arouse any interest in her. Xiaolun and Lu Chuang both had little interest in her, let alone others. As for Du Qiangwei, she only glanced at it and then looked away. In the original work, Liang Bing fell in love with Du Qiangwei. After she changed her name to Liang Bing, Du Qiangwei's concern for her gradually made her fall in love with her. In addition, both of their abilities are related to space. Only then did Liang Bing fall in love with Du Qiangwei. And because of Jiang Hao, Liang Bing appeared in front of Du Qiangwei earlier than in the original plot. There was no such experience between the two, so Liang Bing naturally didn't pay any special attention to Du Qiangwei. On the other hand, Delena and Wu Zhao paid more attention to the people in Leong Bing company, especially Xiaolun and Lu Chuang. One is the power of the galaxy, and the other is the god of war of Nuashing. These 2 are the 3 major god-making projects together with the Sunlight god-making project. It's really hard to distinguish between high and low. But what is certain is that once these 2 people grow up, they will be at least the same level of super warriors as Reina, the main god of the Lyang Star. If possible, Reina would like to abduct these 2 people to Lyang Star. Once she really abducts the 2 of them to the Lyang Star, the old guy Panjun will definitely be very happy. If he wants to come to Earth then, he will not be able to come and leave whenever he wants. As for dance photos, I don't have to think about that much. She is more interested in the power of the galaxy and the god of war, 2 god-making projects that are as famous as the light of the sun. It can be compared to the light of the sun, which is pretty powerful when you think about it. But what she saw now about Xiaolun and Lu Chuang, to be honest, she was quite disappointed, because both of them look a little silly. Forget it about Gu Xiaolun. That guy Gu Xiaolun has a one-sided love for Du Qiangwei. Wu Zhao and him looked at each other, and Gu Xiaolun looked away. When Lu Chuang's eyes met hers, he giggled. He didn't know. He thought he was some idiot. Wu Zhao once wondered if Lu Chuang was not smart. All quiet. As soon as Jiang Hao opened his mouth, the curious people in the classroom immediately fell silent. The three people who came today are new members of the Leong Bing company. Please introduce yourself to the new members. After speaking, Jang Hao looked at Leong Bing, Lena, and Wu Zhao beside him. Leong Bing is the most energetic and least shy of the three, so she is also the first to speak. Hello everyone. My name is Leong Bing. Nice to meet you. This is Leong Bing's self-introduction, very little. Age and where he came from were not mentioned. Is this the end? Gu Xiaolun and the others below were also a little stunned. But Leong Bing obviously had no intention of continuing. Hello everyone. I am Lena, the light of the sun, the goddess of the sun. I come from the sun star. Yes, to you, I am an alien. In terms of age, I should be 23 years old this year. Speaking of age, Lena gave an uncertain answer. The reason for this is because Lena was born very early. But not long after she was born, she was frozen. It was not until Panjun lifted the ice more than 20 years ago. My name is Wu Zhao. I am also from the Lyang Star. I am also an alien. I am 24 years old. Wu Zhao is also young. Like Reina, she was released from the ice more than 20 years ago. After the three of them introduced themselves, Jiang Hao said, from today on, the three of them will join the Leong Bing company. Except for Leong Bing, Lena and Wu Zhao will live together, eat together, and train together like you. The current training of the Leong Bing company is effective for Leong Bing. She's already a strong person at the level of the Lord God, so it doesn't make much sense for her to train with Gu Xiaolun and the others. And Jiang Hao also knew her purpose of joining the Leong Bing company, so I didn't plan to make Leong Bing the same as Gu Xiaolun and the others. Her situation is the same as Sun Wukong. They are all members of the Leong Bing company, but they do not participate in training. Because they have strong combat power themselves, such training is completely unnecessary for them. But Reina and Wu Zhao are different. Although Lena is the light of the sun, her current strength is as strong as a third-generation super warrior. Of course, if she unlocks her own limitations, she can reach the main god level. After the dance photo, he is a second-generation super soldier. It's not bad at all, but you have to say how good it is. Even the current cold ice can easily play with them to death. Leong Bing, Lena, Wu Zhao, the three of you go down and find a seat by yourself. I'm going to class next. The teaching classroom of Leong Bing Company is still very large, and there are many desks and chairs. Many spots are vacant. Leong Bing directly found a seat closest to Jiang Hao and sat down. And Lena and Wu Zhao sat next to Du Qiangwei, Rui Mengmeng, and He Weilon. They're all girls, and if there are topics to discuss, she thinks she should be able to chat with them. Jiang Hao usually only attends one class in class, but for a class, he basically takes 3 to 4 hours. Most people definitely can't stand it, but everyone in the Leong Bing company is a super soldier. There will be no but pain after sitting for a long time. There's no need to go to the toilet because everything you eat is more than completely digested, and there is no excrement to excrete at all. The morning passed quickly. Okay, let's stop here today. 1 hour for eating. Come to the classroom to gather after eating and continue free training in the gravity training room in the afternoon. Qiangwei, you're the captain of the Leong Bing company. The new team members don't understand, so take care of them. After speaking, Jiang Hao walked directly outside the classroom. Naturally, Leong Bing followed Jiang Hao immediately and left with Jiang Hao. The people Jiang Hao asked Du Qiangwei to take care of were naturally Lena and Wu Zhao. After Jiang Hao left, the classroom became lively, because everyone is very curious about aliens. But sit and look up and down. Hey, why are you all looking at me like this? Although we are aliens, we are also human beings, but the planet we live in is different from the civilization we belong to. Lena also knew why Gu Xiaolun and the others looked at her, and Wu Zhao, so much. 5.6 explained directly. Lena, you're older than me. Let me call you Sister Na. Sister Na, what kind of sun star is yours? It was Gu Xiaoluan who asked. He was quite curious about what the alien civilization was like. It's no different from your Earth, but there's only half of blazing Sunday. Half? Can there be half a planet? Xian Zhao was puzzled. Lena, Wu Zhao, I am Du Qiangwei, the captain of the Leong Bing company. Come with me. I will take you to the cafeteria to eat. Before Lena could answer Xian Zhao, Du Lei Wei, he wailed on, and Swaiming the three Meng Meng had already walked over. Eat, okay. I happen to be hungry too. I heard from Jiang Hao that the food in the cafeteria of Super Theological Seminary is very good. Let's go for a quick walk. Upon hearing that they were eating, Reina, who was a bit of a foodie, ignored Xian Zhao and the others' questions. They took Wu Zhao and followed Du Qiangwei and the others and left. After an hour, Jiang Hao appeared and opened a teleportation wormhole for them, teleporting everyone in the Leong Bing company to the gravity training room, and he went back to the research institute. Naturally, Leong Bing did not follow. She is now waiting for Jiang Hao in the research institute. Lena, Wu Zhao, and Jiang Hao were directly handed over to Du Qiangwei and He Weilon, the captains and deputy captains of the two heroic companies. Jiang Hao believes that they could do a good job in this area. In the blink of an eye, almost half a month has passed. Today, a piece of news quickly caused a great sensation in the entire Daxia and even the entire world. It can even be said to be a shock. And this news is that Daxia officials are preparing to carry out a project called Superman for All. The news was broadcast through the Yangman News Network that evening. Similarly, Xinhua and People's Daily also reported this news. 100% authenticity. For a time, the entire network was boiling. Although 2012 is not the era of self-media, it is already the era of the internet, and there are many people surfing the internet. And smartphones have become widespread. At the beginning, many people did not know what this universal Superman plan was. I thought that this so-called Superman was just a Superman in a verbal sense. But when they learned what the so-called National Superman Plan was, the whole of Daxia became excited. The National Superman Plan, also known as the National Strengthening Plan. As long as the citizens of Daxia are not criminally responsible, have no relevant records of criminal cases, are not on the Laolai blacklist, and have a Daxia citizen ID card, there is no case of dual nationality. You can bring your ID card and go to public hospitals in various places for super gene serum injection. The effects of injecting the super gene also shock people across the country. First of all, there's a lower limit of lifespan of 1,000 years. As long as the serum is injected, one can immediately gain 1,000 years of life. Secondly, get rid of all the illnesses in your body, whether they are minor illnesses, serious illnesses, or terminal illnesses, they can all be cured. Finally, there is strengthening. After injecting the serum, the physical fitness will reach about 10 times that of ordinary people. Strength, stamina, and reaction will be improved by at least 10 times. Individuals that match the serum can be strengthened by 13 or 4 times, but this type is relatively rare. This enhancement is nationwide, and all citizens of Daxia can be vaccinated. And the injection is completely free, and there is no charge. As for those who don't meet these conditions, I'm sorry. Even if you have money, you are not eligible for injections. As the initiator of this national superhuman project, Jiang Hao is also the person in charge of this project. Lu Chuang's Nuashin god of war super gene, Jiang Hao, has been fully fused and has obtained Lu Chuang's god-killing power, can release an extremely sharp, sword-like thing, which can be directly issued by hand or can be blessed in the body, weapons, making the weapons more powerful. After Jiang Hao fused Lu Chuang's Nuashin god of war super gene, Leong Bing no longer hesitated and chose to invest in Jiang Hao. Just like angel investing in Gu Xiaoluan, Leong Bing chose to invest in Jiang Hao. He took out all his property. After all, the monster Jiang Hao is really suitable for investment. Such a powerful existence that is bound to rise in the foreseeable future. If she doesn't invest now, Will she stay here and wait for Kasanabichi to invest? With Leong Bing's deep investment, Jiang Hao built his celestial-level supercomputer ahead of schedule. Jiang Hao was named Hongmeng. With Hongmeng's blessing, everything has become much simpler for Jiang Hao. With the cooperation of the void-level weapon Jingyang, Hongmeng can directly connect to the real world. Let Jiang Hao achieve omniscience and omnipotence in disguise. The reason why it is called a disguise is because Jiang Hao needs to set a point. If someone does something that breaks this point, then Jiang Hao will be informed immediately. Know who broke the point he set, his position, including all his information. Jiang Hao will know. That's why it is said to be omniscient and omnipotent in disguise. The birth of Hongmeng can perfectly cooperate with Jiang Hao to implement the National Superman Plan. Daxia is so big that the sun may not reach every place. The Super Gene Serum is a gift given by Jiang Hao to all citizens of Daxia, not to those vampires. With Hongmeng, Jiang Hao can screen people by himself. Jiang Hao Chuan knows who has yellow skin and white heart, and who has yellow skin and black heart. On the day the national plan was released, public hospitals everywhere were full. But the country is already prepared. The soldiers who were previously experimental personnel were immediately flown to various parts of the country to maintain order. Not only are they super soldiers, but they also have high-tech weapons equipped by Jiang Hao. With sufficient equipment, even if some people suddenly gain power, change their temperament, and cause trouble, they can maintain order immediately. As for the lack of people, don't worry about this at all, because the Army launched comprehensive voluntary injections as early as half a month ago. The country does not force you to inject serum, but if you voluntarily inject it, you can apply for it yourself. Many soldiers in the Army have chosen to take voluntary injections. In half a month, they had already become accustomed to their suddenly explosive physical fitness. Therefore, the number of soldiers maintaining law and order is completely sufficient. What's more, Jiang Hao is monitoring the situation across the country at all times. If something really went wrong, he would be there to solve it as soon as possible. Mahai City, Mahai First People's Hospital. The place is already filled with people at this moment. It can be described as a sea of people. After the National Superman Plan was announced, some people who reacted quickly rushed to the hospital as soon as possible. But even so, some people who thought they came here quickly found that the place was already crowded with people, and the queue stretched as far as the eye could see. But there is no way, no matter how many people there are, we can only queue. Li Ming is also a member of the team. While waiting in line, he unexpectedly spotted an acquaintance in front of him. The other party was Wang Kai, the son of the boss of his company, a rich second generation with a very bad personality. Since the company belongs to him, he always asks these employees to run errands for him in the company. Since he is the boss's son, he has to help. But the worst thing about this guy is that whenever there's a beautiful new female employee in the company, he would always go and strike up a conversation. Because he is the boss's son, he can basically strike up a conversation successfully, and when he gets the guy, he will come to the company the next day to brag about how good he is. And those who reject him will be made things difficult by him for various reasons. Either agree with him or change jobs. Although everyone said nothing on the surface. But basically I hate this guy. The most disgusting thing is that this guy is still a foreigner. On weekdays, I always say in front of them what is wrong with the country. How good is it abroad? This is the most disgusting part. If you think this country is not good, then don't stay. I just want to wait and stay and leave, but don't leave. He belongs to the type of person who throws bowls and pots after eating. If it is not because it is hard to find a job, he really does not want to work in his current company because he feels disgusted when he sees Wang Kai. With a son like this, one can imagine what kind of person his father, that is, his boss, is like. Anyway, neither father nor son are good people. The typical capitalist face is disgusting. Suddenly, Li Ming seemed to think of something, took out his mobile phone, and checked the information about the injection requirements on the internet. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Non-residents will not be vaccinated. Seeing this, he smiled. He remembered that Wang Kai and his father seemed to be Canadians, not Daxius. I just don't know if this regulation will be implemented. After all, his boss is very rich, and I heard that he has good connections and knows many officials from High. Soon, it was Wang Kai's turn. Wang Kai was about 20 or so in front of him. Because he was so close, he could see clearly what was going on there. To his surprise, there were several tall soldiers standing at the injection point. What surprised him most was that these soldiers were not wearing camouflage uniforms, but were wearing battle uniforms that he had never seen before, with a certain sense of science fiction. The overall color is mainly silver and black, with a small patch of red in the middle and a red flag logo on the chest. At the same time, he was holding a gun that he had never seen before. It feels like they have come from the future. At this moment, Li Ming was just shocked and said, "My country is amazing. Why? Why? Why don't you give me an injection? I'm also from Daxia. Although my nationality is not Daxia, the blood I shed is the blood of Daxia people and the blood of the descendants of Yanwan. I have yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes. I am from Daxia. Why don't you give me the injection?" Just as he was sighing, Li Ming suddenly heard Wang Kai's angry voice coming from the injection room. Then, he saw Wang Kai being lifted out of the injection room by a tall soldier and led outside. The soldier had no explanation, but those who were closer to the injection room just now understood the reason. Wang Kai does not have Daxia nationality, so he cannot be injected with the super gene serum. Seeing this scene, Li Ming secretly applauded in his heart. Seeing this scene, many people in the queue who also did not have Daxia nationality panicked. Among them, there are some successful people who are brightly dressed. They began to take out their mobile phones and make calls to contact their relationships. But without exception, everyone's face soon showed an expression of despair. Because no matter who they look for, there is only one answer, and I can't help you. Some people are unwilling to give up and think that if this hospital is not good, other hospitals should be able to do it. Leave quickly. But what they don't know is that if it doesn't work here, it won't work in other places either. Soon, it was Li Ming's turn to take the injection. He was a little nervous because just now, besides Wang Kai, there were several people in front of his team who did not meet the standards for injection. Like Wang Kai, he is not of Daxia nationality. Those who are on the blacklist or have criminal records do not meet the injection standards. Although Li Ming felt that he should be able to pass. But because there are slightly more people who do not meet the standards, he is not sure whether he meets the standards. But fortunately, he meets the standards. After the injection, he found that there was no change in himself. Just when he was confused, the staff told him, after the super gene serum is successfully injected, they do not need to go to a special place to activate the super gene in the body to become a Superman. It does not mean that the super gene serum injection will be successful and it will take effect immediately. When Li Ming went to the designated gene charging room to complete the activation of the super gene, I immediately found that all the problems I had suffered from working overtime all year round were gone. The whole person felt indescribably relaxed, and his eyes could see more clearly. The world becomes more colorful in my eyes. Li Ming immediately called his relatives at home. Since they were not in the same place, he could only ask them to go to the hospital in the city for injections. After making the phone call, Li Ming suddenly felt that he was born in a good country, and at the same time he was grateful to the country. Because he knew that if the super gene serum appeared in the lighthouse country, ordinary people like them would have no chance of getting the injection. At this moment, there were many people who had the same idea as Li Ming. P.S. I recommend a friend's book of the same genre written about super gods. The title of the book is Super Gods. Join the chat group at the beginning. The writing is quite good. If you're interested, you can read it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Because of the National Superman Project, it can be said that Daxia has made a big splash in the world this time. It is so popular that basically all countries in the world with some strength are looking at it. Basically, everyone expressed their willingness to cooperate with Daxia. Among them, the lighthouse countries are undoubtedly the fastest to show their willingness to cooperate. Daxia's attitude is that she wants to cooperate, okay, no problem, but she wants super gene serum. Sorry, we don't trade this with external parties for the time being. As for when we will start external transactions, I'm sorry, we haven't decided yet. Faced with Da Xiao's answer, other countries were naturally dissatisfied. Now people all over the world know the efficacy of Super Gene Serum. Not to mention that injections can cure all diseases in the body, including terminal illnesses such as terminal cancer. After injection, you can live for at least 1,000 years. I don't want to have such an effect. On the first day when the news came out, most people in other countries did not believe the news, especially Da Xiao's old neighbors. The people of Asen, whose domestic situation is now very chaotic, were the first to express disbelief. This is also the case for most people in other countries. After all, the effects of the Super Gene Serum announced by Da Xia were so outrageous that it was normal for them not to believe it. But soon, they discovered something was wrong, because the top officials of their country were running to Da Xia, and, after running away, they did not come back immediately. Those rich people also began to run to Da Xia one by one. Those who didn't know better thought they were fleeing to Da Xia. Then, slowly, more and more people believed it. Due to the pressure of the people, the heads of countries had to come out and announce that the effects of the Super Gene Serum were real. But the problem now is that they can't get the Super Gene Serum from Da Xia at all. The people of the Lighthouse country were the most anxious. Many citizens of the Lighthouse country directly spoke on the internet and said that Da Xia must hand over the Super Gene Serum, otherwise it would be anti-humanity. The Great Xia Kingdom and the Beacon country that did this have a reason to launch a war against them, forcing them to hand over their Super Gene Serum technology and, at the same time, call on other countries to join the alliance and declare war on Great Xia together. This speech has received a lot of support, not only in the Lighthouse countries. It soon caused a huge stir internationally. Many countries have even expressed support. Although the officials of the Lighthouse country did not explicitly express this meaning, they have hinted to Da Xia from other aspects that they also mean this. For a time, many people in Da Xia became uneasy, because in the eyes of most people, personal strength is limited. Now is the era of hot weapons, especially with the existence of strategic weapons such as Mohai bombs. If other countries unite, can they really stop the Mohai bombs from being launched against Da Xia? In this case, Da Xia officials made a statement. Because the dangerous speeches of other countries in the world have seriously threatened the safety of the people of the Great Xia Kingdom, once again, the Great Xia Kingdom will counterattack and confiscate strategic weapons of the Mohai bomb level from any other country. The news was just released on the largest social networking site in Lighthouse country. Immediately below, millions of netizens from all major countries left messages saying that Da Xia was crazy, because no one believed that Da Xia could do this. That was a strategic level weapon. Most people wouldn't even know where it was stored, let alone destroyed it. The kingdom of Da Xia also said that it would confiscate it. So how could she confiscate it? Or let God take it? For a time, netizens from all over the world were extremely happy online, as if Da Xia was performing acrobatics. But soon, they stopped laughing, because soon their governments announced the news that strategic level weapons were gone. Several big countries and superpowers are all gone. For a moment, even Da Xia's own people were stunned. What's going on? If the Da Xia government confiscates it, it will be confiscated. Is the Da Xia government just saying that? Of course, there is definitely no such thing as golden words. All of this was naturally done by Jiang Hao, with the Hongmeng celestial-level supercomputer. Jiang Hao knows where the strategic weapons of major countries are stored. Paired with the void-level weapon Zhengyang, Jiang Hao's weapons disappear when they disappear, melt when they melt, and explode when they explode. Of course, it will definitely not be the case. Although it cannot destroy the Earth, the pollution is too serious. So Jiang Hao confiscated all those weapons directly. It was taken away by him and stored away. On the current Earth, except for Da Xia, there are no Muha bombs in other countries. Moreover, Jiang Hao also directly forcibly erased the materials and technologies used by other countries to create wooden bombs. Some people who are engaged in related work find that they can no longer remember how to build wooden bombs. All the original records have also disappeared. With the combination of Hongmeng, Zhengyang's power can be said to be even higher. After all, the scope of influence is larger. Doesn't this mean that the power is even higher? There was a lot of commotion outside, but Jiang Hao, the protagonist of the incident, was currently in the gravity training room in Takomakon. After a month, the strength of everyone in the Leong Bing company has improved significantly. It was rare for Jiang Hao to appear here today, so naturally he wasn't here to see them. But after a month, Jiang Hao needed an actual battle to see the progress of Leong Bing company. He informed everyone in the Leong Bing company about this matter after class ended in the morning. "Hey, Xiaoluan, is the instructor very good? Why do you have this expression when you hear that there will be actual combat?" Lena couldn't help saying when she saw that go. Xiaoluan and the others had a bitter face. "It's just actual combat. Is it necessary? So what if Jiang Hao is an instructor? You are the galaxy power and the Nuashin god of war, one of the 3 major god-making projects like me. Sister Na, you and Sister Wu Zhao came from behind. When you came, we were no longer fighting, so of course you didn't know. It's not a matter of whether the instructor is good or not. How should I put it? When facing the instructor, he always gives us the feeling that we can't beat him no matter what. In actual combat, we are always beaten unilaterally by the instructors, and the instructors never hold back the slightest in actual combat. Even the 3 of them, Qiang Wei, Weilon, and Ruming Ming, were often beaten up by the instructor." Gu Xiaoluan said out loud. "What? Even Qiang Wei and the others were beaten until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen." After hearing the news, Reina couldn't hold herself together. Yes, with the instructor, he always treats everyone equally. In this actual combat, you and Sister Wu Zhao must also have a share. So be careful. I just don't know if this actual combat will be singled out or if a group of us will fight against the instructor alone." Gu Xiaoluan just finished speaking. Jiang Hao also appeared in the gravity training room with Leong Bing. The gravity training room is definitely not the venue for actual combat. When it is demolished, it will need to be repaired. Moreover, the current gravity training room is not only used by the people of Leong Bing company. There are also many soldiers injected with Superhuman Serum training here. So Jiang Hao chose the North Pole as the actual battlefield. In the actual combat training, Reina and Mai Zhao, as members of the Leong Bing company, naturally participated in it. Leong Bing did not join. With her joining, it would be her and Jiang Hao's battle, and there would be no need for the rest of the Leong Bing company. Although under Jiang Hao's training, even if it was only a month of training, the combat effectiveness of the Leong Bing company at this time is not much stronger than that of them during the Battle of Tianhe City in the original book. After all, under Jiang Hao's careful teaching, everyone in the Leong Bing company had no problem at all in the simple application of micro-wormhole technology. This is much better than the original. But compared to the real strong men in the universe, their strength is still far behind. If Leong Bing joins their side, it will be a battle between Jiang Hao and Leong Bing. The people in the Leong Bing company can only watch. Of course, with Leong Bing's strength, even if he comes to Jiang Hao's side to be a sparring partner for the Leong Bing company, he is completely qualified. But Jiang Hao has no intention of letting Leong Bing replace him as the examiner. In this actual battle, Jiang Hao had 2 purposes. The first is to look at the progress of Leong Bing company during this period. The second thing is to personally observe their respective data and then prepare to upgrade the super genes of everyone in the Leong Bing company. God-making project super genes like Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang definitely don't need to be upgraded. But second-generation super soldiers such as He Weilon, Zhao Xian, and Rui Mingming need to be upgraded. Du Qiangwei's super gene also needs to be upgraded. Du Qiangwei's ability is to control space. Compared to others, space to her is like being able to speak. This also allows her to master micro-wormhole technology much faster than anyone else in the Leong Bing company, and put it into practical applications. But Du Qiangwei's body is her biggest weakness. Her physical fitness is barely that of a second-generation super soldier. Compared with other second-generation super soldiers, Du Qiangwei's physical fitness is actually a bit weak. It's as if everyone is an ordinary person and everyone else is healthy. However, his body was seriously ill, and he was weak and weak. In her situation, once the enemy gets close to her, she will be in considerable danger. Such a big weakness. Jiang Hao, as the instructor, Liang Hao, has the ability to help Du Qiangwei solve it, so he will naturally not be a troublemaker. This time, the actual battle was no longer a one-on-one battle, but everyone from the Leong Bing company came together to fight against Jiang Hao. There was more movement than the first time, because many people have learned how to use their abilities. Even Gu Xiaoluan, a guy who has not yet developed a void-level weapon. He also knows how to use his characteristics of great strength and high defense to provide his own effects. What's more, they have 3 more powerful members this time. Before there was only one Gu Xiaoluan who could resist, but now there is one more Lu Chuang. In terms of main attack, there is one more Reina. Reina is still very powerful. As the sunbeam, she possesses the ability to dominate the sun's energy. Flare bombing can be easily driven, and its power is equivalent to that of N2 bombs. Of course, the explosion did not produce nuclear radiation levels. Its lethality is also very terrifying, enough to melt the super fighters of the 2nd generation and below. Even against 3 generations of super fighters, it has an overwhelming ability to strike. With one more main attacker like Lena, the combat power of the Leong Bing company can be greatly improved. With the cooperation of Lena and Du Qiangwei, Lena's flare bombing can appear from any direction through the wormhole, making it difficult to guard against. If the Battle of Tianhe happens at this time, the current heroes pulled over. The battle might be over in 3 minutes. Others in the Leong Bing company attracted Jiang Hao's attention from all aspects. Make sneak attacks on Jiang Hao from time to time. In the early stage of the actual battle, Jiang Hao was not serious because he needed to see what kind of offensive could be unleashed with the cooperation of everyone in the Leong Bing company. Therefore, in the early stage of actual combat, Jiang Hao basically focused on defense. He didn't take the initiative. The void-level weapon, Zhengyang, has not been activated either. This also gave everyone in Leong Bing company the illusion that Jiang Hao was not as powerful as before. As for Lena, she was a little serious when she first heard Gu Xiaoluan and others say how awesome Jiang Hao was. After discovering that Jiang Hao was just like that, her careless character was immediately exposed. Wu Zhao noticed that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. After seeing it for a while, Jiang Hao started to get serious. As soon as he got serious, the situation suddenly turned one-sided. Everyone in the Leong Bing company was beaten violently together. The void-level weapon, Zhengyang, directly forcibly locked onto everyone in the Leong Bing company. Let alone attack a group of people. They were unable to move, as if they had been cast through a mobilization spell. Then gravity pulled. Everyone seemed to be sending them up to serve as sandbags for Jiang Hao. He flew out and immediately flew back to fight Jiang Hao again. A group of people have no ability to resist at all. Each and every one of them was beaten with bruises on the nose and swollen face. Even Reina and Mai Zhao are no exception. After all, Jiang Hao treats everyone equally. The battle is over. Even if the whole army is destroyed, no one can still stand and speak. They all fainted. Because this time, Jiang Hao struck harder. Aren't you afraid of breaking them if you beat them like this? Leong Bing stood next to Jiang Hao and asked with a chuckle. She was not surprised by Jiang Hao's strength. It was Jiang Hao's method of controlling gravity, which she had seen for the first time. Jiang Hao fused Lu Chuang's Noxing God of War Super Gene, 760. She knew this because she was present at the time. In order to repay her generous investment, Jiang Hao also upgraded her Super Gene. Although the upgrade is not a comprehensive upgrade, Leong Bing's strength and defense have been greatly improved. It can even be said to be a several times improvement. In the past, Leong Bing's physical strength was actually her shortcoming, despite her many attack methods. But her physical strength is actually not that strong. Of course, compared to ordinary 2nd generation and 3rd generation super soldiers, her power is still very strong. But if compared with those power-based super warriors, such as Lu Chuang, her strength is far behind. The super gene upgrade Jiang Hao gave her this time has greatly strengthened her strength and self-defense. By the way, helping her upgrade greatly improved her strength. One can imagine how huge Jiang Hao's power of improvement is. But she didn't expect Jiang Hao to have the ability to control gravity. This is no ordinary ability. Gravity is the fundamental force of the universe. Leong Bing must be aware of this. It's not like she hasn't studied gravity or wants to control this power. But gravity is so easy to control. Even the black hole engine created by Carl in the original work can use gravity to create a black hole, but it is also very unstable. After all, black holes are not ordinary celestial bodies. Once this thing appears, its destructive power is thousands of times more terrifying than a supernova explosion. Jiang Hao controls gravity. Does that mean he can rub black holes with his hands? If it were anyone else, Leong Bing wouldn't think so. But for Jiang Hao, it's not impossible. Because Jiang Hao makes Leong Bing unable to understand and guess. She has known Jiang Hao for a while, but Jiang Hao is not always able to use some drastic means that she doesn't know about. When we first met, it was a void-level weapon. What follows is the transformation of super genes. And now, it's the ability to control gravity. It's like Jiang Hao has a treasure bag on her body. When you think she has no treasure in her hand, you will find that he immediately creates a new treasure. I know what the maximum damage their bodies can endure, and nothing will go wrong. Jiang Hao said, before there was no celestial-level supercomputer like Hong Ming, Jiang Hao could easily calculate the damage limit of Gu Xiaoluan's and others' bodies. What's more, now there is Hong Ming. Send the men of the Leong Bing company back to the Teklamgan Desert and let them train on their own. Jiang Hao took Leong Bing back to Super Seminary. Qilin and Su Xiaoli had returned 10 days ago. Before that, both of them were super soldiers. However, a week ago, Jiang Hao had specially helped the two of them upgrade to the level of third-generation super warriors. With the large amount of resources provided by Leong Bing, Jiang Hao can now be said to be very wealthy. After Qilin came back, she naturally learned about the existence of Liang Shui. But Qilin was not angry at all, although Leong Bing and Jiang Hao seem a bit ambiguous. But she doesn't care about that now. After all, Jiang Hao's first woman was her. This cannot change the fact. Moreover, Qilin also understands one thing, that is, they are no longer ordinary people. After she was upgraded to 3 generations of super soldiers, her lifespan has exceeded 10,000 years, and even in a certain sense, she will no longer die. With such a long life, many things are different from before. So her mentality is also changing. Even if Jiang Hao really had something to do with Leong Bing, she wouldn't care. Anyway, they are all young. She is Jiang Hao's first woman. She is very clear about this. So when she saw that Leong Bing was having an affair with Jiang Hao, she didn't care at all. After returning to the Super Seminary, Jiang Hao found Qilin and Su Xiaoli. Next, Jiang Hao will go back to Tianhe City to inject the super gene into his parents himself. What Jiang Hao prepared for his parents would naturally not be the super gene of the public, but his improved, more advanced second-generation super soldier gene. As for the third-generation super soldier genes, Jiang Hao does not have much material at the moment. He planned to upgrade his parents later, but for now, he wanted to keep the materials in his hands for the people of Leong Bing Company. His parents are not on the front line and stay in the safe rear. If they have materials, Jiang Hao will naturally choose to give priority to the heroes who want to go to the front line. After Jiang Hao injected his parents, BBDH, with the second-generation super soldier gene, he didn't stay at home too long, but took Qilin and the others directly to Qilin's parents. The original plan was to have a formal meeting with Qilin's parents when they returned to Jusha City 1 month later. But because of the full-scale Superman plan, this meeting has been brought forward. Qilin's parents naturally agreed with Jiang Hao as their son-in-law. Qilin had already told her parents about Jiang Hao's identity and background information. There is some information that ordinary people cannot know, but this does not include Qilin's parents. After all, Jiang Hao is their son-in-law, and after marrying Qilin, they become Jiang Hao's parents. Belongs to Jiang Hao's closest relatives. As for what Jiang Hao does, there's no need to worry about being sabotaged or anything like that. The confidentiality level is not that high. Ordinary people have no right to know, but Jiang Hao's relatives can tell them directly as long as Jiang Hao is willing to tell them. So Qilin's parents already knew what Jiang Hao did. The Superman for All program has caused great excitement throughout the world. How could Qilin's parents not know? When the plan was implemented, they originally planned to go to a public hospital for serum injections. Then Qilin called. Tell them not to go yet. At the same time, they also learned from Qilin that their son-in-law, whom they had not yet met, was in charge of this national Superman project. No, it should be said that without their son-in-law, there would be no Superman plan for everyone, because those enhanced super gene serums were made by their son-in-law, whom they had not met yet. Being able to create something like this shows how powerful Jiang Hao is. The son-in-law is such a capable person, so it is impossible for them to disagree. Especially Jiang Hao and Qilin were still high school classmates. When they were students, Jiang Hao once confessed to his daughter. They have an emotional basis. In this case, they don't have to worry about their daughter not being worthy of Jiang Hao or anything, because his daughter can be said to be Jiang Hao's first love. For men, first love is special. So they felt free to hand over Qilin to Jiang Hao. During his first visit, Jiang Hao stayed one night with Qilin's parents. There are plenty of rooms where they live, so they don't have to worry about not being able to fit in. That night, Jiang Hao cooked a lot of delicious food himself. Qilin's parents became more and more satisfied with Jiang Hao. People are so powerful that they don't have heirs, and such a powerful person can put down their heirs and cook for them in person. This attitude is enough to show that Jiang Hao really cares about Qilin. That's why I respect them so much. Sometimes, it doesn't matter what you say. Your attitude is more effective than any good words you say. After staying one night at Qilin's parents' place, the next day, Jiang Hao and the others returned to Super Seminary. After all, Jiang Hao has quite a lot going on, except for a trip to Northern Star later. Jiang Hao will be on TV next time. This time, it was an interview broadcast live on all TV stations across the country. Jiang Hao is the developer of the Super Gene Serum and the promoter of this national Superhuman project. He will definitely appear on TV to show his face and let the whole country know about him. Ordinary people in the country also worry about the other party's safety after being on TV and revealing their identity. As for Jiang Hao, he is now the most powerful super soldier on Earth. Better than anyone else, they don't need to worry about Jiang Hao's safety at all. 3 days later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Northern Star time, basically every household in the country, as long as there's no big event, is sitting in front of the TV, ready to watch the news. Because the developer of the Super Gene Serum is going to be in the news today and receive a live interview. Publicity has already started. Because of the National Superman Project, people all over the country are now paying attention to national news. Because almost everyone realizes that this period of time is a period of earth-shaking changes in Daxia. This is an unprecedented change, and Jiang Hao is the person who created this change. How could they not pay attention? Many people are curious about the name of the person who developed the Super Gene Serum and what he looks like. Super Seminary in the classroom. Everyone in the Leong Bing company is sitting here watching the live projected news in front of them. Look, the instructor is out. In the live broadcast, Jiang Hao's figure has appeared. In the picture, Jiang Hao is wearing a military uniform, and his strong figure makes the uniform look bulging. With a very handsome face, I didn't know. I thought I was filming some military-themed TV series. Of course, the most amazing thing is the military rank on Jiang Hao's shoulders. There are 3 shining gold stars pinned there, which means that Jiang Hao's military rank is General. Jiang Hao doesn't really care what his military rank is. But because of the perfect implementation of the National Superman Plan, Jiang Hao, as the biggest contributor, is naturally the first to do his part. The superiors knew that Jiang Hao was good at everything, but he couldn't express anything. He was the #1 hero after all, even if Jiang Hao himself clearly stated that he would not want any rewards. Finally, after thinking about it, I raised Jiang Hao's military rank by 1 level. The instructor is so handsome. Gu Xiaoluan couldn't help but said, "Xiaoluan, do you think it's possible for us to be on TV wearing military uniforms like the instructors?" Lu Chuang, who was standing by, patted Gu Shaolun and asked, "It's not impossible." Gu Shaolun thought for a while after hearing this. "If I have the opportunity to wear a military uniform and appear on TV, even if I die on the battlefield, it will be worth it," Lu Chuang said. Lu Chuang is naturally not an orphan. His parents are still alive. Not only that, he also has 2 younger brothers. Grandparents and grandparents are still there. Although they're no longer young, they're still there. But now that they have been injected with the Super Gene Serum, it is already difficult to die, unless something big happens. Lu Chuang naturally hopes that his relatives at home can be proud of him. Lu Chuang's words silenced both Gu Shaolun and Zhao Xian, and they stopped talking for a while. The live TV broadcast went well. Jiang Hao answered many questions. It also answered many people's doubts. Of course, the most amazing thing is that why do people have to have a Daxia citizen ID card to be able to inject supergenetic serum? Is this decision made by the superiors or Jiang Hao himself? In the future, those who are not Daxia citizens, is it possible to inject super gene serum, or is it impossible to inject it for the rest of your life? And Jiang Hao's answer is also very good. Without the ID card of a Daxia citizen, how can you prove that you are a Daxia citizen? Since you have chosen to give up your identity as a Daxia citizen, the benefits that a Daxia person has are equal to your automatic allocation. As for the decision, this decision was not decided by the superiors, but suggested by him. The superiors just listened to his suggestions and thought it was good, and then implemented them. And whether the last person who does not have Daxiao International in the future can be injected with the Super Gene Serum. This is negative, because after this nationwide Super Gene Serum injection is completed, the country will no longer develop new Super Gene Serums. As for children born in the future, they do not need to be injected with Super Gene Serum, because as long as both parents have been injected with Super Gene Serum, their children must be Super Gene owners in the future, just like those who have been injected with Super Gene Serum. If one of the child's parents is the owner of the Super Gene, the other is not. So whether the child born has a Super Gene depends on luck. This is the answer given by Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao's live broadcast is in Daxia, many people abroad pay attention to it. There are even special TV stations abroad that are broadcasting it. In order to prevent people in the country from not understanding it, there are also dedicated translators. And when Jiang Hao's words were reflected, people from other countries except Great Xia are naturally very dissatisfied, even very angry, because in their view, Daxia is his own evolution, leaving them all behind. This made them very uncomfortable and angry. But while feeling uncomfortable and angry, they can't do anything. Even some extreme people are already thinking about revenge, assassinating Jiang Hao or something. Those people never thought that since Jiang Hao could research the supergenetic serum, would he himself be an ordinary person? And the ones who regret the most are those Huxia who have changed their nationality and lived abroad. Of course, there are also those Huxia who were born abroad and can't even speak Daxia. In the past, how much they despised Daxia, now, how much they regret it. After all, a super gene serum can make a person live for 1,000 years. That's 1,000 years, although it is said that the lifespan of human beings can reach 100 years. But this is just talking. There may not be one in 1,000 who can live to 100 years old, or even over 100 years old. Most people actually live to be 70 or 80 years old, which is about the same. There are not even a few people who even lose it at the age of 60. It's fine if they are foreigners, but the problem is that the blood they shed is the same as the blood shed by the people in Daxia. They could have also received super genetic serum injections like those in the Great Xia Kingdom. This is what they regret most. If they have no chance at all, they will surely despair. But the thing is, they used to be available, especially some Huxia who have just changed their nationality not long ago. I regretted it even more and wanted to jump off the building. In the blink of an eye, almost 5 months have passed. In the past few months, Daxia can be said to have entered a period of efficient development. Because of Jiang Hao's National Superman Plan, the effect of material distribution rights, represented by money, has been greatly reduced. After all, the current Great Xia is basically all new humans, people who have been strengthened by the Super Gene Serum. New humans can eat food to replenish energy, or they can directly choose to use the gene charging device to recharge their energy. Moreover, one charge of the gene charging device can last for almost 3 days without eating or drinking. And the price is cheap, which is much more cost-effective than eating. Gene charging devices have already entered guest towns, townships, and even guest villages from cities and counties at the beginning. No need to spend too much money on meals. Prices of various commodities have come down directly. In addition, the medical industry has completely disappeared. Because of the powerful genes of the new humans will not get sick at all. Even if you're injured, it will be difficult. After all, the skin of new humans is very tough, and ordinary blades cannot even break through their defenses. Firearms, even heavy machine guns, cannot kill the new humans, because it has been strengthened tenfold, not just the superficial skin and flesh, but also the inner muscles, bones, internal organs, all of which have been strengthened. If you fall from a height of several hundred meters, you will be seriously injured at most. Go to the charging base to recharge your energy, and you'll be able to recover immediately and be alive and kicking after a few days of training. The strong strength and endurance have also allowed the Daxia people's labor force to expand unprecedentedly. You can build a house or something by yourself. When traveling, running by yourself is not much slower than driving a car, and the speed of 70 or 80 kilometers per hour is completely trivial. Under this circumstance, in less than 5 months, the changes in Daxia have become almost unrecognizable. In big cities, the cars you see are basically large trucks, and small family cars are almost invisible. Daxia's next plan is to immigrate to other planets. Please give me flowers. The current main task is to build spacecraft. Small spaceships have already been built. With the technology provided by Leong Bing, it is not difficult to build a small spacecraft. Even a large spaceship is not difficult. But what Daxia wants is a very large spaceship, preferably one that can transport millions of people at a time. In Daxia's words, a small spaceship that can only transport tens of thousands of people at a time is too petty. If you want to build one, build a very large spaceship that can transport millions of people at a time. The person responsible for this task is naturally Jiang Hao. However, after Jiang Hao only provided technology and some materials, he handed over the rest to his deputy, Ling Feng. He is capable, but he can't do everything. He also has to live. After handing things over to Ling Feng, Jiang Hao became at ease from the master. As for the Leong Bing company, Jiang Hao is no longer needed so much. What should be taught? Jiang Hao is already taught, and the rest they need to learn by themselves. Gu Xiaoluan's void-level weapon, Xiongxin Jiang Hao, has also helped him out in advance. In the original book, it only took 24 hours for Zixin to help Gu Xiaoluan make the core. For Jiang Hao, this time will only be shorter. 0. As for how to develop, Jiang Hao also gave a clear path. The rest needs to be left by Gu Xiaoluan himself. Moreover, the energy of void-level weapons is thought. If Gu Xiaoluan doesn't have enough mind, no matter how strong the ambition is in his hands, he won't be able to exert its power. Nothing to do. Jiang Hao bought a large villa in the urban area of Juxia City. Then the people moved out directly from the compound of Juxia City military region. On weekdays, he either travels with Qi Lin, Liang Bing, Su Xiaoli, and the others, and eats all kinds of delicacies from all over the country, or watches TV dramas and plays games at home to pass the time. Life is no different from ordinary people. Jiang Hao enjoys such peaceful days, because before crossing, he had fantasized about such a day. If you have money on hand, you can travel all over the country if you have nothing to do. Eat whatever you want. If you want to play games, play games. Instead of adjusting the alarm clock to get up every day and then just sit on the office chair for a day. Instead of earning money, he made a lot of troubles on himself. Liang Bing, who was by Jiang Hao's side, quickly fell in love with such a peaceful life. Don't think too much. Wake up every day. The person you care about is by your side, and someone will cook for you what you want to eat. If you're unhappy, someone will ask you why. She still hasn't experienced such concern for a long time. After being back for half a year, Jiang Hao actually still misses Bulma and Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball world, especially Boomer. All in all, Bulma had been with him for almost a year, which was longer than the time Leong Bing and Qilin had been with him. I haven't seen you for half a year, but I still miss you. But now he can't go back. The cooling time of Dragon Ball world is 1 year. It will be half a year before he can return to the Dragon Ball world. I don't know what the situation is like in the Dragon Ball world now. What stage has the plot reached? Of course, while some people miss the Dragon Ball world, Jiang Hao is also curious about what the new world that is about to open will be like. I just hope that the new world won't be too bad. Of course, even if it's just an ordinary world, it doesn't matter. After all, he no longer needs another world to develop. At worst, after he came back, he would have to go back to Dragon Ball world to improve in half a year. The good things in Dragon Ball world, because of his low strength, he was not qualified to seek them at all. If I go back now, it will be different.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.